They have been defeated. They realize that they are insiders who cannot defeat the outer god. They're finished. They decided to return to the old world line and start from scratch. But they need someone to do it. They chose Kim Yuan because he could adapt to this new world. He was the quickest to obtain Godhead and Godhead title and entered the final tower. Among them, Yuan had to start from the bottom floor and work his way up to change the tower, while the divine being Kronos watches over time. They sent Yuan back to the past where he had no stats, and the arcane power that supported his body disappeared. And he didn't participate in any tutorials. Kim Yuan had returned as a pawn. Kim Yuan returned to the past. When he come back, he was bullied by other students at the university. The incident occurred 9 hours before the start of the tutorial on December 31st, 2019 at 8 p.m. Kim Myung-hoon arrived late to a beer gathering with his friends held in the Hongdae area. His friends told him about the fine. He had to pay a fine for arriving late, and that made him even more annoyed. He revealed that something had happened to him. Earlier that day, when his friends asked about his fight with Yuan, Kim Myung-hoon recalled the beating he received from Yuan, but said that he taught him a lesson. He will never forget that, and will beat Yuan until he goes to the hospital. His friends continued to insult Yuan because he called him a bastard and an orphan. When people were on their way to celebrate New Year's Eve, they saw Yuan walking with a suitcase full of weapons. Over the streets of Hongdae, Kim Myung-hoon approached Yuan to start a fight and get revenge for the incident that afternoon. But when Yuan opened the suitcase filled with knives and hammers, it looked quite scary in the middle of the night. The sky suddenly lit up with colorful lights, and the tutorial system officially announced that the first tutorial for everyone was to survive the zombie horde while everyone panicked and didn't know what to do. Kim Yuan took out an old knife and killed a zombie, being the first to do so in the area. And the points he earned were 100 points. Yuan leveled up. He felt his body getting lighter and lighter as the number of zombies increased. Kim Yuan continued to kill zombies and gain experience points at the cost of a system that instantly notified him of his progress. Kim Yuan leveled up. Meanwhile, Kim Myung-hyun and his friends also fought against the zombies with weapons, but they were unsuccessful and only made the zombies even angrier. They thought they had to stick with Yuan to survive. Yuan, with previous experience, knew that the zombies in the first tutorial were weak to salt. Myung-hoon struggles to use his knife against the zombies, but the zombies bite him. When he suddenly falls and is about to die, at the same time all the zombies on the road start to die one by one as salt rains down on them from above. Kim Myung-hoon tasted it and realized what it was. It is salt. Yuan was on the roof of the building pouring a lot of salt. It allowed him to kill zombies continuously and gain more system experience points. The second tutorial begins and everyone invades the safe zone marked in red and yellow, hoping to survive. Kim Yuan, however, headed in a different direction, and Kim Myung-hoon soon realized he was pretending to be worried for him. Yuan warned him that it was the wrong way, knowing that it was only by being close to Yuan that he would survive. Contrary to his expectations, Yuan simply said that he had to go somewhere else and reminded him that he had to take care of himself if he wanted to stay alive within the safe zone. Even though Myung-hoon was furious, he still decided to enter the safe zone, but when he reached the safe zone at the border, he was blocked and unable to enter it. The system shows that the safe zone capacity is 2038, which is only half of the survivors still living outside the safe zone. Giant earthworms bite people. Once again, Yuan was the first to go in to kill the earthworms, even though he killed only 2. He levels up, and if he can kill all the earthworms in this tutorial, he will kill all the earthworm monsters. Much stronger earthworm monsters lived underground and built their nests in caves, which were the best places to hunt them, in a hidden dungeon. 3 hours pass and the safe zone is deactivated, and the maximum capacity is reduced to only 1,500. When the maximum capacity is exceeded, people are randomly removed from the safe zone, meaning that the survivors must decide who to kill in order to survive. Myung-hoon begins his plan and targets an old man as his first victim. Meanwhile, Yuan has reached level 20. He unlocked a new stat called Arcane Power. This stat will be the basis of his strength in the future, and no other stat is more important than this one. Suddenly he realized that Administrator Lackey was watching him from the ceiling, so he spoke up. The administrator is a black and purple dolphin who admits that Yuan makes his boring job more interesting. Yuan told him that he wanted to buy skills from the shop after browsing through many skills that seemed to take a long time. He decided to buy Monkey's Eyes for 2,000 points next. He bought the basic arcane sword for 1,500 points, a good choice to make up for the lack of attack power among the initial participants. After that, he continued his journey to face the mother of worms which were now breeding. However, with his newly acquired skills, he was confident that he could defeat them in one go. Currently, Yuan is using all his skills to deal with the mother of worms. It was challenging, but he was able to overcome it. Meanwhile, Kim Young-hoon and the other survivors on the field are fighting over every precious slot to enter the safe zone. Kim Young-hoon continuously attacked and even killed other people, no matter how much they begged for mercy. The timer had stopped and the system announced that they had passed the second tutorial. The safe zone will no longer shrink, and there are 15 hours left until the end of the second tutorial. Yuan managed to kill the Earthworm monster mother, even though it was a struggle. The system that managed the tutorial probably didn't expect the monster worm mother that guarded the second tutorial ecosystem to be killed as predicted. Yuan received a gift, and he had 3 options to choose from. The first prize is the right to jump to the 5th tutorial, including information and rewards for the 3rd and 4th tutorials. The second prize is points, and the third is connected to Olympus, one of the organizations that controls the tower. If he was sponsored by them, he would be safe in the tower once he finished the tutorial. Yuan didn't think about this, but he decided to choose option 2. Lackey was very surprised and wanted him to change his choice because he thought he would regret it later. He used 1,000 points to request to see the administrator, perhaps to report an antique offer of a third option that should not exist. Administrator appeared. He was a tall man with a beard. Yuan met with an administrator who told him that Lackey had colluded with Olympus to promote their presence. After hearing this, the administrator was very disappointed with Lackey, and immediately removed him from the team like a rotten piece of shit. Yuan had acquired a mana mastery skill as a reward that slightly increased the resistance's mana recovery rate against mana and sensitivity to mana. He could feel the changes in his inner body, even though he didn't have complete control over them. The clock showed that there were only 13 hours left until the second tutorial was completed. He had to continue fighting the remaining Earthworm monsters, and needed more of them. Now the time is only 10 minutes. At the same time on the ground, people are arguing about the lack of government action that has turned the Hongdae area into a mess like this. Become a world where one person's death means another chance to survive. While they were arguing, Yuan walked from a distance, and they thought he was crazy to wander outside the safe zone like this. There was movement on the ground and another worm monster appeared, but it was easy for Yuan to kill it with just one kick. At this point, Yuan was at level 26, with a total of over 10,000 points. The second tutorial has ended, the third tutorial has started, and survivors must kill 50 monsters and get 50 essence in this sector within 72 hours. The safe zone remains safe. Kim Young-hoon realized that the tutorial operated like a game and had to kill 50 monsters alone. Yuan was lucky to get a lot of essence in the second tutorial, but he wasn't satisfied with that. He quickly defeated a lot of monsters, but that wasn't his style. On the second day of the third tutorial at Hongdae Station, a group of 3 people hid because they knew they had to hide. As far as possible, the group consisted of Han Junho, Kang Seong-chan, and Lim Ju-yeon, all level 10. When they were hungry, they saw a convenience store inside the station, which was lucky for them because they were able to refill their supplies. Jun-ho is excited to eat ramen, but a giant spider from above cuts off Jun-ho's head, which was meant to be the rest of their meal. The remaining 2 are horrified. They go into a defensive position as the number of demons approaching them increases. Ju-yeon seems to be on the verge of death in front of all those demons and monsters. But suddenly they were surprised by the appearance of Yuan. Maybe the sound of the monster had awakened him from his sleep. so he was very disturbed because it woke him up. Jo Yoon was surprised because he managed to kill the monster just with the can. He quickly defeats a group of monsters and the other two thank him for saving them. Song Chan seemed to have been bitten by a zombie before and fell. Yuan gave him a pill and told him to rub it, saying it would be quite effective medicine. Maybe not dead, but he won't be able to use his left hand anymore. The two followed Yuan to the second dungeon he called, which was actually the hunting ground. He wanted to ask them why they followed him, knowing that this place was so dangerous. They told him about the story of the place where groups were created and people started killing each other out of distrust, turning it into a hellhole where people try to take each other's essence. After hearing this story, Yuan emphasized that their ultimate fate would still be death, whether they stayed with him or not. But he offered them a deal that he thought was not a bad deal. The deal was that they had to be bait to bring back the monsters, and Yuan would be the one to kill them in return. He would share his essence with them with the fact that Yuan could gather 50 essences. In just 2 hours, others concluded that he was not only strong, but he was built differently in total. They collected 6 essences, and he wanted to give one to Song Chan, while keeping the rest, so John wanted to know why Yuan collected so many essences, and also wanted to know Yuan's current level. But Yuan refused to answer and reminded Seong Chan not to reveal personal information such as level or statistics when asked. Yuan also advised Seong Chan to hunt monsters to raise his level and collect more essence. Ju Yan returns with a lot of monsters, and they all work together to kill them and collect a lot of essence. Sung Chan and Ju Yan managed to collect 50 essences with the help of Kim Yuan, and Yuan's hunting speed increased by 50%. Only 3 hours remained, while Kim Myung-hoon had gathered more than 50 people on his side, and instead of killing monsters to get essence, they chose to kill other people to steal their essence. While Kim Myung-hoon's group was about to rob another group, Yuan appeared with a large box containing more than 1,000 essences. He didn't need them anymore, so he decided to sell each one for 100 points rather than give them away for free. The system shop didn't sell essences, so the only place where other players could buy them was from Yuan. Myung-hoon says he doesn't have any money, but Yuan assures him that he doesn't mean to force anyone to buy whatever they want to buy can be done as long as they pay. Everyone tried their best to get enough points to buy essence. Some sold items cheaply to shops. Some borrowed from others and promised to pay back. And some even sold their own stats, as long as they had enough essence to pass through the gate safely. Meanwhile, Myung-hoon orders his team to attack Yuan, but it seems that anyone who crosses the line without Yuan's permission will be killed instantly. When Kim Myung-hoon looked at him in fear, he realized that he might be safe if he retreated behind the lines. So he ran. Yuan said goodbye to his other friends because he had sold all his essence and didn't have the 50 essences needed to get through the gate. Before starting a new battle, he opened a shop to buy skills and items that Yuan bought. These luxury items belong to the personal inventory of the middle class. The Arctic Steel Sword, Pyromancy Cloak, Magic Nullification Shield, and 4 ice crystals. These items were only used on the top floor of the tower. The Pyromancy Cloak is enchanted with ancient magic that repels fire magic, protecting his body from the heat. It would be a useful defense item against the fire in the tower. However, for some reason, he also bought a well-sharpened sword, a very simple and reliable item that stood out among all the items he bought. The third tutorial had now ended, and because Yuan had no essence, he failed the extermination tutorial in this sector. And the impact of this was that now the ground began to appear to split open, and fire erupted as the annihilation of 170 giants. Demons in the form of skeletons appeared, but Yuan quickly defeated them. But he knew something more terrifying was coming. As expected, the demon Surutra appears. This is the time of destruction. Yuan spoke to Surutra and constantly mocked him. Surutra tried to attack Yuan, but his attack didn't cause any damage. He knew that Yuan's robe wasn't a normal outfit that Yuan could wear. From a distance, he fought with mana blasts, but it wasn't good for extended battles due to the high mana consumption rate, and his shield was reaching its limit. Now, Yuan thought that it was time for him to do the second thing that kept being talked about. and he believed that he was there to punish those who were not worthy, but with the items and skills that Yuan had, he had proven that he was truly worthy. This made Surutra curious as to why he was there. When asked, Yuan answered briefly that he was there to beat him. Surutra became angry and attacked Yuan with all his strength, but Yuan seemed to deliberately not avoid the attack and took the blow. After standing up from the blow, Yuan fulfilled the requirements for the hidden section. Monkey's eyes evolve into cinder eyes. Now he could differentiate good from evil as well as truth from lies, while also having a strong resistance to fire. Even with the special cloak, Yuan still felt like he was being burned alive, but now he was finally ready to hunt him down. To relieve the heat, he consumed 2 ice crystals, and his body temperature began to fall. The heat covering him disappeared quickly, and his body became cold and freezing. It continued to decrease until he radiated an ice aura that was the opposite of Surutra's fire. The two continued to fight, and it was a fierce battle between ice and fire. Each attack causes an explosion. But Surutra didn't do it at all. It seemed he was weakening. He still saw a lot of damage to Yuan. Luckily, Yuan had cinder eyes to detect Surutra's future attacks, which prevented him from having much damage. Yuan finished the remaining 2 ice crystals, but his body couldn't handle all the ice. Aura is too long. He had to finish this battle quickly. There was no need for him to save mana any longer. This was a golden moment for him to use Mana Blast. Yuan jumped onto Surutra's neck and plunged his sword into it. The system announced that he had defeated the destruction of the tutorial, an unimaginable achievement because it achieved an impossible feat. Calculation of the prize will be delayed. At that time, Yuan thought that he could die in that battle. He went through so much just to get the golden cinder eyes he found. The giant heart inside Surutra's body had the effect of receiving giant power and the same amount of mana. Yuan really wanted to take it right away, but his body wasn't strong enough. However, it would change his physique greatly, but he would need much more stamina. At that moment, the administrator appeared and complained that Yuan had upset the balance of the tower. Now he had to take him to the final area where the 4th tutorial took place. Administrators also gave him skills he never had. Hearing before it is a skill that takes additional time to complete, Yuan used 10,000 points to buy a lesser scarlet medicine pill from the shop. He ate the lesser scarlet medicine pill, and right after that his injuries and stamina recovered very quickly. The final tutorial started. This was the first time tutorial participants from different worlds gathered. The system started to guide them about the final tutorial. Barraaganda Island is slowly sinking underwater. The only condition to escape the island and prove their worth is to kill the boss at the top of the island. The time limit is 30 days. The island will be completely submerged after the time limit expires. Everyone was shocked because the time limit only ranged from 1 hour to 4 days before it took them a month to defeat one such powerful boss. Some people decide to cooperate with others. Hargan is one of those who proclaimed himself the heir to Olympus and a descendant of Zeus. He has pure blood powers, which means he was born and raised in the tower and decided to climb it. They had experienced the mysteries of the tower since they were born, so they were on a different level from the other participants. From his past experience before returning, Yuan knew that Hargan had contributed the most from the 5th tutorial. But he didn't want to get involved with him because Yuan hated noisy people, but Hargan saw Yuan wearing a pyromancy robe and really wanted to work together with him. Contrary to his expectations, Yuan immediately refused and ran away, no matter how much Hargan chased him. Yuan went hunting monsters alone, with each one he killed contributing to his improvement. Heaven-killing star completion level, but Yuan's purpose here was not to hunt monsters. He had fully recovered from his wounds and was now taking out the giant's heart and eating it. The moment he swallowed it, inside his body was so hot that even the pyromancy robe couldn't hold it. He felt like his bones and muscles were distorting, and his blood was flowing backwards. It was difficult, but he constantly reminded himself to hold on and absorb as much power as he could. After a long struggle, the system announced that he had fulfilled the requirements of the hidden piece and obtained the colossal fire. Finally, he had completely absorbed the lifeblood of giants and demons. Kim Yuan had obtained the gigantification he wanted. He checked the leaderboard and saw that Hargon was in the top 5 along with someone named Lee Sung-yoon, who he guessed was from the same country as him. The other 3 seemed to be from different countries. He went to the hunting ground to try out the colossal fire he just got as quickly he rose from someone who wasn't even on the leaderboard to second place, just a little behind. This made Hargon feel good. Worried and curious Hargon, he has put together a great team, but there is one last empty spot for Kim Yuan. After a day of searching, they finally found the entrance to the basement, but when they entered it, the system didn't tell them that they had found the dungeon, which indicated that someone had been there before them. Just as Hargon doubted whether that person was Kim Yuan. Someone on the team told him to check the ranking table. When he opened it, he saw that Yuan had risen to the top spot while he was in second place, and he got angry. Because Hargon wanted to hunt down every monster alone to chase Yuan. He split the team into 2 with each team going in a different direction. Lee Sung-yoon's team managed to kill several monsters and was short of mana. When they found a large door inside, there was a strong vibration, and suddenly the door opened as they stepped in. The system informed them that they had entered the boss room. 1 second later, the system announced that the boss raid had been completed. The boss had been defeated, and the person who had done all this was Kim Yuan. Kim Yuan won. His score on the leaderboard was now over 10,000, almost double that of the person in second place, Hargon. Yuan told the newcomers that they missed killing the boss. Soon Yoon recognized Yuan as the person who had rejected the captain's invitation to join the team. Yuan notices and recognizes the newcomers they are trying to persuade to join the team by emphasizing that the tutorial focuses on teamwork and players will be evaluated based on how many people they have gathered and how they have grown since forming the team. But Yuan was not interested in their words because what he wanted to achieve was even higher. He declined the invitation to join the team once again. Argon received notification from Song-yoon that they had found Kim Yuan and immediately flew to his location. The 2 decided to bet if Hargon's team won in killing the final boss. Yuan had to join their team. Otherwise, Hargon would serve him as a human. But Yuan said he didn't need a younger brother like him, but only needed his help once. As he prepares to leave, he hears Hargon remind everyone on the team to push the pace. He replies that it is not necessary as time will freeze in a few moments. Barraaganda is not an island, but rather a mythical animal creature that lives on the island. It was a parasite that attached itself to a giant beast and drained its power. Barraaganda is sinking because of them, and if the seawater floods it, the parasites won't survive. So the boss is probably a parasite king who raises more parasites. When Hargon heard this, he was very surprised because Yuan knew something that Olympus time would not continue to stop until the system stabilized. With the administrator's intervention, Yuan went to the mountain to where the boss was and met Hargon's team. There were also other teams, seeing Yuan alone. Hargon wanted to make sure that he really wanted to do it himself. Another team expressed interest in inviting Yuan to join them, but Hargon threatened them with his power, and their wishes were suppressed, despite Hargon's invitation. Yuan jumped into the final battle area alone. The system informed him that he entered the boss room first, and had to complete the quest to find the boss first. There were a lot of monsters appearing, and they all came together to fight. There were stages they had to complete before they could meet the boss. Yuan knew where the boss was, so he had to be fast. He combined colossal flames and a magic sword to face the monsters. The Hargon team was looking forward to Yuan's performance. They wanted to see if he was just highly ranked, or if he was actually much stronger. Yuan disappeared in an instant, and with just a few swings of the sword, the monsters fell one by one. Everyone was shocked after the flash of Yuan's performance surrounded him, and in an instant, he flew into the sky and hit the head of the monster captain directly. It was a fatal blow that instantly killed the monster because other demons said he was a beast stronger than the captain. Meanwhile, Kim Myung-hoon feels jealous and angry because once again, he won and has taken action to kill him. The monster before him, he and his subordinates immediately moved forward to attack. Yuan was relieved to know that the other soldiers had enough skills to protect themselves, During that time, Kim Myung-hoon discovered two large gates in front of a cave depicting battles. As usual, Yuan entered alone through the door while Kim Myung-hoon scolded him for acting alone. The scream of someone being left alone made everyone numb after they all entered the cave. They were confronted by a huge winged chimera with 3 heads. The system announced that they had entered boss room number 3 and needed to defeat the sealed chimera. Only one person can open the seal once the sealing crystal is broken. The time limit will expire, and that person can graduate. The tutorial, despite the requirements, later announced that Chimera Masters would gain additional CP based on the number of participants they killed. The other participants immediately became alert to protect the crystal ceiling, but they couldn't stop the one he wanted. At the moment Chimera had been released, the system was announced, and its master was player Kim Yuan. He ordered the monsters to destroy the walls without touching other players. At this time, he realized that Chimera was not a boss, but a creature created from various monsters. The walls on the island collapsed, revealing a long path filled with corpses. Another announcement came that they had entered the boss's room number. The other 4 bosses have been defeating the Chimera Creator boss. In a room littered with body parts of different creatures, a creature wearing a black cloak was sewing something under the floor, which was the creator of the Chimera. The boss of this tutorial is the Dark Wizard's son, a soldier who was once an examiner on the 50th floor of the tower. The man couldn't believe someone like him would be in the tutorial. Yuan explains that after losing to a player, the boy has lost all his powers and has been forced to become a tutorial boss for 1,000 years. Then Yuan suddenly turned his eyes purple, shocking and angering the boss. "Are you related to that monkey?" the boss shouted. Yuan firmly answered, "I came here because I couldn't bear to let a bastard like you live." The battle begins, and thanks to the Hargon team who helps face a horde of Chimera bosses. Yuan focused on fighting the boss, as the boss's dark magician had a variety of powerful skills, such as a dark coffin that even Chimera couldn't escape once trapped inside. Yuan activated the skills of his most respected hero, Gigantomachi, a difficult skill to master in a short time. But it is not impossible. The battle was intense, and regardless of the strength of the boss he won, he managed to overcome all his skills by managing to get Cinder Eyes, and Gigantification Yuan was able to defeat the creator of Chimera. In the past, the previous owner of the Cinder Eyes had also defeated the Chimera's creator, even though the Chimera's creator was an immortal, with a body that was fortified to be stronger than steel through dark magic experiments over 1,000 years. It has one deadly weakness sewn together from various parts. Yuan can tear it apart using gray eyes. Once again, Yuan achieved an impossible feat and became an extraordinary person. The Chimera boss died soon after, but Hargon was still very angry because Yolche was hurt because of Yuan's decision to defeat the Chimera creator. However, they can easily skip the tutorial just by defeating the Chimera. When asked about his stopping point, Yuan wondered how far he had to go. He knew that he had to be strong because outside the tower there would be many bastards killing countless rankers. That's why he's not looking for a team now. The tutorial administrator appeared and complained to Yuan that he couldn't prepare for the next boss yet, so the tutorial would be easy for a while. Then he gave Yuan his award, the Dark Divine Crystal, a fragment that resisted darkness. In the past, Hades, one of the big 3 of Olympus, created an invisibility helmet filled with crystals. That ended the tutorial. They were all sent to the tower. After arriving on the first floor, Yuan found himself receiving another gift. Kim Yuan got the egg. When it was moved, it was an egg that didn't even have a name. All players were in the outer area of the first floor known as the starting meadow. Hargon met Yuan again and asked about the relationship between the administrator and Olympus. Yuan only answered that he had to slowly uncover them himself to find out their true colors, and then he left after that. Then after Yuan left, Hagan was approached by a group of troops. The leader of the army greeted him and said that his name was Agamemnon of Olympus. He greeted one of the great descendants. The Olympus members told him that he could only receive his message after finding his birth mother. Hargon felt angry and unappreciated because he couldn't do anything, because it could damage his relationship with Olympus on this floor. People who give up to move to the next floor are called jackals. While wandering in the forest, Yuan knew that he was being followed by 20 wolves. It was an opportunity for him to test the stealth ability of the dark divine crystal. He suddenly disappeared, confusing the wolves, and in the blink of an eye he killed them all before they could retreat. Yuan grabbed the boss and held a knife to his throat, forcing him to give the information he wanted. At night, in the central region, Yuan rested and tried to utilize the power of his crystal because he knew the limits of his power, but currently his abilities as a user couldn't do anything. After registering as a player, he receives a globe that can access the internet and communicate with other players. Then he went to the blacksmith shop, where he got the address from the boss. The jackal blacksmith was a middle-aged man with a strong body and white hair. He was shocked when he saw Yuan wearing a pyromancy robe, even though he hid his talent by making dull and ugly swords. Yuan knew that this man was a god with the ability to create weapons. Thanks to his past, Yuan assigned the man to perfect his crystal. At first, the blacksmith objected because he was afraid that using his old cheat material on the crystal would damage it. But soon he changed his mind after Yuan was able to distinguish the perfect balance of the sword. It was something that required the experience and skill of a veteran blacksmith. Luckily for Yuan, it took the man 10 days to complete the purification process, which gave him enough time to kill all the wolves. While having breakfast, Yuan was approached by Hagan, who was looking for him, and he planned to level up his teammates before climbing the tower. Showing great dedication, Yuan suggests that they kill the wolf together. They agree to meet again in the evening. 2 days later, after he left Yuan, Agamemnon, an Olympus member, approached Yuan. Agamemnon praises her talent and praises her for not joining Hagan's team. He invited Yuan to join the Olympus Alliance led by high-ranking members, Lord Ares, son of Lady Hera and Lord Zeus. Next, he insults Hagan, considering him unimportant, and doesn't realize his own mother can't tolerate him anymore. Yuan outright rejected the offer, and let this action anger Agamemnon, who ordered his subordinates to gather 100 wolves to kill Yuan. 2 days later, as planned, Yuan took Hagan to an inn above the rival. A servant told them that the inn was closed for the day and asked them to leave their contract information for tomorrow. He wanted to immediately read the name, which made the servant immediately run away. The man was caught by Yuan in an instant, and it was none other than Jackal the Wolf King. Seeing his suspicions, Kim Yuan shows him the servant's weapon, a knife impregnated with a powerful poison that is prohibited upstairs. The servant reveals his true identity, and is convinced by Yuan to switch from serving Agamemnon to serving him. Yuan asked the boss to gather all the wolves. The next night at the location he chose without telling Agamemnon's group after that, they left when it was just the two of them. Hagan was furious that Yuan used his Olympus status to convince the boss. He is very proud of his own background, and Olympus has always been a source of pride for him. After 2 days of careful consideration, Kim Myung-hoon decided to continue helping you eliminate the entire group of jackals, numbering more than 1,000. After all the wolves gathered, in a cave, the Jackal King appeared and introduced Yuan and Hagan as their supporters. The king handed over all the tokens they had collected. Immediately after taking the token, Yuan flicked his hand and flames engulfed the entire cave as a scentless powder was hidden underground. At that moment, the king realized that they had fallen into a trap, and they both intended to exterminate the wolves completely. He hurriedly tried to contact Agamemnon, but the communication had no signal. Right after that, his head was cut off by Yuan's attack. Meanwhile, Agamemnon is angry that he cannot contact the Jackal King to take his money. Soon after that, Agamemnon, known as the Team, found the cave where the incident occurred. After dividing half of the tokens with Hagan, the remaining amount of money Yuan held was simply something substantial. Some rankings he had seen, but he couldn't convert the money into points immediately, because that would reveal who exterminated the wolves. When Yuan checked the egg without his information, he saw a pattern on the shelf because the item was only halfway there that Yuan could only guess. Its power is equivalent to the king's lightning gloves given as the second rank award to Kim Hagan. In the past, some ranks tried to get the eggs of mythical beasts to hatch them as companions, which means Kim Yuan's egg could be an ally or a creature capable of destroying the world. Unable to find a solution to his worries, Yuan visited a blacksmith. The blacksmith suggested making the sword from the rare and expensive metal mithril, which was known for its mana resistance, along with the byproduct of crystals. The blacksmith saw Kim Yuan's financial problems. The blacksmith offered to make him a weapon because he trusted him. A week later at the Olympus Branch Guild House, Agamemnon received an important mission that, if successful, would help him progress in the future. He gathered around 200 players from the 1st floor to the 10th floor to chase the villain after him. After refining the crystal, the blacksmith immediately called Yuan, who was just waiting in boredom while looking at the blacksmith. The crystal suddenly felt trembling on the ground, and he knew that the appointed day had finally arrived. Outside, Agamemnon's troops had been prepared. It turned out that the blacksmith was not an ordinary person, but Hephaestus, an Olympus blacksmith. Revenge that has been thrown to the 1st floor by Zeus, the ruler of the sky. Of course, a large group of normal players couldn't defeat the grudge even if its power was restricted. Agamemnon, who was known as the party, had the advantage with the support of high-ranking Olympus under the command of Apollo's subordinate Chryses. Both realized that there were severe penalties for ratings that interfered with the issue. On the 1st floor, the battle begins and the clash between the two. The rancor shook the surrounding area, but because the Hephaestus attacked the player from a much lower floor, he faced heavy punishment from the tower that admired the Hephaestus. From before Chryses, he didn't want to fight him, so he quickly used an Aegis shield that was able to transform anyone who looked at it. It became stone for a certain period of time, instantly petrifying Hephaestus with joy. Meanwhile, Agamemnon orders his subordinates to drag the criminals away. Yuan appeared just in time to protect Hephaestus. Yuan was a little surprised that it was in this remote location. There are just 2 grudges fighting each other in preparation for Gigantamachi. Olympus can do anything because if the fight drags on and administrators intervene, Olympus will lose influence on the 1st floor. Aegis can only be petrified once a day, and it is a replica, so Hephaestus, even in petrification, can still move a little. Agamemnon couldn't waste time catching the old man, so he ordered an attack on Yuan, but he easily dealt with all of them, including the players who had reached the 10th floor. Chryses joined the battle and shot sun shards at Yuan, while Chryses was in bad shape from the punishment. Yuan still felt the pressure from Chryses' attack. There's no time to rest. Chryses continuously attacks him, making it difficult for him to withstand the sun shards and burns. However, both of them were injured because Chryses was punished by the system for attacking the player. Just when Yuan thought the battle could be extended, he was hit by an attack from Chryses that crashed into the building behind him. Luckily for Yuan, he fell right into Hephaestus' workshop. When the army was about to take Hephaestus, Yuan returned with newfound strength thanks to the crystal he held in his hand. He was being careful at a critical moment. He didn't attack immediately. But once again, watching how Chryses will use his new powers. Impressed to see Yuan able to control mana of 2 different attributes simultaneously, he invited him to join his team. He once again promised many gifts, but Yuan refused. Chryses believed that one day he could brag about how he fought Yuan when he had just arrived on the 1st floor because this person would definitely surpass his grudge in the future. This time Chryses risked his own life to attack Yuan using a move. That no ranker had ever used that much mana on this floor. Both fell unconscious soon after, but it was too late for Agamemnon to catch Hephaestus because he woke up and was now furiously attacking Agamemnon. He was very lucky because Hephaestus really wanted to kill him, but the administrator of the tower's 1st floor appeared just in time to intervene. The administrator is also angry at the Olympus Alliance for causing chaos on his floor. He gave Agamemnon a warning, stern to send to Zeus. Before fainting, Yuan saw the egg showing its teeth, which made him confused as to whether it was trying to protect or devour him. He wakes up to find himself in Hephaestus' house, after hesitantly thanking Yuan for saving him. The old man reveals his true identity, and Yuan's reaction makes it clear that he has known this all along before leaving Hephaestus, promising to make the best sword for Yuan. While waiting, Yuan fought monsters and practiced controlling crystal energy. When Hephaestus sent a message, Yuan visited him again. The relationship between the two is as good as ever. Yuan was surprised when Hephaestus created an expensive invisible glove for him to put the crystal inside, instead of always holding it in his hand. Then, he drew the sword. Beautiful black sword. Yuan named it the Midnight Steel Sword because it could gather mana and had a high expected recovery option. Before leaving, Hephaestus asked about Yuan's future plans. Yuan said that he would go up now and then took Olympus down. This simple farewell takes you back to the memories of the past where there was no raw adamantium in the world. The old man had melted his hammer to get adamantium and made a sword for Yuan. The old man injured his own hand. He was very grateful. Yuan bowed at the door of Hephaestus's house before heading to the Coliseum. The Coliseum is the first floor test area where the players' strength and skills. As warriors are tested, and players usually immediately participate as a first-ranked Wukong team. In round 19, followed by Heracles, in round 18, and Hargon in round 16. Yuan begins a test where aspiring ranked players challenge their limits, and the more opponents a player can defeat, the greater the reward they will receive. The Coliseum examiner couldn't help but believe his eyes as Yuan fought non-stop without using his real skills. He thought he was even faster than Yuan. He himself reached the 19th round tying with Sun Wukong and managed to get through. Finally, he reached the 20th attempt which no one had managed to conquer. The final exam did not allow Yuan to rest himself. The system gave him 30 seconds to decide whether to continue fighting or not to accept the challenge. The arena shook, and Yuan felt a powerful and deadly force emanating from a terrible creature. It was too fast for Yuan to clearly see the monster despite using his cinder eyes, so he could only defend himself from its attacks in the past. Sun Wukong had told him about this challenge. He had been knocked unconscious by the creature's tail and defeated it. Yuan couldn't believe that on the first level, there was an 8th head. Yamoto, or Orochi, a snake with 8 huge heads that can cover 8 mountains, is an ancient creature that has been sealed by a high-ranking member of Susanu using an indestructible thief sword and is so full of ancient times, after a futile attempt to attack the huge snakehead protected by thick scales. Yuan was not discouraged, but continued to look for weak points on the creature's body because he knew the tower could not present an unbeatable challenge. In accordance with his determination, Yuan found the only place near the snake's heart, where there are no small depression scales. Without hesitation, he attacked and thrust his weapon into place. It instantly kills the snake. The arena examiner watched the battle from start to finish and once again couldn't believe that even Sun Wukong, the successor of the great sage, had suffered defeat. Especially for new players like Yuan. The female elf examiner with 6 knives on her back and waist approached to congratulate him and gave him additional gifts that the administrator had prepared for all trials on the first floor. He never thought the day would come when he would give this sword. To his surprise, it was a piece of the Tosca sword that Susanu had long used to seal Yamada no Orochi. He needed to collect the remaining sword fragments to unlock its true power. The real prize of this final game is the hearts of the 8 Orochi, which have strong poison. Suddenly, the egg announced that he was hungry. It didn't hatch, but revealed its surprising appearance as it didn't have a clear body, but rather a stream of power with many eyes and fangs. It circled around, eating the snake carcass. Thanks to the hatching rate increasing after the eggs were finished and went to sleep, Yuan said goodbye to the tester with a promise to meet him at a higher place. Yuan continued to level up, and after passing the 9th floor labyrinth trial, he returned to meet the person he always called Hephaestus, which meant a month had passed, and Hephaestus asked why it took Yuan 10 days to get through the 9th floor break. To answer, Yuan explained that creating a new path gave him more rewards, then the Ajusi gave him the weapons he ordered. It was a sharp sword but terrible at doing the mana Yuan wanted. Finally, Yuan reached the floor with double digits. The martial city on the 10th floor was an island surrounded by ocean. Unlike other floors, the trials on this floor start immediately. Once players enter it to graduate, they must choose a martial arts school to enroll in, and then pass the exam of the chosen school due to differences from other floors. This becomes a barrier that prevents the player from climbing. A guy from a martial arts school approaches Yuan, and despite being rejected, He recklessly accuses him of ignoring punishment without exerting any effort. Yuan makes him kneel on the ground in shame for half a day, causing the people around to discuss it after 10 days. Tirelessly, he ran west on the island. He finally arrived at Jingjiang Divine Mountain in the western region. While wandering in the forest at night, he found more than 10 skilled people watching him. He spoke, asking if this was the residence of the heavenly demon divine cult. They appeared after that question. This sect had always been against the Martial City Alliance, and its leader was a player from the 40th floor. When they were asked to follow them to the cult center, Yuan refuses and is asked to take the cult's exam. The heavenly demon god that the player never had passed the trial before, they led Yuan on the road back to the center of the cult. When he disappeared, Yuan found himself in a maze that created different paths for him to choose with his sharp senses. He walked into the historical living realm of the Martial City there. He met with the ancient bigwigs, and after answering some questions, he passed the previous exam. He was a normal and peaceful village. The men from the 40th floor couldn't believe that Yuan had arrived before them. A local has lived here for over 50 years. After a series of tiring days of travel, Yuan finally got the chance to rest and immerse himself in the bath. Since entering this country, the egg has never been still for even a second. In the past, Yuan and his friends had discussed the heavenly trials of the demon god cult and the great Murim war, with the prize for the winner being elixirs. Sun Wukong, being the only one who didn't know about the great Murim war, went straight to the next level. Considering his friend Yuan's anger, smiled. About a month ago, a few days after Beklim tiled the first floor of the Coliseum, Yuan found out that the egg was definitely an outer god's egg. When he was wondering whether he should keep it or not, it immediately nodded in agreement. Currently, the egg remains the same, responding quite comfortably when soaked in hot water for a bath, but immediately goes to sleep without answering him when asked about anything else. The next day, in the main hall of the heavenly demon god cult, the 4 celestial masters' sword, Dao shields, and fists gathered to begin the second trial. A year since someone passed the first round, and Yuan confidently stepped into the great hall, ready to face the challenge. Before he could even start, Qian Jiaoyong, the first to pass the test, and now the vice leader of the Black Tempest squad, rushed to challenge. He won. Yuan was very happy with Sean's momentum and strength, but he couldn't engage in a fight without a reward, so the Sword Lord decided to give him a crimson blood pill. The battle begins. Kim Yuan has accepted the challenge of the vice captain of the squad. Even though the punishment has been adjusted, the difficulty is still very high. For the impromptu test on the 10th floor, Kim Yuan won. He couldn't imagine the difficulty of the second challenge he faced. Qian Jiaoyong was jealous when Yuan was seen by the heavenly demon and admitted he didn't recognize Yuan. Young Qian Jiaoyong vowed to give his life to the heavenly demon cult, and he spent his entire life working to pass the exam. He risked his life climbing the tower to become a martial artist. He mastered martial arts, trained as hard as he could. He could and challenged the test, and he was not recognized by the heavenly devil cult. Qian Jiaoyong cursed and beat Yuan, but Yuan easily dodged the attack after dodging Qian Jiaoyong's attack. Yuan shows Qian Jiaoyong what true power is. Yuan strengthened his arms and delivered a heavy attack. The blow towards Jiaoyan was quickly defeated after Yuan's attack. The heavenly demon cult was interested in Yuan's fight because they had never seen anyone as strong as him. The heavenly demon cult gave Yuan a gift of red blood medicine balls, which made Yuan not too excited, because it was just an ordinary item for him. So the heavenly demon cult, in the form of the next test content, told Yuan. Later, the heavenly demon cult told Yuan about the contents of the next exam, which was against the first master, whose exam would be held over the next 3 months, and they would tell him everything to practice. After he took all the medicinal ingredients they had. The medicine storage room manager was very depressed. When he saw Yuan take all the medicinal ingredients he had, the man asked Yuan to return the surplus medicinal ingredients after 3 months, and Yuan was not allowed to let other people use them. Yuan brought them the medicinal plants he collected for training in the area. He was very happy with the training ground, because it could only be opened from the inside and could withstand attacks from the outside. After eating poisonous medicinal herbs for a certain period of time to increase antitoxicity, Yuan absorbed the eighth part of Orochi. After a period of eating poisonous medicinal herbs to increase antitoxin, Yuan absorbed the eighth part of Orochi, which helped Yuan increase his antitoxin ability, and Yuan's arcane power stats also increased abnormally. Outside the training cave, two men discussed Yuan's training for the past month as they didn't see him go outside. Suddenly the cave door opened. Yuan went out after 1 month. Then they took Yuan out to eat. Yuan ate like someone who had been hungry for a long time. Two men suspected he had been starving in the training cave for the past month. Yuan asked for directions to the martial arts library and he left after eating. The martial arts library is very well protected. Here he gathered the strongest people to guard the martial arts library. Yuan had 2 months left to train and then fight the first master of one of the 4 heavenly masters of the heavenly cult. So Yuan started with heavenly demon spirits. During the next month, Yuan spent all his time reading all the books in the library that someone who spent 3 years couldn't finish. The first master was confused by Yuan's actions. He spent a month practicing 1 month in the library and now used the last month to train in the cave. But many people were looking forward to Yuan's appearance, so the first Lord of Heaven thought he would try not to destroy Yuan. The audience was very excited and boisterous when they saw him. The first master Yuan came out late, but he was as arrogant as he was at the beginning. The first master impatiently wanted to check how much he wanted to improve after 3 months, but Yuan left and said that the first master would regret giving him 3 months in this exam. Yuan will choose to avoid or block Peng Baeklim's 3 moves. The First Lord's first attack used Heavenly Lightning, and Yuan chose to dodge the attack. In the second movement, Yuan uses Cinder Eyes to predict Baeklim's movements. Yuan moves at a very fast speed, and Baeklim dodges attacks on the last step but cleans using his masterpiece. The attack was extensive, and the Lords of Heaven quickly prepared to protect the audience. Yuan decided to block this final attack, but he said that Yuan was not his opponent. Baeklim used the heaven-splitting lightning storm of Genesis move. The spectators in the stands were protected by the Lords of Heaven, but they were still disturbed by the influence of Baeklim's movements. But Yuan calmly faced the attack. He managed to block it. Seeing that Yuan was able to block his attack, he suggested that Baeklim would continue fighting even though Yuan had finished the second test. Yuan immediately agreed because this was what he was looking forward to in this match. Yuan was about to fight, but Baeklim was in his strongest state, which made Baeklim stunned to see Yuan. He had a heavenly demon spirit, but Yuan said that it wasn't called a heavenly demon spirit yet. Right now it's just a shield because Baeklim doesn't attack. Yuan has the right to attack first. After blocking Baeklim's 47 moves, Yuan managed to anger him. Even though the heavenly demon spirit was just a shield, it was still enough to scare him. Because the heavenly demon spirit is still incomplete, it will weaken over time. After successfully blocking with the claim of the 59th attack, the heavenly demon spirit had started to weaken, and lost his shield. Yuan had to face Baeklim directly, but Baeklim was too strong. Yuan could only dodge as much as possible, but maintaining it for a long time will cause Yuan to be defeated. Yuan used all his strength to speed up and find Baeklim's weakness to attack. After identifying the target he wanted to attack, but was immediately intercepted with his right hand. Then he was attacked by Baeklim with his sword. His attack succeeded in injuring Baeklim. Everyone who watched the match was amazed. Seeing the Lord who was the first to give in lost. Yuan received a heavenly demon spirit after winning. After the game, the Lords of Heaven discussed Yuan's talent, and they were amazed that Yuan was able to find the heavenly demon spirit in the library and learn it in just 3 months of practice. But Baeklim predicted that Yuan would become a senior soldier and that he would soon succeed in surpassing the god they predicted. Master will soon go to Yuan for the final test. Yuan was thinking about what happened during the match against Baeklim, when Mr. Sean Mujin's servant came to invite. Yuan meets Mujin. Mujin was attracted by Yuan's sword. He wanted to see the sword, but Yuan refused. Mujin started the final test after finishing his conversation with Yuan. Yuan was a little surprised because his hand had not recovered and could not fight, but Mujin said that this fight did not require the use of his hands. And the exam began. Yuan meets the devil and the test with Master begins. Master took him deep into the holy fire palace. There is an old prophecy that has been passed down since a long time ago. A cult decided to settle in heaven and discovered this fire. The cult exists to protect this fire and find its master. The first heavenly demon of the second heavenly demon cult, and even their master Mujin, all died after living for this purpose. This would be the same for the Mujin, and also Tuan explains that he created the test just to find the strongest person to possess the holy fire. As a result, the difficulty of the exam increases, and the only person who has faced this last round of exams is Sword Lord Shin. Tuan hoped that Yuan would pass the exam, and even though he knew that this exam was very difficult for Yuan, Mujin still believes that Yuan will pass this final test. Yuan knew that holy fire only attacked people with fear in the front. Yuan's outsider powers didn't feel afraid because he was sick of seeing them. Yuan struggled ideologically with outsiders, but he ultimately prevailed, and Yuan won the title of Deputy Lord of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The holy fire has disappeared and returned to its original state. After Yuan managed to subdue him a few days later, Yuan regained consciousness after passing the test, and he was talking to Mujin. Kim Yuan said that he did not want to join the Heavenly Demon Divine cult. Mujin didn't refuse, and said that you guys just did what he wanted because what he got was a gift for him, and it wasn't something that tied him to the cult of the Heavenly Demon God. Then Yuan left, and he said he would come back when the big war started. On the 12th floor. Yuan was placed in a team full of weak players. The 12th floor is watched by Hypnos, a ranker from Olympus. Yuan thinks that Hypnosis is taking revenge on Yuan. Previously, Yuan then called the shop to buy some materials to make adamantium, but the fairies in the shop were selling these materials at a higher price than usual, so he decided not to buy any more. The fairy in the shop was surprised when she saw that Yuan changed his mind. She had lowered the price many times, but Yuan still didn't change her mind. He didn't want to give up this opportunity because it was difficult to have rich customers. As he wanted, Yuan finally bought 1.5 kilograms of adamantium for 850,000 points, much cheaper than on the market. A pure blood player who is a direct descendant of the Namgung clan. Her father was the top of a mid-sized Murim guild, a leader who could attract talented and capable people, as well as the support of others. Genius player, Namgung Hoon. On the 11th floor of Agria's dungeon labyrinth, players were very excited because they conquered this dungeon at a very fast speed and were all grateful to Namgung Hoon. Hoon's group was walking when they found in front of them Agria's body, the boss of this labyrinth that had been destroyed by someone with a single slash that they hoped a higher-up had conquered. And they left this dungeon because it had been conquered before the start of the test. A group of players from Group A gathered to ask Yuan to join their group and help them conquer the exam, but Yuan revealed their intentions and advised them to give up. His talent was very good but asked to be destroyed by Olympus. However, Hypnos will receive many rewards after completing the mission. Hypnos was preparing to start the test when Hera had sent a message that the Dark Forest had many players. Team A who gave up, and Hypnosis continued the test, and he explained the rules of the challenge on the 11th floor. When someone gets a number flag, what is written on the flag provides the number of flags, and they can find the flags around the forest. And they just try and collect as many flags as possible, but then they will collect flags. They didn't capture the flag. In this test, people take flags from the opposing team and count the total flags. No matter the method, they can steal, threaten, or overpower as long as they can take it. Tests have kings in each team. The king is randomly assigned to hold a flag, and the number of flags the king holds is counted as double. Yuan predicted that the administrator of the 11th floor would choose the weakest player from Team A to be king, and the result was exactly what Yuan predicted just now. Yuan has the additional task of protecting the king. Hoon was worried because his team members let their guard down after all. They believed that the number of Team B members was 4 times that of Team A, so they didn't need to do it. Feeling worried, he consoles the Hoon, as the difference in the number of members is so big that they don't need to worry. Team A's king was resting when he was spotted by Team B members. Team B attacked Team A to steal the flag. King Halaman was scared to see his teammates constantly being destroyed by Team B. When the opposing team members are about to destroy Halaman, Yuan immediately appears to save Halaman. Yuan threatened his opponents to steal their flags. He collected 27 flags, and now their team has 67 flags. In the 4 hours since the test started, Yuan decided not to collect any more flags. Now he will steal the opponent's flag, and their opponent is also planning like them because their opponent will focus on destroying the king. So Halaman was very worried after hearing from Yuan. Halaman watched in amazement as Yuan collected the flags one by one. Yuan alone had carried out the task of a team of 200 people. Yuan is discussing with Halaman about the anomaly of Team B. When an arrow was aimed at Halaman, Yuan quickly intercepted the arrow. Found that they had fallen into the trap of Heaven and Earth Net. The enemy is also known as Spiderweb. Heaven and Earth Net is a net that prevents someone from escaping. Yuan drew a circle to protect Halaman and asked Halaman to sit, but stay in the circle if he didn't want to be destroyed and leave immediately. After the enemy saw Yuan walking alone, the king took the opportunity to attack him. It was noticed by the big guilds, but they were beaten and destroyed by Yuan's hiding skills. Kim Yuan was so tall that the opposing scout team still couldn't find them then. Yuan suddenly appeared from behind them. He won praising Team B's scouting skills, but the battle they prepared also had many holes. Yuan said that the reason was because they didn't have many people. Hoon and Rule and the other members of Team B have also arrived. Hoon confidently taunts him for abandoning the king. Team A fights with Team B, which will cause Yuan to lose this challenge. Kim Yuan hated Hoon because Hoon talked more than he thought. Yuan asked to start the fight, and he didn't. Doesn't mind facing a large opposing force, but Hoon refused and decided to fight hand-to-hand. Yuan was amazed that the Namgoon clan's sword was stronger than he thought, but it still couldn't make him feel difficult. Hoon discovered that Yuan was the one who destroyed the boss in the Agria dungeon with just one sword blow. Knowing the difference in strength, Hoon accepts defeat to protect the lives of his teammates, but he still wants to continue attacking, so he ignores Hoon's advice and attacks. What he wanted was that with Yuan's extraordinary strength, he didn't need to lose too much power to defeat him and his team. Although he used a lot of spells for each member under Yuan's fire, they still couldn't overcome it to attack Yuan. They surrendered to Yuan and handed over all the flags they had. He believed that Yuan would need help from the guild to conquer the tower and that the guild's profits would make it easier for Yuan to conquer it. But Kim Yuan said that he could conquer the tower alone without the help or benefits of the guild with Yuan. Those things got in his way. The other Team B finds Halaman and starts attacking him to steal points. He really wanted to run away, but Yuan asked him to stay in the circle, if he doesn't want to be destroyed despite being afraid. But Halaman decided to trust Yuan. The enemy starts attacking them, trying to block their attacks without leaving the circle. While the Halaman will be destroyed by the enemy, a mystical force protects him. Currently on Yuan's side, Yuan felt annoyed because he spent so much time with Team B's people, but the results were quite good, so he didn't feel bad. Kim Yuan had discovered the existence of a mysterious person, and he asked that person to appear. The mysterious person praised the flame that Yuan had just used, and Yuan also recognized him as the supervisor of this test. Hypnos didn't expect Yuan to be able to detect his psychedelic skills. He secretly praised his hypnosis talent. Yuan finally understood why the gods demanded that he destroy Yuan at all costs. Hypnos used his night skills to put Yuan to sleep, and destroyed him just as Hypnos was about to finish him. Yuan suddenly opened his eyes and attacked Hypnos and injured him. Hypnos hates Yuan because he pretends to be asleep to attack Hypnos. Yuan answered that Hypnosis had no right to hate Yuan because of him, an act far more heinous than he had intended then. He quickly healed mana to continue fighting Hypnos. Even though Hypnos was an Olympus ranker, Yuan was still very confident when fighting Hypnos. They quickly started fighting. Hypnos suddenly felt the heat of the fire Yuan was using, and he realized the power of the fire was determined by the will of the person being attacked. This is a troublesome skill, and takes a long time to conquer. Yuan also realized that Hypnos could overcome the power of the Holy Spirit. Hypnos is worried about Yuan's talent. If he can't destroy Yuan now when Yuan becomes a soldier, he will become a monster with incredible power. So Hypnos must destroy Yuan at all costs. Hypnos and Yuan argue about the responsibilities that they both bear, each with their own responsibility, and neither will give up on each other. Even though he used the Moondream skill, Hypnos couldn't beat Yuan. Yuan took over Moondream and injured Hypnos. While Hypnos was about to attack Yuan, he was found by the admin who punished Hypnos to revoke his supervisor title and take all the powers of Olympus. On the 11th floor, after the admin punished Hypnos, Yuan asked the admin to take responsibility for this, and the admin immediately promised to redeem Yuan after completing the test because many people around saw the situation. In the end, Yuan gave the Holloman 618 flag and praised Holloman for fighting until the end without giving up. They won with 1236 flags, and they got 12,360 points. When the challenge ends, they are the winners. Then Yuan got an additional 10,000 points from the admin. The total points he received was 20,000 points, and not a bad result. In the Namgung family, the largest group leads to the Murim Guild. They were an upper-class family that produced many rankers and high rankers who brought glory to the Namgung family. The head of the Namgung family, Namgung Jin Woon Hoon, reports to Jin Woon about the exam status and performance. Admin Hoon also reported that Olympus was preparing Gigantomachia. He found Hephaestus, but because of Yuan, they failed to recruit him. After conquering the 19th floor of the tower, he wanted to stop, because if he conquered the 20th floor now, it could be quite tricky. Yuan decided to gain strength first by eating elixir, an elixir worth 1 million points. It is made once every 3 years in Murim. The red medicine ball was bigger, and the place he could get it was the Murim Grand Competition, the day before the Murim Grand Competition. Everyone thought Namgung Hoon would win this time, but after they heard that Yuan was also participating, everyone was stunned. There were many guilds who wanted to recruit Yuan, but they were all flatly rejected by Yuan, including the big ones. Yuan invited Hargan to a place, after talking to Hargan, which is the residence of Hargan, who is called a sinner. Hephaestus forged the weapon he wanted. He made the best weapon for Yuan because Yuan was the person who saved his life. After hearing rumors about Yuan, Hephaestus guessed that Yuan conquered the tower. Yuan promised to return to meet Hephaestus as soon as possible, but the old man didn't know when that was. Did Yuan appear just when Hephaestus was thinking about it? Kim Yuan also brought Hargan with him. An old man realized that Hargan was also the son of Zeus, because Hargan was very similar to Zeus. But Hephaestus didn't have much sympathy for Hargan because he thought Hargan had come to take him away. But Hargan rejected Hephaestus's thoughts and explained that Hargan only wanted to understand Hephaestus in a different light. The old man stopped working as a blacksmith after the battle with Gigantomachia because Olympus didn't fulfill what they promised to Giant. After all, Hephaestus supported this decision. He fought against Olympus because for him, the giants were not monsters, but their friends. Those eyes recognized Yuan as someone from another timeline, which surprised him. But he didn't have a mouth, so he couldn't speak. Is that he doesn't have much information about the eyes at the moment. In the past, it was the realm of Hades, and now Kini is the gauntlet. While Yuan was thinking, the egg suddenly woke up. And under the power of the eye, the egg hatching speed increased significantly. He said that he would continue to observe Yuan. Yuan was brought back to reality. The next target Yuan identified was Trident Peace, because Yuan wanted to learn Kini's true secret. Hargan ran in panic after feeling tremors coming from the blacksmith room. They haven't fought yet. Hargan revealed to him about the news that this martial arts congress would be attended by the Vice Lord of the Heavenly Devil Summons. Hargan was very confident about the news, but he probably didn't know that the person was Yuan. He was the Vice Lord of the Heavenly Devil cult. It was a position that allowed one to command any player who was part of the cult. The problem was that the cult had become inactive in the martial realm. Hargan is shocked to learn that Yuan is the Deputy Celestial Lord of the demonic cult on the following day of the opening ceremony of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. 10 players will take the stage at the same time, and only the last one standing will participate in the main round of the tournament. There is no limit to group battle methods. Elimination will be decided randomly. The early starts of the players playing in Yuan's group were all easily destroyed by him. They didn't even see Yuan's image because he was moving so fast. At the end of the preliminary round, the winning player emerged was Yuan, and the price of losing in the preliminary round made him upset. After the match ended, Moon, the head of the sword sect, apologized to Yuan on behalf of his disciple. He also offered to work together with Yuan, but Kim Yuan still refused. So Moon uses his power to intimidate Yuan into joining his sect. Kim Yuan was preparing to fight him when Baeklim arrived. If he was toasting, worried when he found out that Yuan was the deputy god of the devil cult. Baeklim wants to destroy Jubeg because he is causing trouble for Yuan. He knew he couldn't win against her. Baeklim apologized and immediately left Yuan. He was tasked with claiming the task of investigating the Zhouge clan that supported the head of the Sapphire Sword School, and completed it. Then Yuan went to talk to Mujin, who rejected the deputy master position, and he didn't want any attention, and had no intention of being tied to one group because Yuan was an enemy of Olympus. He didn't want to destroy the heavenly demon cult. What made Yuan very curious, he had spread bad news about Yuan everywhere. Not only that, but he also persuaded other sects to make things difficult for Yuan. 2 days later, the final round was postponed, and the competition mode was also changed to a public competition. Most of the players chose to stop in the final round when they found out Yuan would be competing in this round. But Hargan is looking forward to fight day. Final round, Hargan didn't say anything, since entering the court. Nam Gong Hong appeared and greeted Yuan. Before Hoon leaves, he reminds Yuan to be careful, even though Hoon knows that with Yuan's abilities, he can easily defeat the bad guys who are planning to eliminate Yuan. The match started, and when Yuan entered the field, he understood why Hoon reminded him to be careful. All the sect members gathered to fight him. But in Yuan's eyes, they were just a bunch of useless people. During a meeting of the heads of the sect, Jin Woon finds out about their dirty plans. He didn't expect the martial arts to rot to such an extent. Mu Jin also came in front of the sect head. He stated that the plan they spent a lot of effort preparing was in vain. Yuan has the ability to wipe out the weak guys they prepare, even if all the players attack at the same time. Yuan easily wipes them out. Hargan also helps him be faster. Hargan told the descendants of the Zhuge clan that he wanted power far more terrible than him, causing the descendants to be afraid, because he was only fighting Hargan, and he couldn't stand up to Yuan. They are monsters. They then quickly finished off the bad guys who were planning dirty things for Yuan. Finally, Hargan's most anticipated match, one-on-one match against Yuan. He had been looking forward to this for a long time, even though Yuan was an enemy of Olympus. Hargan never considered Yuan an enemy, and Hargan was willing to face Olympus because Hargan knew that Yuan was suppressing his strength. So Hargan really wanted to fight Yuan to make him show all the power he had taken. He took the initiative to attack. The first price is much stronger than before. Yuan also praised Hargan's speed. Right now, after the first fierce collision, the spectators in the stands were overwhelmed by the two people fighting below. They couldn't believe those two people weren't rankers. When Yuan's terrifying power sword was damaged after the first round, Hargan was also injured by Yuan. But Hargan still felt it wasn't enough. Hargan doubted what Yuan had done in the past, when Yuan only had such skills without becoming stronger. Hoon observes Hargan and Yuan's match, despite being in the same generation as Hargan always felt. Hoon is competitive when compared to Hargan, because Hargan is so strong that Hoon thinks that Yuan will have a hard time facing Hargan. The match is still going on. This time Hargan targeted Yuan's sword, and he managed to destroy it, but Yuan used his mana to devour the thunder Hargan used, and knocked him out in a second. In the end, the predicted outcome remains unchanged. Yuan becomes the winner of the Grand Murim Martial Arts Tournament. Kim Yuan became the winner of the 834th Grand Martial Arts Tournament. The man criticizes him for inviting the Celestial Devil cult, as an ally, to which Jin Woon responds that it would be better to choose to ally with Olympus and give the world to Olympus, because Jin Woon already knows everything he can't take in the Juja cult, and now he had the Celestial Devil cult as allies. Jin Woon can control Jin's power, which collapses completely because his ideals have been destroyed, and Mujin casually finds Moon to complete it. A few days later, Yuan borrowed the Namgun clan's training ground to practice. Yuan was silently grateful for the winner's advantage because this place was not easy to borrow and the price was very expensive. The points he won were absorbed. The gift he received. In the forest, Yuan saw two small giants being attacked by a group of evil people. In the end, Yuan saved the two giants. He was suspected of being a bad person by one of the two giants, but Yuan rejected this and offered to meet their elder. Finally, they took him to meet the elders. On the way, he was very jealous of Yuan because Yuan could easily tame a very strong wolf. He wanted to challenge Yuan, and he had stopped his brother because they weren't allowed to do so. As soon as he stood in front of the giant Adam tree, Yuan suddenly saw memories of the past wild boar, and said that this tree could not burn or fall, but before Yuan returned to the past, this tree burned during the war. Before the giants entered land. The giant reminded Yuan to be careful with his behavior if he didn't want to be attacked. The giants were amazed to see humans appear there. Noir comforted Yuan not to worry because Yuan was the elder's guest. Urfa greeted Yuan, who she had heard of Yuan's reputation, because Hephaestus mentioned Yuan a lot. Urfa was also amazed that Yuan was not vengeful, but he was brave enough to face Olympus. When he only climbed to the 20th floor of the tower, Urfa also warned Yuan that it was not a brave act, but acting recklessly. If Yuan wants to continue living, he must not touch Olympus. He wanted to reply to Urfa that Urfa was a pacifist, while Olympus planned to destroy his clan because he was afraid of Urfa using his mana to suppress what he wanted. But it didn't work on Yuan. His gaze was also very steadfast. Urfa compliments Yuan's grit even though Urfa doesn't have the ocean stone, but he shows him where the stone can be found because Yuan is not on the Olympus side, and because Yuan himself is the strongest player of the era. Yuan is training a group of giants are at war with him. They see him and the rest of humanity as enemies. A match occurs, and even though the giants have incredible strength when fighting him, he is the power. They seemed to disappear against Yuan. He wants to defeat many giants, including Vulcan and Tolkar. He almost defeated an entire village of giants. Yuan also challenged them to attack at the same time so as not to waste time on the other giants eager to see the war. The descendants of the sea also challenged Yuan. The first time they saw the descendants of giants fighting at such a fast speed. Apart from that, Noir is also very strong. He is stronger than his older brother, and they combined very well against Yuan. Yuan easily dodged all their attacks, but he didn't fight back, leaving them. He was unaware of Yuan's purpose. Buar put all his strength into striking one final blow, and he took the punishment. Yuan decided not to dodge but to face the wild attack head-on. Yuan used gray eyes to find a way out of the wild attack. Kim Yuan managed to break a strong frontal attack. Yuan had praised both Noir and Buar because their strength was very good. He asks Buar for a rematch one day, and Buar happily agrees. While eating wildly, the giant eagerly wanted to continue the match after eating, but Juan refused because he wanted to preserve his strength for the upcoming 20th floor test. 5 giants came down in just a few minutes, which was unthinkable for Yuan. He said that he would go look for the stone before taking the test on the 20th floor tomorrow. The giants also know the truth about the stone that Urfa kept secret. About that, the elder didn't tell them the truth, and that the other giants had risked their lives just because of that. Yuan said that Urfa was right to choose silence because if humans found the ocean stone, the entire race of giants would be destroyed. Quant attacked Yuan after hearing him say this. Yuan says that Quants don't understand, and Urfa reminds him to think carefully before accusing someone. Yuan activated the Kini and awakened the eyes to find the ocean stone, in the test area on the 20th floor. On Triton Island, Voir and Noir took Yuan to the inspection area at Urfa's request. They hoped that Yuan would return soon. Yuan focused on finding the ocean stone and left the rest for Buar and Noir to handle because Urfa had changed the rules, so they had the right to fight back when attacked by the 20th floor trial examiner. He was informed that Yuan had advanced to the exam on the island, and that Yuan was protected by 2 giants, while they thought he received information that Yuan had escaped after successfully breaking into the inspection area. He had to destroy the monster. In the next 12 hours, it took hours to win the heart of the ocean. He realized that this challenge was similar to the challenge on the 11th floor, but was not limited to players. Yuan also predicted the live part of the other players' battle, but the final result would fail, considering Urfa's reminder that Yuan had to destroy the monsters, but he had to hit them in the stomach, not the back. Yuan will face more monsters than usual, and this is only the first challenge. Olympus players pray not to meet Yuan because they are afraid to face him. And when Yuan suddenly emerged from the sea, they retreated. When they saw Yuan approaching, but Yuan said that they didn't need to worry because he wouldn't fight with them, but someone else. Just then, a group of monsters emerged from the water. His teammates remind him to leave the island immediately because the challenges they face this time are not normal. Challenge difficulty reset after Olympus withdraws from Challenge Island will be reset and managed by admin. Yuan can find a sea of rocks as long as he doesn't let the rocks fall into Poseidon's hands. The challenge area has been moved to the turtle area. The task now is to destroy the turtles to get the ocean stones. Theseus is impatient that no team has confirmed finding him. He most easily suspected that everything was done by Yuan. When the notification system was about to remove him from the trial area due to his incompetence, Theseus met Sutar near the inspection area. Sitar received Urfa's orders to help the giants in defending Yuan. Theseus knew the situation was not good, so he started fighting the zither. Yuan in the inspection area also felt the arrival of the zither, and he was excited to find the ocean stone. He will become the god of the sea. It was a legend from the 20th floor. The monsters followed him because they were attracted by the ocean stone. The Yuan in the turtle's stomach here is more like an ecosystem than the turtle's stomach because there are lots of monsters inside. Yuan had spent a lot of time fighting the monsters in the turtle's stomach. Even though it's not as strong as Hades' skills, Yuan can still use Kanye's stealth skills. Instead, he thought he would have enough points to complete the mission, but Yuan needed to hunt more monsters to get points. He predicted the existence of ocean rocks and calculated that sea turtles would have strong protection mechanisms that Yuan needed to protect himself from injury. To face the challenges ahead, finally, after fighting monsters for a long time and running out of mana, Yuan finally found the location of the ocean stone. Yuan summoned Hell and attacked the monster horde. Knowing he would be destroyed but still controlled by the attraction of the stone, the monster disappeared with a flow of mana, as if swallowed by something that Yuan didn't know where it led. This darkness felt like his right hand was torn apart, even though Yuan had more than 100 mysterious powers that his body and strength could not withstand. Yuan convinced himself trying to hold on 2 more times. He used Hermes' footsteps to influence items to increase his speed by 50%. Then he used Skywalk to increase travel speed by 100 for 5 seconds. Yuan finally found the stone, and in front of it, Yuan's incredible power and intimidation. The monsters didn't dare act out of control anymore. Meanwhile, Theseus is not sure that Yuan can pass the test and get the ocean stone. The system announced that Yuan had completed the exam. Theseus did not let Yuan escape. He orders Yuan to be captured to retrieve the ocean stone. The zither and the giant couldn't let Theseus do that. They fought Theseus to protect him. Why is it that when they fight, there are many monsters from the sea that appear? The 20th floor boss Leviathan appeared. Now he is the king of the sea. Theseus wanted to take the stone from Yuan, but was insulted by Yuan. Yuan warned Theseus that without water he could not do anything, which he won using Cinder Eyes to analyze Theseus's actions and attack him. Even though Theseus's weakness was discovered by Yuan, Theseus remained very calm. He proudly recognizes himself as the son of Poseidon And as Yuan's rival for Poseidon's recognition, Theseus must destroy Yuan at all costs and get back the sea stone to become the true heir of the sea. Yuan reminded himself to be more careful with Theseus. He arrogantly said that after destroying Yuan, he would destroy all the giants. Yuan regretted that he didn't use the invisibility cloak properly, so things were much more troublesome, and he didn't want to take more time. So, Yuan sped up to finish the fight. Theseus started to get annoyed because Yuan was more difficult to deal with than he thought. Just being fast wasn't enough because Theseus hadn't even had time to use his weapon when Yuan had already anticipated his intentions. It was discontinued because they had a big ranking difference. Theseus will continue to fight Yuan. When his teammates announced that they wanted to retreat because their situation was dangerous and sea monsters were coming. In the end, Theseus also chose to resign. Giants triumph over Olympus. The giants celebrated at their victory, but Yuan wasn't too excited because he had lost against Theseus. If it weren't for the ocean rock, he would have failed long ago. Hephaestus was happy to see the ocean stones that Yuan brought back. Hephaestus also said that because Yuan had surpassed Theseus. This time Olympus probably won't bother him for quite a long time. The old man then helps him make a weapon from 2 stones he has collected, which will take about 10 days, but Hephaestus still needs some materials to complete it. He had to find more adamantium because he used most of it when he made Kanye, so Yuan would spend a little time to find it, and Yuan will leave after that. Yuan remembered his conversation with the king of giants. The Asgardian Odin once said that the sea stone was a treasure that should not fall into the hands of Olympus, but if Yuan gets it, he will suffer the disastrous consequences of being targeted by Olympus. But Hercules said that now Zeus is the king of Olympus. If the giant king goes further, the whole legion of giants will also fight at that time. Things will become more complicated because the 3 supreme Olympian gods do not get along because of the conflict of powers. Poseidon would sit quietly for a while as they all watched each other for the power that Zeus already had. Of the 3 stones, and had more than half the power on Olympus, and he realized there were only 2 stones left, so he couldn't let his brother take him away. So Yuan just needs to make Zeus and Poseidon destroy each other. Yuan returned to the first floor of the tower. He was already standing in front of the innermost wall of the last tower, in a world where no one has ever penetrated this wall. Yuan was looking for something here. The power of that thing does not belong to the first floor. After a while, Yuan also opened a hidden dungeon. He praised the Chronos Watch for working quite well, and after ensuring that the statistics were met, Yuan entered the dungeon. The mission of this dungeon is to find sacred objects and sacred artifact keys. Yuan will be allowed to go to the tower after finding the key to the sacred artifact here. Yuan will have to face the monsters from the 40th floor. The increasing difficulty made Yuan feel excited, and he wanted to rush into battle. After killing monsters, he checked his stats and entered the dungeon gate. He wanted a notification system to the 100th floor system and form. He wanted to go to the 100th floor because he had passed the Susanu news challenge. Yuan discovered an anomaly in the size of the tower. He didn't determine whether this was a dungeon or a labyrinth. Suddenly a spirit appeared. The spirit asks if he is the holder of the Tosca sword. Yuan did not refuse. He wanted to guess that this spirit was Susanu, one of the 3 precious children, because Susanu talked too much, which bothered him. Yuan asked Susanu to give him directions, since Susanu was surprised that Yuan was able to defeat Orochi. Susanu was quite curious about Yuan, and he was also looking forward to seeing how Yuan managed to escape from this dungeon. While talking with Susanu, Kim Yuan learned that to reach the top of the tower, he had to step on the body of a failed person. Yuan stopped in front of room number 1, he had to conquer it. Then, room number 2 opened, and after passing room number 5, you would go to the next floor. Susanu goes on to add that the people here are all people who have been destroyed by Susanu, and the longest residence is about 5,000 years. There is no way to save these people. On the other hand, if Yuan destroys them, they will be free after crossing the tower. For a while, Yuan crossed the 50th floor and found a treasure. 42 days after entering the tower, Yuan discovered he could hear a sound every time he destroyed something. Susanu praised Yuan for being stronger than when he first entered the tower. Yuan ignored Susanu's words and entered floor 603. Yuan's mission on this floor was to defeat King Arthur, the King of England's knights and the Lord of the Knights of the Round Table. Yuan couldn't believe that Arthur had been destroyed by Susanu. Arthur's equipment is still intact, even though he turned into a zombie. Yuan feels lucky that Arthur is now just a zombie, because Yuan can't win if Arthur is still alive. But Arthur's strength and skills cannot be underestimated, and it makes Yuan difficult. That's why Arthur is alone on this floor, because he is the boss of this floor. Yuan absorbs Arthur's anger and asks him to stop fighting. Yuan mentioned Merlin causing Arthur to react violently. Arthur agrees to pay any price as long as Yuan allows Arthur to meet Merlin. Was he curious why Arthur paid so much just to meet Merlin? Did Yuan help Arthur fulfill his wish? Arthur says that Lancelot has betrayed Britain. Hearing that name, Kim Yuan thought that he often heard that name. He was the leader of the Round Table, and a high ranker who made the Round Table a large guild. Kim Yuan couldn't believe someone like him would betray Britain. Because of that, Arthur asked whether Kim Yuan would grant his wish. Unfortunately, Kim Yuan was not a necromancer. He can hear Arthur's voice thanks to the item, but he doesn't have the power to resurrect Arthur as undead. But even so, Kim Yuan said that he would try what he could. He felt that he was not completely out of options. He will also meet Merlin later, and he apparently has to take care of Lancelot for the sake of Britain, so there's no harm in Kim Yuan making Arthur his partner. Therefore, Kim Yuan accepted Arthur's request. As soon as he heard Kim Yuan accept his request, Arthur thanked him and said that he owed Kim Yuan. Kim Yuan now accepts King Arthur's request and begins the purification of Britain quest. He will receive King Arthur's absolute loyalty when completing the quest. Seeing the content of the quest, Kim Yuan thought that this was just an ordinary request, but he didn't think that this was a hidden piece. Not long after, Susanu came over to Kim Yuan. He said it ended in an anticlimax, even though he was one of the useful undead. Seeing Susanu appear again, taking Arthur's sword, Kim Yuan asked where he had been. Additionally, Kim Yuan asked if it was a coincidence that Susanu killed Arthur. However, Susanu refused to answer the question until Kim Yuan managed to climb to the top. Then suddenly Kim Yuan threw Arthur's sword. Seeing the sword go into his inventory, Susanu asked what kind of person would put an item in his inventory like that. Kim Yuan also apologized because he had just been daydreaming about what kind of strange test and dregs Susanu had prepared. Because he had finished his business here, Kim Yuan invited him to leave immediately, because he wanted to finish this quickly and then rest. On the 50th floor of the tower, at the rank handling agency, they were asked where that person came from and where he was now. They were too shaking with fear to answer. The person who asked the question slammed the table and told them to stop shaking and answer him. Someone then appeared and asked if he was going to continue making noise and called him Sun Ogong, or rather, Sun Ogong's clone. Susanu, who was annoyed, said that this was none of his business. But the person he was talking to was the chief of administration, so he asked Sun Ogong to be polite to him unless he intended to go against the rank-handling body, even if it was just a clone. In addition, the chief of administration said that they could not answer Sun Ogong's question because it involved personal information. Annoyed because he didn't get what he wanted, Sun Ogong called them stingy bastards and left. They finally felt relieved that Sun Ogong was gone. They felt that the pressure it radiated was terrifying, and it came from a clone. If it was the real Sun Ogong, the chief of administration was sure that the administrator would intervene. However, the administrative chief said, unless it was an acquaintance, they could only provide information about their rank, no matter who the person was. Leaving aside about those who couldn't share this information, the chief of administration thought that even those who knew all about the tower had little information about Kim Yuan. He asked why there was no information about where Kim Yuan came from. He felt that if this was not an error in the system, it was only natural that the administrator was very interested in him. Kim Yuan has now been languishing on the 20th floor for 3 months. He was sure there was no way he would be satisfied until he stopped climbing the tower. Therefore, he was curious about what Kim Yuan was planning. Elsewhere, Kim Yuan walks among a number of corpses. Now he had completed the 99th floor exam. Looking at his stat window, the exhausted Kim Yuan thought he had finally succeeded in increasing his stat. All that was left for him now was the 100th floor. Judging from the increase in difficulty level from the 90th floor, Kim Yuan was sure that the last floor would really be difficult. Seeing Kim Yuan, who was silent, Susanu asked why he was silent and whether he was not curious about what was there. Susanu was really looking forward to this. Because Susanu was starting to get noisy again, Kim Yuan thought he should move quickly. After that, Susanu said, he never thought the boy from the 21st floor would come this far. He didn't even believe Kim Yuan's abilities, even though he had seen it himself. Golden cinder eyes, gigantification, and even strange fire. All of this made Susanu question whether Kim Yuan was really a ranker. Kim Yuan also answered that he was still not a ranker at this time. Susanu didn't understand what Kim Yuan meant by not yet. Before Susanu could finish his words, Susanu's spirit slowly disappeared. Kim Yuan has now entered the last floor. The system said if Kim Yuan succeeded, he would get Susanu's relic. Kim Yuan didn't understand why Susanu's spirit suddenly disappeared. A moment later, Arthur says the person who killed him has arrived. Kim Yuan was confused because the person who killed Arthur was someone he knew. Then Susanu's voice was heard calling him. Hearing that voice, Kim Yuan was very surprised. Susanu, who was now in front of him, invited Kim Yuan to continue the previous conversation. He then said that curiosity was one of his weaknesses. Susanu asks, when he talks about him not being a ranker at the moment, does that mean he used to be a ranker? Kim Yuan answered, I don't know. In his mind, Kim Yuan did not expect that Susanu would make itself a dungeon boss. Susanu then said enough was enough with half his courage, and asked, wouldn't it be easier if he answered the question? The moment Susanu said that, Kim Yuan activated Cinder Eye. He then invited Susanu to bet, because he also had questions for Susanu. The winner will answer that question, whatever the question is. He then said that Susanu didn't need to accept it if he wasn't sure of winning. Hearing Kim Yuan's words, Susanu laughed. He confidently accepted the bet. The system recognizes bets with Susanu have been made. The winner can get the answer to one question, and the answer given must be correct. The battle had not yet started, but Kim Yuan could feel the presence of many vengeful spirits. Arthur believes it's the revenge of everyone who died at Susanu's hands. Now Kim Yuan understood why Susanu left this dungeon. It was not to commemorate the souls, relics, or items he obtained by killing people. He was not a person with desires like that. Kim Yuan also drew his sword. He was sure that Susanu used a system to bind him, even though he was dead, all so he could fight continuously. The quest to defeat the Death Knight Susanu has finally started with a bang. After the explosion, Arthur asks if Susanu is dead. But Kim Yuan told him not to talk like that because it would bring disaster. Right after that, the pressure from Susanu that came along with his laughter was felt by Kim Yuan. Kim Yuan was shocked because his killing intent was truly unreasonable. He could feel that it was the killing intent of someone who had killed thousands of rankers, hundreds of thousands of players, and millions of ordinary people. Susanu was currently very grateful because someone like Kim Yuan entered the tower. He also lunged at Kim Yuan and invited him to fight. Seeing Susanu coming towards him, Kim Yuan brushed aside Susanu's sword swing. The two of them continued to exchange attacks. Susanu was even more excited because Kim Yuan was able to stop his attack. Kim Yuan used Cinder Eyes to read the attack path, and Sensory Field was activated. In the midst of this battle, Kim Yuan did not expect Susanu to still be this strong, even though he had become undead. He was sure he would lose if he made the wrong move. After clashing swords with Susanu, Kim Yuan activated Gigantification on his arm and swung his sword, but Susanu was still able to ward it off. In the middle, Susanu caught Kim Yuan's right arm. He smiled because he finally managed to catch Kim Yuan. But Kim Yuan also caught Susanu's right arm and attacked him using Holy Fire. After being burned by the Holy Fire, Susanu immediately jumped back. Kim Yuan also thought that currently the gap in their strength was too big. He is not as great as Susanu in terms of strength, speed, mana, and everything. And even Holt Fire doesn't work against it. Susanu, who was hit by Holy Fire, said that this fire was ridiculous. But for him, this fight was very fun. He felt that something like this had happened before. He then remembered his past memories. Someone comes to see him and asks him to kill Arthur. Not a ranker, but a kid. He felt he had no reason to do that. Additionally, Susanu asks who he is for talking to him like this. But the person said his identity was not an issue. The most important thing is Susanu's wish. Hearing that, Susanu became a little interested. The man then mentioned war. If there is a war, then Susanu doesn't need to worry about punishment and restraint. Kim Yuan just enjoyed the game of slaughtering people. He also asked, "Wasn't that interesting?" This was someone who triggered Susanu's greed in fighting, just like Kim Yuan today. With his sword, Susanu pushed Kim Yuan back. After being pushed back, Kim Yuan looked at his gloves. Seeing Kim Yuan, who was distracted, Susanu ran towards Kim Yuan and jumped on top of Kim Yuan. Kim Yuan thought that this really didn't make sense. The bleeding he received would not stop if he was cut by that sword. Susanu, who ran towards him, said it would be unpleasant if Kim Yuan just avoided it. He swung his sword at Kim Yuan and said that he would end it here if he continued like this. With his sword, Kim Yuan brushed off Susanu's sword and avoided his slash. He then swung his hand, and Susanu suddenly felt something. Not long afterward, an explosion occurred. Susanu became even more excited because Kim Yuan finally used that correctly. He also told Kim Yuan not to die immediately, because there were many things he wanted to hear from Kim Yuan. Kim Yuan is not a necromancer, but there is a reason he can hear the voices of the dead, even though he is not a necromancer. Kini is the one who absorbs their souls. And also what Susanu said when he saw Kini earlier. The stone of the sea holds power over the sea. The stone of the sky has power over the sky. And he has the stone of the dark. Kim Yuan's power exploded. Susanu, who witnessed this, became even more excited because the real battle had just begun. At that moment, Kini opened her eyes and hell was summoned. Kim Yuan also ordered him to obey him. Kim Yuan's strength increased drastically. Susanu, who witnessed that, became excited, but he felt something strange happening. He didn't understand why the souls of dead people lost control and asked what Kim Yuan was doing. Kim Yuan answered that Susanu himself told him about Kini's true strength. That is, absolute control over the dead. Kini has now awakened her powers. Susanu felt like he shouldn't have said that, but he asked if Kim Yuan could defeat him with just that. He also lunged at Kim Yuan and attacked Kim Yuan. Now their strength looks more equal. Kim Yuan then used gigantification and swung his sword at Susanu. Susanu could feel that Kim Yuan was different now. But not only was it different, most of the top-class rankers wouldn't be this calm when fighting him. But Kim Yuan in front of him looked calm. They clashed swords again, but now it was Susanu who was pushed back. He was very confused as to why his control over the souls of the dead was so chaotic. He was then surprised when he saw the eyes in front of him. These eyes spat fire at Susanu, making him scream in pain. He didn't understand why his undead body could feel this kind of pain. Kim Yuan also said that fire devours fear. Hearing Kim Yuan, Susanu became annoyed and ran towards him. He was very angry with Kim Yuan, but Kim Yuan just smiled and ordered Susanu to stop. Suddenly, Susanu's body stopped. He didn't understand why his body wouldn't move. Kim Yuan answered that it didn't matter how strong Susanu was as a top-class ranker before, but now he was just an undead. He then said goodbye to Susanu. With his hands, Kim Yuan absorbed Susanu. Kim Yuan has now completed the Susanu dungeon and succeeded in getting Susanu's soul. Apart from that, he also got Susanu's relic and the title King of the Dead. The system notified that the return command allowed Kim Yuan to exit the dungeon, because the dungeon will collapse in 30 minutes. On the tower wall of the first floor, end of the world, Kim Yuan was about to check the prize he had just gotten. Arthur didn't think that Kim Yuan would kill Susanu, but Kim Yuan said that Susanu was indeed dead. More precisely, his soul was separated from his body. He then started checking what he could. The first one he got was Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Even though this sword can make the user instantly strong, it eats away at the user's life energy. And next is the title King of the Dead. He believed this was the origin of Hades' skill. He thought that this wasn't a reward he got from clearing the dungeon, but rather from using Kaini for a certain amount of time. Because he got a title related to necromancy, Kim Yuan was curious about how to use it. Arthur also said that the undead from the Susanu Tower came from body and soul. If he has the power to control a creature like that, Arthur suggests first looking for a body without a soul. Hearing that made Kim Yuan remember what was written in the title King of the Dead. Kim Yuan also thanked him and said that Arthur had become a necromancer teacher. Arthur felt offended because he was called a necromancer because he was Arthur, the Night King. Hearing that, Kim Yuan said that he knew that. He then summoned the first undead. When the system asked what the undead's name was, Kim Yuan gave it the name Arthur. Arthur became angry and asked Kim Yuan to return his body right now. But Kim Yuan couldn't do that, because the Susanu Tower was destroyed and his real body was also buried. Arthur also became annoyed. Kim Yuan felt that it was a shame that he left Arthur's body in the tower, but this wasn't too bad for him either. So next he called Susanu out to fulfill their bet. Susanu's voice was heard. He didn't expect that he would actually lose and felt very annoyed. He then asked what he wanted to know about Arthur, who had become an orc. Kim Yuan answered that it was true, and asked who asked Susanu to kill the Night King. But Susanu couldn't answer that question because he himself didn't know. So he offered to show me his memory. Now Kim Yuan is in Susanu's memories. There is a man who comes to him. The man suddenly came to Susanu and told him to kill the man named Arthur. But Susanu was surprised why the man wanted him to do this to a boy who hadn't even become a higher ranker. Then the man replied casually that he wanted a war. He told him that if the war happened, then Susanu didn't have to worry about penalties and intervention from the administrator, and he just had to enjoy the carnage. Kim Yuan stared intently at the man. That face is a figure that Kim Yuan recognizes. He was the entity of the outside world that could be anything and do anything, and also the oldest god that had ever entered the tower, the outer god Foolish Chaos. Then Susanu became interested in the man's plan to kill Arthur. The man said that the death of the King of Knights was just a small seed, but the small seed would spread throughout the tower sooner or later. Hearing this, Susanu grinned and said that if he liked him more, then he was willing to follow his plan. Then Kim Yuan returned to the present world. Susanu said that he didn't recognize the man, but not long after he met him, Gigantomachia finally started. Kim Yuan was silent and bowed his head. Seeing that expression, Susanu immediately felt strange, and then he guessed if Kim Yuan knew the figure. Kim Yuan looked sharply in front of him and said that he really knew that figure because that figure had killed him and his friends. If that figure is in front of him, Kim Yuan will definitely kill him in the future. In the afternoon, Kim Yuan was pensive in his room. In his mind, he thought that after returning to the past, he could solve everything quickly, so he thought that everything would go smoothly. But what disturbed him was that Outer was already one step ahead and was planning something. It's been 1,000 years since Arthur died, and it seems like it's time for the seed he was about to mention to be harvested. The person associated with Arthur's death is Lancelot, the current king of Britannia. Kim Yuan wondered what incident was related to Britannia. Then Kim Yuan closed his eyes while holding his head like someone who was thinking hard. Whatever it was, Arthur had become Britain's hidden card. Kim Yuan felt that he just needed to go ahead and see. It was for the sake of everyone that he felt obligated to change things. A towering tower in a very dark place. Kim Yuan was there, and he saw Merlin and Asura. Then he stared intently in front of him. Apart from him, everyone would die in that place that day. Then Kim Yuan ran to attack everyone and realized that if he had done so at that time, then there would have been many souls that he could have saved. No matter which world he was in, no matter which timeline he was in, Kim Yuan would continue to kill for the sake of everyone. Suddenly, Kim Yuan opened his eyes instantly and woke up from his sleep. It turned out that he had just had a nightmare. Then Kim Yuan got out of bed. Kim Yuan got ready to hurry, as if he wanted to go somewhere. He thought about the dream he just had. Just because Outer had started their plan didn't mean he had to wait. This was just the beginning. Kim Yuan decided to visit his uncle first before leaving the 21st floor. It was likely that the man had already finished what he had left, and he would probably get yelled at since it had been a long time since he had been there last. Once Kim Yuan arrived at his uncle's place, and sure enough, he was immediately yelled at by the old man. The old man got angry and scolded him for not being able to avoid his attack. Kim Yuan felt that his uncle would stop getting angry if he got hit, and it seemed better to see the old man feel guilty like this. Then his uncle just grumbled, and then he asked Kim Yuan what he had been doing for the past few months, since he hadn't even taken a floor test. Kim Yuan felt that the old man was very worried about him. He even knew that Kim Yuan didn't take the test. Then Kim Yuan explained that he was finishing a hidden dungeon that was very difficult, so it took a little time to finish it. Hearing that, his uncle realized that Kim Yuan must be doing strange things again. After that, Kim Yuan asked about his order. Then his uncle showed him a small, shining object inside a box. It was a pure divine sea crystal, which is a crystal formed from water born from creation and has very abundant water. Kim Yuan immediately picked it up and observed it carefully. According to him, there was not much different from the divine darkness crystal other than the different attributes. But afterward, he felt confused about what the Lord of all Seas attribute meant. Then his uncle borrowed Kim Yuan's gloves because there was something he wanted to change a little from him. His uncle told him that he would make a slot in it so that Kim Yuan could carry the crystal. Kim Yuan immediately felt that his uncle was the only one who thought about him the most. His uncle said that he just wanted to finish what he had started. Then he told Kim Yuan to wait about half a month for him to finish it. His uncle explained that it would be better if Kinni could use 2 different powers, but Kim Yuan could only use 1 fragment for 1 item. Hearing that, Kim Yuan thought that he had to give clues for the future. Then Kim Yuan asked his uncle if he could strengthen the Kinni itself, like using other materials or maybe inserting mana. Suddenly hearing that, his uncle was immediately surprised and widened his eyes while looking at Kim Yuan. Seeing the reaction of the old man, Kim Yuan guessed that his uncle realized that he knew something. After that, his uncle said that it was a good idea. After Kim Yuan left, his uncle sat in his chair thinking about the order from the man who wanted to strengthen the Kinni. His uncle felt that enchanters or others could only strengthen weapons temporarily, and they could not change equipment options permanently. But his uncle's gut feeling told him that it wasn't impossible for blacksmiths. A moment later, his uncle stood up from his spot because he felt something strange. The morning air around him became so piercing his skin. Then he looked sharply at the corner of his side of the room and guessed that someone from Olympus had come to his place again. At the same time, his uncle's door shattered and someone appeared from behind it. He stepped slowly into his room. The appearance of the figure annoyed his uncle, so she asked the man what his business was until he came to his place. Then his uncle asked about the weapon he had made for him. Then the man replied that he had thrown away the weapon made by the old man because he could get a better weapon. Hearing that, his uncle felt upset that he threw it away. But afterward, the man explained that the purpose of his visit was not to talk about the sword. The man said he was looking for someone. He asked his uncle if he knew the Kim Yuan figure he was looking for. Hearing the question, his uncle was silent for a moment. Then, one of the man's eyes lit up, and he guessed that the old man knew the person named Kim Yuan. It was the golden cinder eyes, which was the ability to see through lies and truth. His uncle thought that it wasn't that strong because the man wasn't in his main body, but he was still Sun Wukong, so he would know right away that his uncle was lying. His uncle tried to outsmart the ribbon. His uncle chuckled and said that he didn't know Kim Yuan. Sun Wukong didn't believe his words, so he threatened the old man that he would do something to him if he lied. His uncle put his hands on his waist and stared at the man. His uncle once again emphasized to him that he didn't know the person he was looking for. In another place in a large cave, there was a group of people gossiping about Kim Yuan, who was standing in front of them. One of the men commented on the clothes of immortality used by Kim Yuan. The man said that the price of the clothes was 60,000 points and did not think that there was someone wearing such a high-end item on the 21st floor. Then the group of men had also heard rumors that Kim Yuan was someone who came back from the dead. Kim Yuan looked sarcastically at the men who were gossiping about him. Kim Yuan chuckled because they dared to gossip about someone in front of him directly and thought that the group of men were bored with life. Among the group of men was a man who was a player of the elven race named Reinhardt. He looked at Kim Yuan and judged that he was a loud-mouthed person. A while later, the 21st floor exam finally began. Their mission this time was to protect the crystal from monsters. There are several doppelgangers in the group who are trying to destroy the crystal. The exam will be considered a failure if the number of players reaches 0 or the crystal is successfully destroyed. Their mission is to find and kill doppelgangers, and the test will end after all doppelgangers die. Instantly, everyone was surprised and did not expect that the doppelganger was in this place. Then Kim Yuan approached one of the men and stood in front of him. Instantly, Kim Yuan cut off his head, and at the same time, everyone's attention was drawn to him. They all just realized that the man who had just been killed was a doppelganger. Then Kim Yuan said that he would look for the doppelganger to prevent them from approaching the crystal and told the other group to protect the crystal so that monsters could not approach it. The two men who just saw the action of Kim Yuan were silent and speechless because they were so surprised. Kim Yuan stood proudly with a grin and told them to get ready for the mission. The atmosphere in the cave was very tense. They had a fierce battle with the monsters that kept coming. The number of monsters became more now that they looked a little overwhelmed attacking them. Then one of the men said that they only need to survive and focus on taking care of these monsters, because Kim Yuan will take care of the doppelganger. Reinhardt reminded them not to let their guard down. In Reinhardt's mind, he also realized that Kim Yuan's influence was so great and admitted that the man was an extraordinary person. Being too focused on the fight, Reinhardt accidentally bumped into the back of one of the men. When he looked back at him, he thought at first that the man was Kim Yuan because he looked so much like him. Reinhardt did not expect there to be someone who looked so much like Kim Yuan. Then the man told Reinhardt that he noticed something strange. The man told him that the person named Kim Yuan had not found another doppelganger after killing the first one. But Reinhardt believed that Kim Yuan needed time for that because he thought finding the first one so quickly was already a great thing. But the man suspected that it was no coincidence. Reinhardt felt that the man was the one who was strange because he thought the man only suspected everyone in order to find a doppelganger. Then Reinhardt told him that as long as Kim Yuan was still here, no one would be able to get close to the crystal, and told the man to just focus on fighting monsters and stop doubting Kim Yuan. Hearing this, the man immediately fell silent. In his mind, he still felt strange about Kim Yuan. He was looking forward to seeing how far the Kim Yuan they trusted would go. The system showed that they had 25 hours left. One of the men complained that he felt tired to the point of death. They all felt like they couldn't do this anymore. But they had to kill all the doppelgangers for this to end quickly. Kim Yuan still didn't move at all from earlier. They all wondered if the man wasn't trying to find the doppelganger. But at least no one could get close to the crystal, because Kim Yuan was guarding it. Kim Yuan turned around to face all of them, and told them that it seemed like the doppelgangers had hidden themselves among them. Then Kim Yuan told them all to point to the person they thought was suspicious. According to him, if they kill one suspicious person at a time, it will speed up the end of this test. They all shuddered in horror and thought it was a crazy idea, because there was no way they could kill someone just because they felt suspicious, as long as there was no strong evidence. Then they scrambled to show their hands and report someone they suspected. The atmosphere there became very tense. Then Kim Yuan instructed to bring all the suspicious people to one place. Since most of them agreed to this plan, it was time for them to choose the doppelganger they suspected. But suddenly someone who looked like him immediately attacked him with a gun. But Kim Yuan was able to parry the attack with just one hand. The man was shocked to see him. Instantly the people around felt that the two of them were very similar. They both looked at each other. The red-robed Kim Yuan looked at the man with a very surprised expression on his face, and then he realized that the man was the real Kim Yuan. Instantly, Kim Yuan activated his cinder eyes to reveal the truth. The fake Kim Yuan immediately groaned in pain. At that moment, everyone just realized that he was a doppelganger disguised as Kim Yuan. After that, Kim Yuan immediately gave the final blow to the face of the doppelganger disguised as him, so that the doppelganger died in an instant. Then Kim Yuan looked around him. Suddenly, they all immediately panicked and admitted that they were not doppelgangers. Kim Yuan approached Reinhardt while pointing his sword at the man's neck. He suspected Reinhardt, who was a doppelganger too. Then Reinhardt said if his teammates could guarantee that he was a real person. The purple-haired man, who was a member of Reinhardt's team, immediately assured him, but Kim Yuan chuckled. He still didn't believe even though the man had a team because it was possible that he was a doppelganger. Not long after, Kim Yuan immediately strangled Reinhardt's neck and immediately cut him down. Sure, enough it turns out that he is a doppelganger, but his team members didn't believe it. Immediately, Kim Yuan killed them all one by one. Kim Yuan just realized that the doppelganger mimicked the player to deceive himself. Kim Yuan quickly attacked them all to end the mission. Then he activated the heavenly demons. Not long after that, Kim Yuan successfully completed the 21st floor exam so he can move to the next floor now. There was one of the examinees who slowly opened his eyes. Instantly, he wondered what happened to the exam. Then he found the figure of Kim Yuan, who was already in front of him. Kim Yuan immediately told him to get up because he saw that he was awake. Instantly, he was surprised to realize that the man was Kim Yuan. Then the man told him that his name was Mamos. Kim Yuan suspects that he is not a doppelganger because he still survives until the exam ends, but is actually not entirely sure if Mamos is not a doppelganger. Out of curiosity, Kim Yuan asked who he really was. Mamos admitted that he was a doppelganger, but also a player. Kim Yuan judged that he was not like an ordinary doppelganger and asked about his ancestry. Mamos explained that he was descended from his father Belial, the demon lord Belial, who is a doppelganger king. Hearing that, Kim Yuan realized that he was the king of lies and one of the 7 demon lords of the Demon Lord Guild. Kim Yuan did not think that Mamos was the son of the high-ranker Belial. To confirm it, Kim Yuan immediately confirmed by activating Cinder Eyes to show the truth, then realized that the man was not lying. Then Kim Yuan asked why he was in this place, but Mamos found it difficult to explain and he thought it was not the right place and time to say that. But suddenly Mamos's eyes lit up and said that he was a big fan of Kim Yuan. Mamos admitted that he was very impressed with him after seeing his pass the exam from the first floor. He became a fan when he saw Kim Yuan fight in a martial arts competition. Mamos then said that this did not mean asking him to forgive himself just because he was a big fan of Kim Yuan. Mamos admitted that he deeply regretted his actions and promised not to repeat them again. To confirm it, Kim Yuan immediately activated his Cinder Eyes again and realized that the man really meant it. Kim Yuan felt that there was nothing to lose in building a relationship with that Belial child. Kim Yuan will forgive him this time. Since he had forgiven Mamos, Kim Yuan asked him for a favor to give him his number. 1 month later, Kim Yuan was lying on his bed looking at his pearly whites. He received a message from Mamos that he had received an invitation to take the next exam, the salute. Kim Yuan did not expect to hear those words in the tower. After all, Kim Yuan was able to complete the exams from the 22nd to 24th floor in 10 days. All of this is just the 20th floor exam, he thought. He thought it would not be difficult without Olympus's intervention, so it would be even easier for him to climb the tower. But Kim Yuan wondered why Hargon suddenly sent him a message. In the message, Hargon told Kim Yuan that he was on his way to the 22nd floor and invited him to meet him there. In the afternoon at a roadside cafe, there was a blond man who had been sitting waiting for Kim Yuan's arrival. Not long after Kim Yuan came and without further ado immediately drank the drink on his table. Kim Yuan realized that the man seemed to have waited a long time because he looked at his empty glass. The man said that he was unemployed, so he came early. Then Kim Yuan asked how far the man had climbed. The man replied that he had reached the 34th floor. According to Kim Yuan, that's fast. But for the man, the obstacles became more difficult. Then they changed topics. The man heard that Kim Yuan had gotten the Stone of the Sea. Then he told him that the situation in Olympus was now completely chaotic because of it. The relationship between father and uncle has been damaged, and the atmosphere there has become stressful. So Olympus would be busy taking care of those internal problems without caring about Kim Yuan for a while. But what the man was worried about was that it wouldn't last long, and so he advised Kim Yuan to hand over the Stone of the Sea and apologize to them. Then he also suggested finding a place that could protect him like Asgard or Kayangan. Hearing that, Kim Yuan immediately stood up and decided to leave immediately because he was a little annoyed at the advice given by the man. But the man tried to straighten things out. Kim Yuan felt that the man kept asking him the same thing. Then Kim Yuan asked the man if he had decided where he was going. Then the man answered in a snapping tone. Of course, he has decided and therefore can talk about it with him. The man said that he could even lose his position by meeting Kim Yuan here. Then before Kim Yuan left, the man reminded him to be more careful on the 25th floor. Kim Yuan was silent. The man explained that he had to be wary of Britain because there was a big trap that had been prepared for Kim Yuan there. On the other hand, in a spacious-looking place filled with lush greenery, all the participants had gathered. It wasn't long before the 24th floor exam began. The mission this time was to stop the big cow. The number of big cows that appear will increase with each stage. They will receive 10 points per completion, receive 5 points when killing a big cow, and can also summon a big cow to the opposing team by paying 10 points. Teams are not allowed to leave the designated location and will fail the test if they leave the location or surrender. The team that survives the longest will pass the test, and the first stage begins in 5 minutes. The Mamos's expression was very happy as he was relieved to know that Kim Yuan was on the same team as him. Kim Yuan turns his face away from the boy. He told him that they would be parting ways on the next floor. Hearing this, Mamos is surprised and asks why, even though he really wants to do the exam together. Kim Yuan says that his feelings will definitely change if Mamos does what he says. Mamos immediately became curious about what the man would do on the 25th floor. Currently, their team had a starting point of 10 points. With 10 points, Kim Yuan could only summon 1 big cow. Next to Kim Yuan were 2 men who looked very confident that their team would win. One of the men said that Kim Yuan's presence here would lift them up. It seems that everyone believes in Kim Yuan. There was a constantly repeating notification that the big cow had been summoned. They all panicked as they saw the huge number of big cows coming towards them, even though it was still the first stage, and there were so many they couldn't count them. Mamos smiled at the opposing team who summoned so many big cows to feed them points. Mamos now understood what he meant, which was that they intended to attack the team with the higher probability of winning. Instantly, Kim Yuan activated his Mana Blast skill. Mamos was stunned to see Kim Yuan's action. He couldn't imagine how high Kim Yuan's mana stat was until he could use so many Mana Blasts. Not long after, Kim Yuan threw his power to attack the big cow in a far radius. Everyone who saw it thought that it didn't make sense. They were all stunned to see the power Kim Yuan had. Then Kim Yuan looked back at them and told them that they should try to hold on as long as possible. The 2 men shuddered in horror while Mamos was stunned by Kim Yuan, who looked very cool to him, still on the 24th floor exam. Team 3 looked very relaxed, and there weren't many big cows heading their way. Then they looked at the team next to them, Team 5. They thought Team 5 also made the same decision as them. Then Team 3 devised a plan to make Kim Yuan's team fall first. The window system announced that the 9th stage would begin in 5 minutes. The 2 men on Kim Yuan's team panicked as they realized that the number of big cows had reached 1,000 and still no team had fallen. They also realized that only their team was the target of the attack. Kim Yuan instructed them to hold out until the 10th stage. Mamos became worried because it would be difficult to hold on until the 10th stage. The window system popped up a notification repeatedly if a big cow had been summoned. Instantly, a bunch of big cows appeared continuously towards them. Then Kim Yuan told his team members to just rest because he decided to do it alone. According to Kim Yuan, it would not be a problem for now. Then Kim Yuan tried to count the number of big cow, but he didn't know for sure because there were too many of them and it was more than the previous one. Then Kim Yuan decided to use his mana. Controlling mana would be easier thanks to this skill, but he felt that it was still not enough for him. 50 was still easy to do before he returned to the past. But Kim Yuan felt doubtful and didn't know how much he would be able to bring up. At the same time, the system window announced that the 9th stage had begun. Then Kim Yuan prepared to perform the action. It can be seen that the big cow immediately bounced away because of the mana power of Kim Yuan. In just an instant, he can paralyze all the big cows that come in. It didn't feel like they had reached the 13th stage. Kim Yuan immediately activated the heaven-slaying star with almost 100% perfection. Kim Yuan thought that 10 potions should be enough. He had already estimated the amount he could make, and he thought it was better to focus on controlling it now. Then, Kim Yuan called Mamos and instructed him to use their points to summon Big Cow to the other team because they had to counterattack so that they would give a harder fight. Mamos was worried about Kim Yuan because now the number of big cows attacking them had reached thousands, and asked the man if he was not tired of facing a bunch of big cows. But Kim Yuan still felt confident in himself that even if he pushed himself a little, it could make him last until the end. The two men at the back couldn't believe the power that the man had to control everything. They even thought that Kim Yuan was a monster from a different dimension. This made the two men feel that their abilities were still lacking. Mamos, who listened to what the two men said, confirmed it in his mind. Kim Yuan's power was indeed so strong that it felt unfair to him. As part of the demon race, Mamos had already seen powers that players couldn't even imagine. Although Mamos felt that the man's strength was extraordinary, he felt that he was still inferior to the ranker. In his mind, he wondered if the tankers had such great talent when they were still players. Mamos felt that Kim Yuan was much more powerful when he saw him up close. After a while, the window system told Kim Yuan that he had met the requirements of the heaven-slaying star, so that the level of perfection became 100%. But suddenly, heaven-slaying star was deleted. Suddenly, Kim Yuan widened his eyes. He did not know what happened. Not long after, Kim Yuan got the demonic physique, and the new stat was successfully added. With that skill, Kim Yuan can control demonic energy. He himself did not expect that there was such a skill when heaven-slaying star was perfect. Demonic energy is a unique power of the devil that is like mana, but there is a difference, where this skill has a more powerful destructive power. Everyone around him was shocked. Mamos was stunned. He thought that Kim Yuan had mixed demon blood because he thought that only races of demons could control demonic energy. But Kim Yuan himself didn't understand about that. Since he had gotten the skill, Kim Yuan rushed to invite them to complete the mission. Their team points totaled 24,000. Then he used the heaven-slaying star and summoned thousands of big cows to the next stage. The other team members were seen sitting and relaxing. They considered that Kim Yuan was very persistent, and one of the men glanced at Kim Yuan's team because he was curious about what stage the man had reached. Suddenly, a window system appeared in front of them, telling them that Team 2 had summoned a big cow. Instantly, thousands of big cows surrounded them and suspected that this was all a delivery from Kim Yuan. Then they began to organize a strategy to attack thousands of big cows. The chairman told them to immediately take weapons. But because there were so many big cows coming from all directions, they became overwhelmed, so they died. One by one, the other teams were eliminated. Kim Yuan stood up while drawing out the power from his hands. He was happy that some of them had started to be eliminated. Approximately the number of big cows that had been summoned was around 2,000 per team. They were all players who could reach the 24th floor, so there was a chance that one or two teams would survive. Now the problem was time. If they could stop the big cow, then the rest would be the same. Kim Yuan decided to keep summoning the big cow until they got bored. The men who were teammates with him were scared of the demon like Kim Yuan, but they were also grateful to be teammates with him. After a while, their team finally passed the exam on the 24th floor and earned 5,000 points. Everyone who was on the same team with him cheered happily because they had passed the exam. They all thanked Kim Yuan because they who could not do anything but passed thanks to him. Then they said goodbye to him. Kim Yuan got another 54,000 points and also got the Cloud Walk skill. The skill could temporarily lighten his steps and emit an invisible path in the air. Kim Yuan wondered and guessed if it was a lower-level skill of Hermes' step. But finally, Kim Yuan decided to just use the skills he already had. In front of him was Mamos, who looked gloomy. He approached Kim Yuan with a sad expression, because he thought that the two of them would part at that place. But Kim Yuan said that he could come with him to the 25th floor. Hearing that, Mamos became very happy and excited. He quickly grabbed Kim Yuan's hand and went straight to the 25th floor together. There was a very luxurious and spacious place. Many statues of knights were on display in that place. The place was on the 25th floor, which was Britain. Everyone who was there admired the beauty of the place. Their reputation called a beautiful city was true, and this location was also famous by tourists. At the same time, Kim Yuan and Mamos arrived at the place. Immediately, Kim Yuan was stunned to see a statue of a round table knight and a knight king in the center of the place. The statue was Arthur. Then Mamos approached Kim Yuan and asked why the statue was not replaced, because he knew that the current king of Britain was Lancelot. But Kim Yuan told him that Lancelot was only a temporary king. Hearing that, Mamos did not think that he was only a temporary king because he knew that it had been years since King Arthur disappeared. Mamos became very curious about what kind of person he was. A group of men on horseback came towards the gathering. In the center was the 31st Knight of the Round Table, Percival. He greeted each participant who successfully passed the test. Kim Yuan was silent while looking at the man. He thought that all the Round Table Knight's eyes were really filled with greed. But on second thought, it was a normal thing because no guild was growing as fast as them, and also, they could stay on this floor for life. Then the man asked the names of the two of them who hadn't introduced themselves like the others. Finally, the two of them introduced themselves. Afterwards, Percival welcomed them all with a sweet smile. He told them that his arrival was a noble order. They are looking for someone suitable to fill the vacant position at the round table among players who have successfully passed the exam. After that, he suggested to all of them to rest for a while because they had just passed the exam, and he would explain the details again afterwards. Percival explained that this place was the border with another country. Then he told them to follow him to be directed to the capital of Britannia, which was not far from that place. Mamos felt that those people were very annoying because his gut feeling told him that those people were trying to get Kim Yuan. Then Kim Yuan told Mamos that he would say something just in case and started whispering something into Mamos's ear. Hearing something that Kim Yuan whispered at first, he felt worried, but since it was his words then, he would take it to heart. Kim Yuan decided to go with their flow for now. Not long after that, they all finally arrived in front of a very large and towering wall. Percival told them that the capital of Britannia, Camelot, was behind the Great Wall. The two men looked up to see the end of the wall. They realized that the wall was very high. The city was bigger than they had expected. Before entering, Percival had one question for them. Then one of the men thought that he was going to interrogate them. But Percival immediately straightened out that Britain had very strict rules when it came to demons. So, it will be difficult for demons whose identities are unknown when entering and exiting Britain. Then Mamos and Kim Yuan were immediately surprised to hear that rule. Mamos thought that their actions were too racist, but Percival said that this was a rule that had been negotiated after the disappearance of the first king. Percival asked for understanding from all of them because this was a sensitive issue. Mamos became very angry, his temper flaring up until he finally exploded. Mamos told them that he was the son of King Belial, one of the 7 demon kings who led the Demon King Guild, and was also a top 100 high ranker. The knights immediately fell silent, realizing that he was Belial's son. Then Mamos threatened them to report to his father. Then one of the knights advised Percival to let him in because they also knew his identity. Finally, Percival agreed to this. Then he instructed his men to open the gate in front of them. There was a luxurious building towering from behind the gate. They were all stunned when they walked in there. That place was Camelot, which was the capital of Britannia. They were curious what was inside the king's palace if it was this big outside. At the same time, Kim Yuan got a lot of notifications in his system about the egg. Kim Yuan guessed that there were remnants of the outer god in that place. Since the heaven-slaying star was perfect, then now only left. Kim Yuan thought that he should speed up the hatching rate to find out the contents of the egg, whether it would be an enemy of the outer god or something that might become his enemy. The system kept popping up notifications as the egg told him to hurry up. He became so active that Kim Yuan guessed that this was because his hatching rate was already high. Kim Yuan stood on the balcony overlooking the city of Camelot. Then Kim Yuan tried to call the spirit of Arthur, who had never spoken since they entered Camelot. At the same time, a green aura appeared, which was Arthur's spirit. Arthur said that this place has never changed. This old building is even older than him. Then Arthur asked why Kim Yuan had arrived at this castle. Then Kim Yuan replied that maybe they had told Olympus. Lancelot wanted to meet Kim Yuan, so he had to go with him. In the end, he moved separately with Mamos. Arthur heard that Kim Yuan was going to meet someone today, so he guessed that he would meet Merlin. Kim Yuan said that he had to meet Merlin because he wanted to ask him for help. That made Arthur emotional. When Kim Yuan gave him the orc body, he thought that Kim Yuan was a person who didn't understand other people's feelings. Not only that, Arthur added that Kim Yuan had gone overboard in calculating about reasons and goals. Arthur judged the man if he looked like someone who had planned from the beginning and also had the skills to do so. Then Arthur asked if Kim Yuan could do that for him. Then Kim Yuan bowed his head. He said that there was another reason for doing so. Arthur thought maybe it was because Kim Yuan didn't have much experience because he was still a low-level player despite his strong will. Arthur advised Kim Yuan that he shouldn't be that soft if he wanted to become a ranker. Just as water is balanced, so he must keep his mind pure. But Kim Yuan explained that he didn't come there without thinking about anything. Kim Yuan was determined to change the situation in Britain. In a very beautiful garden, there was a servant who was bowing to an old man. The servant thanked him for saving her from the knight's wrath. The servant accidentally held a round table knight's armor and almost had her hand cut off by the knight. If not for the old man, the servant would have lost her hand. That's what made the servant very grateful to the old man. The old man told the servant to be careful in the future. The waitress guessed that the old man was a high ranker because she saw that the knight looked panicked when he met him. Then the maid politely asked the old man's name. Because of her concern, the old man helped her take care of the garden, and he immediately released power from his hands. Instantly, the flowers in the garden bloomed beautifully. The old man walked through the park while telling her that he often took walks to the park when he wanted to calm his mind. After that, the old man finally introduced his name, Marcello. He told the palace servant that many knights today have put aside their knightly souls in contrast to the knights of old. When the old man looked back because he wanted to ask about the servant's opinion, he found Kim Yuan standing behind him. Then Kim Yuan walked up to the old man. Kim Yuan greeted the great wizard who had founded the kingdom with the warrior king. He was Merlin, but the old man felt that he had never met Kim Yuan. Then Merlin asked him to introduce himself. Hearing the name, Merlin felt that he had heard the name. Then Kim Yuan explained that he was a player who had just arrived at that place. Merlin immediately asked what business the man had coming to him. At the same time, Kim Yuan took a sword. Seeing this made Merlin very surprised. It was the Excalibur sword. Merlin immediately asked where the man got the sword from. Kim Yuan felt that it would be a long conversation, and also that it was not something that could be discussed in the open like this. Then Kim Yuan invited the man to chat while drinking tea. In the library, Kim Yuan and Merlin were sitting on chairs drinking tea. Without further ado, Merlin, who had been very curious, immediately asked where he got Arthur's sword. Kim Yuan said that he found the relic by chance. Then Merlin said that he didn't know where Arthur went, but he was sure that Arthur went far from Britannia. It makes him angry that Arthur hasn't contacted him for thousands of years, that Merlin misses him. Arthur was an unforgettable friend to Merlin. Kim Yuan told Merlin that he just met the King of Knights a few months ago. Suddenly, Merlin was immediately surprised and suspected that Arthur was still alive all this time. Not long after, Kim Yuan immediately took out Arthur in the form of an orc. He appeared in the corner of the room. Merlin wondered what all this meant. At first, he thought that the man wanted to attack him, but this was immediately denied by Kim Yuan. He did not want to explain at length and told Arthur directly to explain it rather than misunderstandings arising. Arthur greeted Merlin by calling him Old Man. Hearing that, Merlin immediately looked back at him with tears in his eyes. He immediately realized that it was Arthur. Then Merlin walked closer to him and asked why he came back in such a condition. Instantly, Arthur glanced at Kim Yuan. Then Arthur said that he wanted to talk to him about something. Merlin immediately guesses that he wants to talk about the person who killed him. But Arthur said that this was a more serious matter. Arthur told him that the person who had killed his son was in the castle. Merlin's eyes lit up and his expression turned very angry after hearing that information. Merlin looked shocked after hearing the words of Arthur, who knew who killed his son. Moreover, that person was in this castle. Arthur told him that Lancelot was the one who killed his son. Knowing this made Merlin very angry. There was an aura of vengeance emanating from the old man's body. Realizing this, Kim Yuan immediately held his shoulder while calming Merlin. Kim Yuan reminded him that many people would see if Merlin caused chaos now. However, it was difficult for Merlin after hearing something like that. But Kim Yuan emphasized that Merlin still had to endure it. Then Merlin again asked Arthur if Lancelot also killed him. Suddenly, Arthur immediately denied this. For him, there was no way someone like Lancelot could kill him. Merlin also realized that Arthur was indeed stronger than before, but Lancelot was now a high ranker. Although Lancelot is the current king of Britain, if Arthur kills him just like that, it is feared that Britain and the Round Table will be destroyed. So Merlin suggested to Arthur to show up. Then Arthur approached Merlin and whispered while looking at Kim Yuan. Arthur said that besides this undead body, Kim Yuan could also manipulate him. An undead has no other choice but to follow his master. Kim Yuan was seen staring at them with annoyance. Merlin was at a loss as to what they should do. But according to Kim Yuan, this was not an impossible problem. Kim Yuan asked him when the next Round Table meeting would be. Merlin informed him that it was about 10 days from now. Kim Yuan then asked if it was possible for outsiders to participate in the meeting. It was not possible, but with Merlin's help, it was possible. When the meeting started, they would turn the Round Table upside down. On the other side was a man walking towards his throne. Behind him were two men who were knights. One of the knights asked if he had done the task he was supposed to do. They were happy to see that the man was doing well. The man said that it was all thanks to the knights. It had been a long time since the position was vacant. Then the man reminded the two knights that they should put the interests of others first. That was the determination of the Night King. The man was the temporary king of Britannia named Lancelot. The two men in front of him were the knight Thal and the knight Lawlet. Thal mentioned about player Kim Yuan. Thal told Lancelot that he had brought Kim Yuan to Percival Castle according to his orders. Thal offered to take him to his visitor's room. Lancelot also agreed to that. According to him, seeing him in person seemed better. Lancelot heard from Asgard when he was upstairs that small to medium guilds were eager to recruit Kim Yuan. But Asgard was a large and scattered guild. It seemed like they were secretly conducting an investigation, because they were quite suspicious of players who suddenly appeared without clear origins and showed unusual strength. The investigation was still continuing. The knight told Lancelot about something terrible. It was Kim Yuan who was the one involved in the death of the Night King Arthur. Lancelot said that it was the master of the Round Table and the backbone of Britannia. Suddenly the two knights were surprised and asked to confirm the truth, but Lancelot told them that there was still no concrete evidence. But since this information was from Asgard, it could be trusted. The faces of the two knights seemed to be harboring anger. Lawlet was surprised at Lancelot because he still invited the player. Thal felt that he could not remain silent as a knight of the Round Table. They asked Lancelot to take action. Lancelot confessed that he too felt very angry when he first heard about it. However, as a king, Lancelot is worried that this will cause confusion in the kingdom, especially if a rancor hurts a player. Lancelot is sure that the administrators will definitely not remain silent. According to him, it could affect their relationship with Asgard because they were the ones doing the secret investigation. But they still wouldn't leave it at that. Lancelot was confident that they would understand his intentions. The faces of the two knights seemed to give him a fierce look. Lancelot explained the plan. They would first make Kim Yuan a Knight of the Round Table and then kill him without anyone knowing. Whatever happens, only they will bear the consequences. Lancelot would never forgive him for trying to destroy Britannia. Moments later, Lancelot was alone in his room. Lancelot was laughing uproariously in his chair. Lancelot couldn't believe they were still blinded by thousands of years of revenge. The man laughed contentedly and thought the knights were fools because they didn't even know who was friend and who was foe. This was very exciting for Lancelot. He felt that he had the power to conquer a large city like this and command many tankers. The King of Knights had enjoyed all this alone, and now everything had become Lancelot's. He thought everything was for the sake of Olympus. In another place was Kim Yuan, who was staring at the door beside him. It has not been a day since he returned to the palace, and he has already started taking action. Then Kim Yuan activated the Cinder Eyes skill that can see through invisible places. Kim Yuan could tell if they were wearing full armor in the middle of the night like this. It felt like his mana would explode at any moment. Kim Yuan saw that their mana was controlled by overwhelming anger. Kim Yuan wondered if Lancelot said something to them. Suddenly, a man approached Kim Yuan and asked for permission to talk to him for a while. It's nighttime in the backyard of the combat training grounds. There was Kim Yuan along with two other people. Kim Yuan felt that this place was better used for talking with swords. As the man took out his sword, he thought that something might be going on. The man had some questions for Kim Yuan. The man threatened Kim Yuan that he would not hesitate to cut off his hands and feet one by one if Kim Yuan did not answer or lied. Without further ado, the man asked about the group that joined him to kill the warrior king. Hearing the question made Kim Yuan quite dumbfounded. Kim Yuan did not expect the man to ask him that. Instantly, the man immediately slashed his sword towards Kim Yuan's hand. Fortunately, Kim Yuan moved quickly to avoid the attack. Kim Yuan alluded to their knightly souls for daring the rancor to try to fight the player. There was a very serious look on the man's face. He asked Kim Yuan once again who killed the Night King Arthur. There was a tense situation there. Kim Yuan asked the man in front of him about who gave this order, but Kim Yuan already guessed that this must be Lancelot's doing. Immediately, the man was angry at Kim Yuan for saying Lancelot's name disrespectfully. Then Kim Yuan took out his sword and immediately attacked the man. There was quite a big explosion. The man took a big hit from Kim Yuan. The system appeared and informed that the penalty had been given. Seeing this, Kim Yuan realized that they did not intend to end this with just a threat. Lancelot encouraged his subordinate knight's desire for revenge. Lancelot unexpectedly let someone else handle this, but it looks like his trickery worked. Kim Yuan would first defeat them first. Kim Yuan immediately moved to attack the man very quickly. The man wondered what that was about. When Kim Yuan covered his sword, for some reason it felt so cold that it gave him goosebumps. Then suddenly there was a voice telling Kim Yuan not to kill them, because they didn't know the truth. Kim Yuan also realized that they acted like this because of their loyalty. But Kim Yuan didn't know, and wondered what she should do now. Kim Yuan thought of showing Arthur to them. However, Kim Yuan immediately ignored it. Arthur and Merlin knew each other, so he trusted him. The two knights were tricked by the information about Kim Yuan killing Arthur. After all, before the round table meeting started, Kim Yuan had to hide Arthur's whereabouts. After that, another knight stepped forward in front of Kim Yuan. That knight was named Lollet. The man challenged Kim Yuan to a duel. The effect will disappear when a third party intervenes. Kim Yuan asked to make sure that the person behind him wouldn't move. Lollet said that two people against one player would tarnish his pride. Kim Yuan did not expect that the man still remembered his knighthood. However, Kim Yuan thought that the man didn't seem to intend to win. Kim Yuan reminded him that underestimating his opponent would end in death. Confidently, Lynette said that they always won by having this kind of fight. That's how the round table was formed. It seemed that Kim Yuan was frowning. Talking about the reputation of the round table was crazy to him. There were hundreds to thousands of years of bloody history before Britain and the round table were formed. Kim Yuan criticized the person who dared to boast of his power over something built by others. That person shamelessly uttered words that should have been said by someone who was truly entitled. Kim Yuan emphasized that it wasn't he who won her. Kim Yuan will teach him that right now. There was a very strong aura emanating from the man's body. Kim Yuan's hands are infused with gigantic power. Constitution will become strength for a while. Once again, there was a voice telling Kim Yuan not to finish them off. Kim Yuan also did not intend to kill them, but he thought they should still be taught a lesson. Kim Yuan ran towards Lynette as he drew his sword. There was a huge explosion in the middle of the fighting area. Lynette immediately took out the shield of the round table, which protected him from his opponent. Kim Yuan attacked Lynette relentlessly. As Lynette suspected, Kim Yuan was not a random person. Kim Yuan realized that he should not underestimate him just because he was a player. Lynette suddenly counterattacked Kim Yuan. Suddenly, Kim Yuan immediately retreated backwards to avoid the attack. It seemed that Lynette was indeed a real ranker. His fighting style focused on defense, but he had enough power to destroy the castle walls. Kim Yuan thought that the man was like a giant tank. With confidence, Lynette said that he would engage Kim Yuan in a battle of strength. That was what Kim Yuan wanted. Kim Yuan immediately ran towards Lynette. Now Kim Yuan's body was flowing with the power of a giant. Knowing this made Kim Yuan feel lucky. Kim Yuan managed to do a perfect gigantification for the first time. Lynette seemed overwhelmed by Kim Yuan's attacks. He wondered what kind of power Kim Yuan had given him. Not only strength, the kini was forged by a talented artist and used adamantium, which was the best metal as its material. Kim Yuan emphasized that Lynette must pay for his actions. Instantly, Kim Yuan attacked his opponent with great power. Kim Yuan attacked him relentlessly and mercilessly. Lynette's condition began to look alarming. He thought that Kim Yuan didn't have any special abilities, but he didn't expect that he could surpass him with just strength. Charge has been activated. There was a powerful aura on Kim Yuan's clenched right hand. Instantly, Kim Yuan gave Lynette a punch attack. In just one strike, his shield that protected his enemy was instantly destroyed. It left Lynette in shock and wondering how Kim Yuan could do it. Even though Kim Yuan was not a ranker, but just a player. Moments later, there was a puff of black smoke that enveloped the battle area. The atmosphere in the place looked very chaotic. Kim Yuan reminded them that if they thought of him as the one who was involved in Arthur's murder and tried to kill him, then they should throw away their chivalry. Kim Yuan didn't care how many of them attacked him. Trying to fight alone was reckless. The knight admitted that he had been careless. But if Kim Yuan's intention is to fight the two of them, then they will make Kim Yuan regret it. Instantly, the knight pulled out the giant sword skill. Kim Yuan quickly moved to avoid these attacks. Kim Yuan immediately activated the Sky Step skill, and his speed increased by 100% for 5 seconds. Kim Yuan can stand in the sky for 5 seconds. The Cinder Eyes skill reads the path, and the Sensory Field skill has been enhanced. Kim Yuan brutally attacked his opponent. There was a fierce battle between them. Explosions happened everywhere. A lot of blood came out of Thal's mouth. His penalty was getting worse. Thal realized that they would be at a disadvantage if the fight was prolonged. Therefore, Thal had to end it in one strike. When Kim Yuan attacked them, Thal immediately ordered Lynette into action. Then the two of them immediately worked together to attack Kim Yuan. However, it was unexpected that the penalty would be this severe even if it was just to survive. But even if they had to die, they would be willing to do everything for Britain. Kim Yuan thought that this was a bit dangerous. If he acts carelessly, then he will lose. At least Kim Yuan can use this for 1 minute. But if it's enough to stop him, then there's no harm in trying. Kim Yuan could see very clearly the point where he could break through. Kim Yuan tried to pull out all the stops. Instantly, there was a huge explosion in the battle area. As a result, the surroundings of the place were devastated. The explosion could even be seen clearly from a considerable distance. A few moments later, the condition of the two knights was already poor. Their bodies were covered in wounds. A lot of blood was pouring out of the knight's body. But Kim Yuan felt grateful that they were still alive. The knight was sure that the one just now was Demon Key. He didn't expect Kim Yuan to be able to use mana. The knight wondered how two different forces could be together like that. After all, they couldn't possibly survive. It became more difficult to get information, but they had secured a lead. Suddenly, a black silhouette emerged from the puff of smoke. It slowly walked closer to them. The mysterious figure didn't expect the field to be this chaotic. It turned out that the figure was Lancelot. Realizing that, the two knights immediately gave him a respectful greeting. Kim Yuan seemed to glance at him with a sharp gaze. He didn't expect that Lancelot would come in person. To him, Lancelot was a traitorous knight. Thal and Lolette immediately bowed before Lancelot while apologizing to him. For his actions that tried to tarnish Britannia and the name of the Knight of the Round Table, Lancelot would give the two knights the death penalty. Lancelot immediately took out his sword and beheaded them both sadistically. The surroundings were covered in blood. Lancelot muttered in annoyance and criticized the bastards who he thought had disgraced the country. Meanwhile, Kim Yuan looked shocked to see the incident. Kim Yuan's hand seemed to be tightly grasping his sword. Kim Yuan felt like killing Lancelot that very second. However, Kim Yuan had to be patient for now. If Lancelot died here, then people would remember him as an honorable king who protected the peace of Britannia. Then Lancelot glanced at Kim Yuan while washing away the blood on his face. There was a sharp look and a bright light in his eyes. Kim Yuan wondered if there was an outer god inside his body. Kim Yuan was sure that this must be Olympus's order. If not, then there was no reason for him to attack him when Arthur had not yet appeared. But according to Kim Yuan, it was time for Olympus to save itself. Kim Yuan wondered if there was something that made them move. If it's not related to the outer god, then there is one possibility. Lancelot told Kim Yuan that these knights were in an unstable state because of the Night King. Lancelot apologized for their impoliteness. Lancelot thought Kim Yuan must feel uncomfortable for being involved in this matter. Lancelot said he wanted to talk to Kim Yuan to calm him down. Instantly, Kim Yuan cut off Lancelot's conversation and walked past him. With a harsh tone, Kim Yuan told him to call him when he was ready. Seeing Kim Yuan's attitude like that, Lancelot looked at him with a fierce gaze. Lancelot thought he had made a mistake. He felt very sorry for only sending 2 knights. He should have sent more knights. At the same time, there was someone using a skill to improve the condition of the field. Lancelot was very surprised by this. Lancelot wondered what was going on with the people in the castle. Lancelot wondered what business they had here at night. The next morning, the sky was clear and slightly cloudy. The knights gathered in the center of the field. They felt that this field was different from the usual. They all threw questions at each other. Suddenly, the commander came and told them to line up immediately, in another place. There was Kim Yuan, who was eating meat for breakfast. Kim Yuan sat at the long dining table where in front of him was Lancelot. The atmosphere was quiet and both of them were silent to each other. Kim Yuan thought that the situation had calmed down despite yesterday's strong mana clash. Suddenly, Kim Yuan threw his knife at the plate, breaking the silence. Ruthlessly, Kim Yuan said that he didn't like it on the grounds that the meat still smelled of blood. Lancelot thought that Kim Yuan was not used to eating fancy food. Then Lancelot asked Kim Yuan how he knew the Elder Merlin. Lancelot didn't pay much attention to him because he was only interested in the garden and other small things. However, Lancelot noticed that Elder Merlin had been out a lot lately since Kim Yuan's arrival. Then last night, Elder Merlin also appeared in the field after Kim Yuan left. Kim Yuan told him that they just happened to meet. Then Kim Yuan told him to get to the point. According to him, this was not like Lancelot to talk casually. Lancelot locked up the player by filling this place with mana. Kim Yuan admits that the man is very cunning. Even Kim Yuan can't send messages or voice messages like this. Lancelot discussed Kim Yuan, who is known to have the Stone of the Sea. Lancelot told him that his acquaintance wanted Kim Yuan, and he asked him to hand it over. Kim Yuan realized that it was Poseidon who needed the Stone of the Sea. Lancelot emphasized to Kim Yuan not to mention his name carelessly. Lancelot intends to take it by force. When Kim Yuan entered Britannia, killing or trapping him, Lancelot had many ways to deal with him. As expected, his initial plan was to get rid of Mamos, but he probably knew that Mamos was the son of Belial until the knight acted like that. Then Lancelot advised Kim Yuan to hand over the Stone of the Sea and swear submission. That way Lancelot would pretend nothing happened and promise to help him. Hearing this, Kim Yuan laughed sarcastically, even though yesterday Lancelot sent a sword to kill him. But his decree changed in just one night. Kim Yuan admitted that Lancelot was really good at calming the situation. Lancelot's face was very emotional as he heard Kim Yuan's insult. Lancelot did not expect Kim Yuan's insolence. Kim Yuan knew about it, even though Lancelot himself didn't realize anything. Then Kim Yuan walked away, leaving Lancelot there. Kim Yuan thought that Poseidon had made his move earlier. With his position, he should be able to handle him at any time. Seeing the man's attitude that suddenly changed, Kim Yuan was sure that there must be a reason for the change. Kim Yuan suspected that he was preparing for a war against Zeus, the player who had a high probability of becoming a top-class ranker and Stone of the Sea. In other words, he wanted Kim Yuan's power. He gave Kim Yuan a high rating, but Kim Yuan couldn't fight Zeus yet. Kim Yuan was curious and wondered if the man had other guarantees. But in any case, Kim Yuan would be grateful if they killed each other. Then the spirit suggested to Kim Yuan to hold on a little longer as they didn't have much time. He had already prepared the stage for him. There was a new message saying that it would happen tomorrow and reminding Kim Yuan to be prepared. The next day at Camelot's Round Table meeting room, every seat was filled with people who had attended. There was Kim Yuan sitting next to Merlin. There was someone who was secretly watching Kim Yuan's direction. That person was aware of Kim Yuan's figure because he had always heard about his rumors. It was good to see Elder Merlin attending the meeting after a long time. However, they did not know why Elder Merlin had brought Kim Yuan. The man felt that this meeting would be different from usual. Moreover, the two round knight seats were empty, which should have been filled by Thal as well as Lawlette. The man was the first knight of the Round Table, and Arthur's right-hand man named Gawain, while the man beside him was the knight of the Round Table named Zidrak. Zidrak spoke to Gawain through telepathy. While looking at Kim Yuan, who was in front, he said that Kim Yuan looked a little different. He could see that from his expression. Then Lancelot said that it shouldn't be allowed to bring outsiders to the Round Table. But since the Merlin elders were here, they would make an exception. There was also something that Lancelot wanted to talk to Kim Yuan about. Everyone was silent, and no one dared to utter a single word. Even though everyone agreed, Lancelot said it didn't change the fact that Kim Yuan was still an outsider. Lancelot asked if Kim Yuan knew what it meant to sit on that chair, let alone whose chair Kim Yuan was sitting on. Kim Yuan casually replied that he didn't know the meaning. Then Kim Yuan mentioned that the empty seat belonged to Thal or Lawlette. Seeing Kim Yuan's haughty attitude made them upset. Not only that, Kim Yuan told them all that Lancelot had killed the two knights in front of his eyes directly last night. Suddenly, everyone immediately felt emotional hearing the words of Kim Yuan. They thought that Kim Yuan had spoken carelessly. They wanted to expel Kim Yuan from this place. Lancelot immediately stopped the men and confessed that he was the one who killed Thal and Lawlette. Suddenly, the men were shocked to hear it. Lancelot was sure that Kim Yuan knew why he was doing that. Lancelot asked Kim Yuan to tell the truth. Kim Yuan reminded Lancelot not to misunderstand. Lancelot was the one who had to atone for his sins here, not Kim Yuan. Kim Yuan immediately got up from his seat and walked towards the door. Everyone seemed to be watching him. They wondered what Kim Yuan was planning to do. Lancelot wondered what made Kim Yuan so confident when he entered the tiger's den. Kim Yuan told them all that they had a guest. Kim Yuan thought they would all be happy to see him. Slowly, the door to the room opened, and a large man appeared from behind the door. To their surprise, they all saw that it was Arthur. All of them immediately approached Arthur. They welcomed Arthur well. Then Arthur greeted Gawain and asked how his son was doing. Gawain was very surprised to see Arthur's sudden arrival like this. Gawain asked where Arthur had been all this time. Lancelot was silent in his seat. His whole body felt shaky because he did not expect the current situation. Lancelot thought this was impossible. Lancelot was sure that Arthur was dead. The end came when Arthur returned as king. That was not something Lancelot would allow. Lancelot kept thinking and thinking what he should do. Lancelot instantly remembered what Thal and Laulette said yesterday about the demon race that came with Kim Yuan. Suddenly, Lancelot immediately got up while pounding on his desk. This drew the attention of everyone. Then Lancelot emphasized to them that Kim Yuan came to Camelot along with a demon descendant of Belial. Lancelot was sure that the person was a doppelganger and a fake. The knights confirmed Lancelot's words. They saw it for themselves when he let the demon in. The knights confirmed that Kim Yuan was related to the demon race. However, some of them were skeptical because they saw the symbol of the Night King. It was Excalibur that there should be no need to doubt. Then Lancelot immediately took his sword. Seeing this made people panic. No matter how real it was, according to Lancelot, it was a fake person who was obviously similar in appearance. Lancelot immediately slashed his sword at Arthur's figure, but Merlin quickly brushed off Lancelot's attack. Then suddenly Arthur's figure turned into Mamos. Suddenly everyone was shocked and realized that it was really fake. Everyone became angry because they dared to degrade the round table. But they did it to trap Lancelot. As you know, it is impossible for Arthur to come back directly here. Instantly, a huge orc figure appeared in their midst. It was the real Arthur. Arthur looked sharply at Lancelot and called out to him. Suddenly, Lancelot was surprised to see the figure in front of him. Arthur immediately asked Lancelot how he knew that he was dead. There was a panicked look on Lancelot's face. All the nerves in Lancelot's body immediately reacted with energy. This made Lancelot sure that the figure was really Arthur. Lancelot was silent and did not give any answer. Then Arthur once again asked him. Everyone noticed the incident. Elder Merlin reminded Gawain not to disturb them as they both needed to talk. Gawain nodded and listened to her. Lancelot dodged Arthur's question. In a nervous tone, Lancelot admitted that he only realized that the demon was a fake Arthur. Then Arthur mentioned Lancelot's words that he received the king's seal from him. After that, Kim Yuan gave it to Arthur's hand. Then Arthur explained that it was a sign that Arthur had chosen him as the next king. But Arthur has one of the two seals in this world. Arthur asked Lancelot seriously where he got it from. Arthur guessed that Lancelot got it after killing Mordred Pendragon. Lancelot was transfixed and speechless. He looked panicked because he couldn't find a reason for it, especially when Lancelot saw all the eyes staring at him. It made Lancelot even more frightened. In his mind, Lancelot kept saying bad luck. Because he had been caught red-handed, Lancelot finally ran away from that place. Lancelot jumped off the balcony to get away from all of them. The knight still didn't understand what was really going on. He was confused as to who they should believe. Then his companion realized that Lancelot had escaped. It showed clearly that they had to chase and catch him. Arthur told them to stop. He said that if the knights of the Round Table moved together, the people would be frightened. Arthur reminded them that the Round Table's priority was the people. Even if they didn't chase him, Lancelot wouldn't be able to get out of Camelot. Lancelot's main goal now is to get out of Camelot. But since he could not ignore Britannia, he would only escape for now and make other plans for the future. Lancelot was seen running very fast towards the gate. He told the guards to immediately open the gate right now. Suddenly, the guards immediately followed Lancelot's orders. However, when Lancelot was about to step out of the gate, there was a huge explosion. This caused Lancelot's body to bounce backwards. The guards who saw the incident were shocked. The system informed them that this area had been temporarily converted into a prison so that Lancelot could not get out. Lancelot chuckled, certain that this was the work of the Elder Merlin. There was magic all around Camelot that looked like a barrier so that no one could get out. Not long after came Merlin, who shouted to remind everyone to stay away from the castle. Suddenly there was a chain binding Lancelot's entire body. Lancelot struggled to free himself. Merlin stood in front of Lancelot while pointing his staff. Everyone who saw this looked surprised. They did not expect Merlin to dare to do that. Then Merlin ordered them to retreat if they didn't want to get caught up in this mess. Merlin explained that Lancelot was no longer the king of Britannia, but a traitor. That's what Kim Yuan said. Although Arthur changed his appearance, it seemed like the Knight of the Round Table would realize that the mana flowing from his body was fake. That's why Arthur's energy was channeled around Mamos's body. That way he could deceive the Round Table. Merlin told Lancelot to tell everyone the disgusting things Lancelot had done. Otherwise, Merlin would make him suffer the most painful death. Merlin had one question about why Lancelot had done this. As Lancelot grinned, he said casually that he only did it because he wanted to be a king. Lancelot's face suddenly turned sinister. His eyeballs could be seen emitting light. There was a huge explosion that destroyed the whole place. Merlin remembered Kim Yuan's words that the monster inside Lancelot did not use magic or demonic energy. Perhaps it was because of that energy that Lancelot betrayed Arthur. Now Lancelot seemed to have turned into a sinister figure. Merlin would not let him out of Camelot. Then Merlin raised his wand to do something to the man. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion. Lancelot changed the direction of his attack towards the city. Realizing this made Merlin panic and thought Lancelot was crazy. Then Merlin used his skills to protect Britannia. Merlin mentioned Lancelot's words earlier that he wanted to be king, but he made the people hostage at night. Lancelot is a man who has no shame. There was great chaos ahead due to Lancelot's actions. There were cracks in the prison. No matter how strong Merlin was, Lancelot was sure that Merlin wouldn't be able to fight a high ranker while maintaining his skills. In his mind, Merlin muttered in annoyance. Then Merlin quickly restored his crack. Merlin felt that his goal from the beginning was to spread his magic power. It kept repeating itself over and over again. Kim Yuan stared at the huge chaos unfolding before his eyes. Kim Yuan couldn't let Lancelot escape, but fighting a high ranker as a player would give himself a penalty. Then, Kim Yuan and Arthur surrounded Lancelot. Arthur had been waiting for this day to come. Today, Arthur will kill him with his own hands. Then, Arthur and Kim Yuan simultaneously attacked Lancelot. However, Lancelot was able to withstand their attacks. Lancelot emphasized to Arthur that he could not defeat him when he became undead. Lancelot felt that he was much stronger than before. Then Kim Yuan acted immediately. Kim Yuan's entire body has been enveloped with giant power. Instantly, Kim Yuan gave an attack with the Summoning Hell skill. Realizing that, Lancelot was very surprised. There was a voice telling Lancelot to run. However, Lancelot hesitated to run just because of a player. Then the voice reminded Lancelot to use his fear to get stronger and told him to run. But Lancelot refused. He told him that this was the body of a high ranker's, so there was nothing to be afraid of. It was too late. His body, his soul, and everything would be devoured. It was too late. Lancelot's body and soul, everything would soon be devoured. Lancelot's body was seen to be scorched. He looked very tortured. Mysterious Egg showed its form. Mysterious Egg feasted on Lancelot's betrayal and greed. Lancelot's body was seen disintegrating bit by bit. He was screaming like he was in agony. Lancelot was very angry with Yuan, because he thought this all started with Yuan. Kim Yuan and the others activated the Forest of Sword skill. Lancelot continued to whimper in pain. Elder Merlin said that this was very sad. Lancelot continued to scream in pain. He asked everyone to save his life. Lancelot begged Kim Yuan and the others to help him. Lancelot said that he would do anything if he was saved. Thal, Lollet, and Modred. All of these are the reasons Lancelot must die. Instantly, Lancelot was dead. The system confirmed that the seat of King of Britain became vacant, leaving 10 days for the election of a new king. By getting the majority vote, Kim Yuan can secure the title of King of Britain. The system added that Kim Yuan had leveled up. Kim Yuan's dexterity increased by 2, Kim Yuan's constitution increased by 1, and Kim Yuan gained 200,000 points. Kim Yuan said that after this incident he managed to get points, just like Orochi's head. Then Kim Yuan wondered if this one was considered a boss. In addition, it is known that his name is not just Lancelot. He has betrayal and greed behind his name. Judging from the outsiders who had nicknames that matched their attributes and traits, the seed that foolish chaos added to Lancelot must be related to greed. The system confirmed that Mysterious Egg was stroking his stomach and singing. Kim Yuan said that the incubation rate was almost 70%. Kim Yuan thinks that compared to Orochi, this egg takes longer to eat. It's as if the portion is more. Suddenly something happened. Kim Yuan was a little surprised. He didn't seem to know what had happened just now. Then Elder Merlin guessed that it had released the same energy as Lancelot. But Elder Merlin thought his guess was wrong. He thought it was like a bigger monster. Then Elder Merlin asked if that was the reason Kim Yuan had become so powerful. Kim Yuan responded to Elder Merlin's question, saying, "Outer." Kim Yuan asked Elder Merlin to call him by that title. Kim Yuan said that he didn't know the details. Elder Merlin was a little surprised after knowing the designation. He thought the outer designation was a little strange. Then Kim Yuan felt that the situation was not over. Kim Yuan said what he felt to Elder Merlin. Kim Yuan told the others that an unusually strong attack would soon attack them. Elsewhere, it seemed that Poseidon was very angry. The yellow-haired man told Poseidon that he had opened the way. Poseidon said that he would barge in, just like now. It seemed like Poseidon didn't want to have this conversation for long. He wanted to get straight to the point with the yellow-haired man. Poseidon told the man with yellow hair that now in Britain, Lancelot had been defeated. It is known that the yellow-haired man is one of the 3 gods of Olympus, or the ruler of lightning, the man named Zeus. It seems that Zeus has known all the events that happened on Olympus. Then Poseidon asked what Zeus would do after this incident. Then Zeus replied that they had to avoid fighting, so there was no choice but to accept a little loss. Zeus added that they had to look like they had never had a relationship with Britannia, so it would be easier to destroy everything. Zeus was seen releasing his power. It looked like he was going to destroy Britannia. Poseidon thought that if the power released by Zeus was thrown, it would destroy Britannia and several other areas. However, Poseidon thought that the administrator would not remain silent seeing this incident. Then Zeus told Poseidon that he had talked to the administrator. In one attack, Zeus was allowed to drop only 1 attack. In Britannia, Kim Yuan and Elder Merlin were seen watching the surroundings. Elder Merlin did not understand what Kim Yuan meant by an attack. Then Kim Yuan explained his conjecture to Elder Merlin. Kim Yuan said that if the ruler of lightning Zeus would move, he was very sure that Zeus would not remain silent. System confirmed that a new test has been created, initiating annihilation of Camelot. The lightning bolt would fall on Camelot within 10 minutes. After knowing what was going to happen, Kim Yuan guessed that judging from what became the test, it meant that Zeus had spoken to the administrator. Even if Olympus was the mastermind behind Lancelot, for what reason would someone like Zeus use his power? Then Elder Merlin told Kim Yuan that if Zeus was not a fool, if Zeus destroyed Camelot, then Olympus would receive a huge punishment. Elder Merlin added that Zeus's actions would make relations with Asgard, their rival guild, even more chaotic. The system confirmed that lightning bolt would fall on Camelot in 5 minutes. Kim Yuan agrees with Elder Merlin's words. He thinks that Olympus is afraid of Asgard led by Odin. But Kim Yuan considered if that was the reason Zeus and the others tried to destroy the evidence, even though they had to pay dearly. Elder Merlin still doesn't understand, but he feels now is not the right time for this. Elder Merlin was seen tapping his staff on the ground. Then the system confirmed that Elder Merlin was protecting Britannia. Elder Merlin thinks that this is very extraordinary, but he thinks that this will not be enough to stop Lightning Bolt. Then Elder Merlin said that Kim Yuan should help in Kim Yuan's own way. Elder Merlin admonished Kim Yuan not to just stare at the sky. Then Kim Yuan told Elder Merlin that he was not just staring at the sky. Kim Yuan said if there was a message he received a few days after getting to Camelot. Kim Yuan was very surprised because of the speed of finding it, but Kim Yuan couldn't act like he recognized it, so Kim Yuan ignored the message. Kim Yuan says that now he can't ignore it anymore. The 12th eye of the great ascetic, heaven's equal, was watching Kim Yuan. Kim Yuan told the great ascetic that he could not let this place perish. Kim Yuan asked the great ascetic to help him just this once. Kim Yuan promised to return the favor by helping the great ascetic. Then the great ascetic granted Kim Yuan's request. The great ascetic did not mind if it was just this once. Suddenly, the great ascetic had arrived. Then the system confirmed that lightning bolt would hit Camelot within a minute. The great ascetic looks happy because he can finally meet Kim Yuan. Kim Yuan told the great elder that they should settle this matter. The great elder will help Kim Yuan, but only this once. Then Kim Yuan said that he would never ask for help again after this. The system confirms that the destruction of Camelot has begun. Kim Yuan and the great ascetic look up at the sky. There was an aura of power above the sky generated by the staff held by Ogong. After that, there was Zeus, who emitted light with a yellow color around him. Merlin with his staff also gave the effect of the power he had. But because he was not strong, he vomited blood from his mouth. There was a notification from the system that Merlin's defensive wall had been destroyed by the lightning bolt. The staff was still emitting lightning bolts in the sky. After a while, Ogong judged this stick to be strong. According to Yuan, whatever skill Ogong replicated, the staff would still be a staff. The possibility of withstanding a full lightning bolt is impossible. It can be seen that Yuan's gloves immediately reacted to his strength. He looked towards Kinni's gloves, as this incident was as Yuan had expected. He asked Ogong to hold on for a while longer. Hearing Yuan's words asking him to hold on, Ogong could not understand the meaning of these words at all. Quickly, Yuan immediately climbed onto Ogong's back. Yuan climbed the long and tall stick. Ogong, who was below, immediately shouted, asking where Yuan wanted to willingly climb this stick. Ogong gave a warning no matter how great Yuan was. He still had bad morals because he had escaped by jumping on his back. Ogong almost died due to Yuan's behavior. Ogong used golden cinder eyes towards the sky. The lightning that appeared above the sky was getting less and less. A notification appeared that the cloth of the fourth greatest spirit had rejected lightning. Then, the pure dark divine stone and the pure sea stone reacted to the lightning bolt until the power merged with each other. As expected, it turns out that the sea stone has the same reaction when he approaches. Lightning bolt is Hephaestus's masterpiece, made by processing various divine stones. Its reaction must have been caused by the collection of divine stones. Yuan was certain that Kinni was made of dark divine stone and sea stone. Now the divine stone from the lightning bolt. The three types of stones should be able to become one. Even so, the reaction should not be this strong. Kinni claims that all this power belongs to him. That's why Kinni absorbed the power of lightning bolt. Yuan felt very unlucky because his staff had been pulled back, but the power he had was still very large. Yuan, who wanted to use electric shock, was rejected, even though Yuan felt that he was much stronger by using that much energy. It turns out that now it still can't close the power gap it has with Zeus. Yuan feels that the actions he takes are so annoying. Yuan is still struggling hard and using the power through his hands to be able to make the electric shock increase to level 2. But the cloth of the fourth greatest spirit still refuses to use electric shock. Things like this, according to Yuan, are good because this event will prevent him from escaping the decree. Yuan's body condition was so poor that blood came out of his mouth. Electric shock has now risen to level 3. Yuan still failed to resist the electric shock, making the level go up even further. Yuan held his hand and promised to pursue this power. Now Kain is absorbing the power of the lightning bolt, which is very powerful. After the power that took place in the sky, the atmosphere slowly began to return to normal again. Yuan stated that he had now successfully conquered his power. Yuan's body immediately dropped down near the stick. From a distance, Ogong saw Yuan's body that was about to fall down. Merlin felt that Yuan's body was completely motionless and was fainting. Ogong immediately ran to chase Yuan's body that was about to fall. Previously, Ogong had expected that something like this would happen. There was a hole so big, Zeus said he didn't expect Sun Wukong to appear. For this incident, Zeus declared that he had failed. Poseidon, who was behind Zeus, was immediately shocked and did not expect to hear these words. Poseidon still wondered why he had arrived. After all, making Olympus his enemy would not bring any benefits. According to Zeus, Wukong is the type of person who does things as he pleases. That's why Wukong didn't care who his enemy would be. Wukong was someone who couldn't even be killed by the heavenly realm of the giant guild. Zeus reminded himself not to rashly retaliate against Wukong just because he felt very upset. But it seems like he can't move his body right now. Zeus is still so curious how he stopped the lightning bolt just by himself. Poseidon mentioned the name Yuan. According to Zeus, such a figure had developed more than previously thought. If even Zeus said so, how great is a figure like Yuan? Poseidon thinks that tankers have a hard time stopping Yuan. It's possible that Yuan's abilities are now similar to a high ranker. Poseidon was sure Zeus must have thought of the next step to follow up on all this. Zeus also understood that it didn't mean this problem had no other way to be solved. After that, Zeus immediately used his blue power to face Poseidon. When his power was released, Poseidon felt unlucky because Zeus did this kind of thing to him. There is a suspicion that Zeus intends to attack Poseidon. Zeus only apologized to Poseidon for this action. Zeus did all this for the revival of Olympus, so he would do whatever it took. Poseidon was so upset over Zeus's actions that he called him a cursed person. On the other hand, there was a notification from the system that the Kamiot collapse had been stopped, so the magic power could be increased to 2. In addition, Yuan was able to get a piece of lightning bolt and managed to achieve a high tolerance to lightning. Ogong lifted Yuan's body that fell from the sky. Even Ogong said that Yuan was very stupid for asking for his help when he died like this. Yuan did not expect to hear those stupid words from Ogong's mouth. Ogong just stared at Yuan because he still felt very confused. For all the memories in Yuan's mind, he who was still on his bed was surprised. Currently, Yuan's condition has regained consciousness and will slowly improve. Yuan is still silent because he thinks about the memories he has just experienced. Yuan felt himself faint and listened to the speech of others. Yuan mentioned the Moonlight Sword, which is a power that can increase up to 200% while in the dark. After that, Merlin came into Yuan's room. Merlin did not expect that 5 days had passed. At first he thought that Yuan would die sadistically. Merlin, who saw that Yuan was awake, asked for an explanation of what exactly he had done during the stick incident and the power of lightning. Then Merlin told him that Yuan had fallen after being struck by a lightning bolt. Not long after that, the lightning bolt immediately disappeared quickly. When he heard Merlin talking about the lightning bolt, Yuan just remembered that he had gotten the skill. In addition, Yuan has also activated the piece of the lightning bolt. The atmosphere in Yuan's room immediately gave off a bright yellow color. Merlin saw that Yuan's actions seemed to want to destroy his castle after all our hard efforts to provide protection. Yuan apologized because he only found it difficult to control his new skill. From the direction of the door, Ayusi came into Yuan's kamar with an angry reaction. According to Ayusi, if Yuan is awake, he shouldn't make a fuss like this inside. Merlin immediately asked if there were any guests waiting for Ayusi. Then Ayusi just said yes and was still angry. Yuan, who had just recovered, immediately put on a flat face because he was confused about why Ayusi could be here. In the room seen Yuan, Ayusi and Merlin are talking together. Yuan told the incident a few days ago. He flew towards the lightning bolt. Yuan felt that the 3 stones had an effect so that they could become one. Ayusi just listened without giving any response to Yuan. Now Yuan wants to ask Ayusi about something. For a moment, Ayusi was confused, but he immediately understood that Yuan was asking about a monkey. Ayusi is sure that the monkey is sleeping right now in a place. Frankly, Yuan wants to know what business it is that Ayusi is here. Even if Ayusi came because of Ogong, then he could not provide any help. Ayusi explained that the purpose of his arrival at this place was for sightseeing. Yuan felt unsure of Ayusi's answer, because the look on his face looked worried about something. An emotional Ayusi emphasized that he came for a walk. The atmosphere in the room immediately quieted when Ayusi was angry. After that, Ayusi confirmed that Yuan had brought the Stone of the Sea. Yuan looked at his hand and said yes to Ayusi's question about the Stone of the Sea. In addition, Merlin also wanted to know if Yuan had the Stone of the Sky too. Yuan seemed to be thinking. Then Ajusi said about the enhancement item that was discussed at that time. There was a method that had been thought of to do so. At that time, Yuan hoped to channel the power in Kaini, but Yuan could only use fractions per item. Then Yuan had an idea to strengthen the Kaini. Ajusi has gotten some of the materials that are needed later. Ajusi wants to know if there is a place in Camelot that can be used for forging. Merlin told the tower's best forge to use it, so it wouldn't be a problem to use it any time. Yuan, who thinks that Ajusi and Merlin have very similar personalities and seem to meet too soon now. There is a mantium of 2 kilograms. This is believed to be able to trigger 2 forces. Therefore, mantium is very suitable to be used as an ingredient. Yuan informed that 1.25 million should be used. This also includes the manufacturing cost. Meanwhile, Ajusi has collected the ores himself. So Yuan could not give such a price to Ajusi because it wanted a cost of 1.5 million. Yuan continued to make offers to a price of 1.4 million as a middle ground. In his heart, Ajusi really couldn't hit someone who had just woken up like this Yuan in front of him. So with Yuan's offer, Ajusi agreed to the price. Then Ajusi would take the object that was already in Yuan's hand. After the agreement was made, Ajusi explained that he needed 4 days. Later, Yuan must come to see Ajusi and must not be late at all. Yuan really understood the purpose and explanation of the Ajusi. Now Yuan has used 1.4 million points from Ajusi. On a sunny afternoon, Yuan and Merlin were seen in the park. Merlin reported that Britain's situation had not improved after the king disappeared. Plus, the Round Table is also still confused in dealing with various things. In addition, Merlin also knew that the people considered this situation to be a rebellion, so it would be impossible for the country to go back to normal. Merlin himself saw the Round Table members questioning Arthur's authenticity when Lancelot was called a traitor. Such was the influence of Lancelot on them. Merlin is also worried that the table is now divided. Then it will be difficult to secure the power as before. After hearing Merlin's complaints, Yuan confirmed whether he now felt guilty for all this. Merlin did not feel guilty, but the situation here should be like before again. It is very appropriate to get rid of rotten fruit to grow new ones. Merlin says that he really owes Yuan a lot for everything that happened a while ago. Thanks to Yuan, Merlin was finally able to take the right action and was lucky not to be out of step. Based on the conversation, Yuan concluded that that was what caused Merlin to trust him. Merlin thought that Yuan was just like the old man. It seemed that they were already familiar with each other. However, since Yuan was still recovering, so Merlin wanted Yuan to come with her to go somewhere. Merlin's purpose in inviting Yuan was to tell him to call a dead friend named Arthur. Without stalling for a long time, they will both go to where Arthur is now. Then Merlin and Yuan have arrived in a deserted place. After Lancelot died, Merlin realized that this place was still well maintained. It was probably because the bastard couldn't just leave it. Moreover, this place was made so that only the king could enter. A creepy monster was seen, after which Arthur stood up. The monster called the Arthur, who showed himself as his favorite son. Merlin said that he was eager to deliver Monster's son so that he could rest in peace. But this was far from a prince's funeral. Merlin feared that something would happen because the situation in Britain was now in chaos. Therefore, Merlin came to solve this problem first. Yuan was still looking at Arthur without saying anything about this. Suddenly, Yuan had the idea to enter the body of Monster's son, Arthur. Hearing this made Monster very surprised and did not expect it. Monster firmly said that Arthur could not be revived. His son Arthur died as a result of the actions taken by this monster himself. The monster suspected that Yuan's idea was deliberately to make him feel guilty about all this. Merlin also responded that Yuan's actions were too much for Arthur. Merlin didn't care that Yuan was thinking so hard about Arthur. According to Yuan, if Monster's son's body became undead, would it make him feel better? Monsters wondered why Yuan was asking something that had an obvious answer. Monster chose himself to be enough to become an undead. Yuan felt that Monster could not understand his question properly. So Yuan will ask Monster one more time. Does Monster think what Yuan is doing can restore Britannia now? Monster immediately answered that it was not true. Monster thinks that Britain will not be able to return to its original state, even with Yuan's help. Furthermore, Yuan was confused as to why Monster didn't think about things like building a new future with his son Arthur. Yuan knew that Monster's son was eager to inherit the throne, so Yuan was very confident that Arthur would trust the path set by Monster himself. Monster only fell silent at Yuan's suggestion. After that, Monster explained that his son loved Britain very much. When Monster tried to stop him, Arthur would understand as long as it was all for the good of Britain. Yuan promised not to waste the decision made by Monster. After that, Monster left, leaving black smoke. Then Arthur's body immediately reacted in front of Yuan because it would soon be resurrected after experiencing death. Slowly, Arthur began to open both eyes. When Arthur Alive Funds can speak, he immediately bowed his head before Yuan. Arthur swore that he would never betray and would give his loyalty to Yuan because he was considered a king. A notification from the system appears because Death Knight Arthur has given his oath. Yuan can give his mastery to Arthur. Then Death Knight Arthur has also managed to recover his strength. With the rise of Arthur, Yuan has earned the loyalty of the king of Arthur Knights. On the other hand, there is a memory when Ogong was with Yuan. Vividly remembered that time when Ogong helped save Yuan and said he was a fool. Plus, when Ogong remembers clearly that he knew Yuan's figure before. But Yuan seemed confused and questioned whether the two of them were friends. While Yuan's weak state made Ogong anxious to the point of trying to wake her up. After that memory, Ogong looked at his hand. He felt that Yuan recognized him. Ogong doesn't even care how strong Yuan is now. Yuan is like someone who already knows Ogong. On the tree, Ogong could only sit contemplating all this. Ogong continued to feel that he and Yuan were like two familiar people. In addition, between Ogong and Yuan, like they have known each other for a very long time. On a sunny afternoon, Yuan asked Arthur if he was feeling better about himself. Arthur had almost become a higher ranker before. Now Arthur just needs time to get used to it. Besides that, Arthur also doesn't want to hear Yuan who talks too formally to him. From now on, Arthur already considers Yuan as his king. That way, Yuan will do what Arthur wants. Then the black smoke reappeared. Yuan's body was immediately surrounded by a large amount of smoke. A voice was heard that said he saw something interesting at this time. Even this voice stated that he did not expect that Rakasatria would serve another king. The voice that appeared from the sky continued to speak that Yuan would die if not helped at that time. But this mysterious voice felt strange, seeing Yuan very confident that he would help. Ogong also arrived on land right in front of Yuan. Ogong said he was very concerned about Yuan's belief that he would be given help. Frankly speaking, if Ogong thinks this makes him think. Then it can be understood that Yuan did know Ogong before, while Yuan looked sharply at Ogong, who came suddenly. In Yuan's mind, he thought Ogong came for Cinder Eyes, but this was already a wrong assumption. Although the Cinder Eyes skill is only owned by Ogong now. Actually, Cinder Eyes is a skill owned by the Huagu mountain monkeys, namely the Ogong family. But because there are players who are not from their family, members have Cinder Eyes. Therefore, Yuan suspects that Ogong will help him. After that, Ogong will ask about the Cinder Eyes. Yuan asked Ogong if there was really a player who didn't recognize him. A great ascetic of heaven's equal, namely Ogong as a high ranker who is even willing to fight against heaven. Yuan heard that it had been a long time since Ogong had made a move. Ogong immediately denied that that was not what he meant. Ogong approached Yuan to make sure he was not an idiot man. So how could Yuan not understand the meaning of Ogong's conversation earlier? Ogong confirmed once again whether Yuan really didn't understand what he meant. Yuan just didn't expect to hear those words from Ogong's mouth. Ogong wanted Yuan to see his own behavior because he had pretended to forget everything. Ogong became angry at Yuan, who had dared to treat him like this twice. Ogong asserted that it was obvious that Yuan knew him. Ogong could see something that those eyes could not see, something that was considered more, even if it was the same eyes. A notification came from the system that the Cinder Eyes tried to hold the Golden Cinder Eyes but failed to do so. Then Yuan wanted to know what his extraordinary eyes had seen. Ogong told him it was him and he knew Yuan. Ogong himself could see his real body standing next to Yuan. Moreover, Yuan was very concerned about the real body of Ogong. Instantly, Yuanba became confused about how he had to answer all this. If Yuan lied, then Golden Cinder Eyes would know it. A very bad idea to pretend in front of people like Ogong. With a heavy heart, Yuan admitted that Ogong's premonition was true. Between Yuan and Ogong knew each other while in the previous world. Ogong became confused hearing Yuan discussing the previous world. So Ogong wanted to know why they both knew each other. Yuan told him that Ogong was his friend. Yuan and Ogong used to be very close friends until they looked like rivals, showing the story of Yuan and Ogong in the past. Yuan is seen lying down. Ogong calls him and invites him to see something, but he confirms whether Yuan is sleeping. Yuan replied that he had not slept at all. If indeed Yuan had not slept, Ogong told him to leave because this was his place. But Yuan didn't want to go because the sunlight in this place was perfect. Without thinking, Ogong immediately gave an attack towards Yuan until an explosion occurred. Ogong had told Yuan to leave, so he did this attack. Yuan's body immediately fell, but he could hold it. Yuan stared intently ahead. Then he walked towards Ogong to deliver a retaliatory strike. Because of that small thing, the problem became so big that the two fought together. It seemed that Ogong was very ambitious to give a blow to Yuan. Moments later, Yuan's body was bruised by Ogong's attack. Ogong said Yuan had dared to play with him. In addition, Ogong asked when Yuan would become a ranker with weak abilities like this. Ogong asked Yuan to consider himself lucky for not dying. Yuan suddenly laughed at what had happened. This made Ogong surprised when Yuan laughed like that. Maybe he was no longer sane. Yuan felt that the fight was very interesting. After the incident passed, Ogong and Yuan were fighting together. They both hit each other fiercely. The record so far was 9 wins and 9 losses. The battle between Ogong and Yuan is still going on fiercely. In his eyes, Ogong saw alone that Yuan's movements had begun to be very agile. This time, Yuan managed to make Ogong fall down due to the attack he gave. Yuan told that out of 10 matches, there were 9 defeats. Then Yuan said there was one very glorious victory that had occurred. Yuan's face is covered in bruises from this fight. Ogong immediately got up again and seemed to accept the victory of Yuan at this time. Finally, after the fight was over, they both shook hands with each other. Seeing the memories of the past, Ogong thought of him as having fun just like Yuan. But Yuan found this very annoying at first. Maybe it's because Yuan has lived a life where he's not used to being around other people. Ogong wanted to know the reason why Yuan could go with him. Ogong just didn't expect Yuan to open his heart to someone like this. Actually, Yuan found it hard to beat someone who can't die. Therefore, Yuan had no other choice, so he decided to go with Ogong. All that time made Yuan more able to open himself. In that memory between Yuan and Ogong joked together. Then there was a news that had been heard about the outer god, an individual known as the gods outside this tower. After that, Yuan immediately rushed to the tower. Ogong said that they were all gods, therefore Yuan said they all deserved the name of God. Ogong can conclude that Yuan wants to fight with him because of that. But Yuan tells him that it's not just that. Yuan fought with everyone there. But between Ogong and Yuan suffered defeat for the fight that occurred. There was a memory when the fight was very fierce. A very tense situation in Yuan's memories. A decision will be made to determine which of them will return to the past. Of course, with the criteria that develops the fastest and certainly has killed many outer gods, Yuan was chosen to leave. After hearing the story, Ogong just found out that Yuan was from the future. Yuan's goal is also to immediately solve the problem in Britannia. Everything that happened was because of Lancelot, because he had caused great chaos in the future. Ogong wants to know how far the progress has gone. Yuan himself was confused whether he had made progress or not. This action is just a step to close the poisonous hole. Ogong was also curious how likely it was that Yuan would win against him. Yuan was confused to be sure, but the possibility was only about 0.1%. Ogong felt a little surprised that Yuan mentioned such a small range as if he was pessimistic. According to Yuan, The most important thing now is that there is a possibility for him to win even in a small amount. Ogong had also seen monsters before that were so strong that he hated complicated things. If Ogong had that body now, the Yuan who knew confirmed that the body was on the 40th floor. Ogong was very surprised to see Yuan who knew about it. Yuan was furious that Ogong didn't listen to the conversation properly. Apparently, Ogong was now much more stupid. Ogong immediately remembered well, and Yuan knew this was because of the future. Ogong can't believe all this. Didn't Yuan already say he would help him because he already knew the situation? Yuan, of course, will gladly help Ogong. Likewise, Ogong must be willing to help Yuan. Ogong reminded that he had already helped Yuan once during the incident back then, but now his help was hitting Ogong's main body. Of course, the help at that time was still not enough. Ogong thinks this is a different story, if only Yuan would ask for his help directly. From the sky, a group of people came on horses. Ogong was very surprised to see a Valkyrie coming from the sky. Ogong became curious about what happened. There is Asgard, so many people come. According to Yuan, they must have come to see something because the Round Table was a guardian guild. Lancelot also had connections with the people of Olympus. Ogong still felt surprised that they came here with the Valkyr just because of that. If the chairman of the Round Table just shifts the responsibility to Olympus, then they will not make any moves. The great battle of Ragnarok has brought Asgard to ruin, then it should start with the Round Table. That's what the Olympians planned. They deliberately used Lancelot to cause the collapse of Asgard. But since Lancelot is gone, now he can breathe with relief. Although it is not Yuan's stop completely. Ogong still doesn't understand the Ragnarok that Yuan is referring to. Maybe the Valkyrie came because there was a war. Yuan left abruptly. Ogong, who saw it, confirmed that he would not meet them. Even if Yuan is involved with Asgard now, there is nothing he can do. Asgard has clear moral obligations. So they believed Ogong would not emerge into war unprepared and expecting defeat. But so far, Ogong does not know when the war will occur. Before the war, Olympus will collapse. The cracks are now already there. Ogong really didn't know what was in Yuan's mind right now. Just trying to think about it gave Ogong goosebumps. With golden cinder eyes, many people know how he entered the tower. Until there was a moment to meet with several high rankers. Yuan brings all the information they get, then make every step according to plan. But no matter what, Yuan claims that he came from the future. Until this makes Yuan wonder if he has control over every step to penetrate countless variables. In terms of strength, Yuan is far from enough. But in fact, Yuan is no different from the masterpieces created by countless high rankers, everything they have made with all their hearts. Yuan didn't want to worry about this. The point was that he and Ogong would go to the 40th floor in just a moment. In a system screen, there was a notification that Yuan had invited the administrator to a private meeting. Ogong agreed, because with the administrator, Yuan could go directly there in this way. The administrator is still thinking about approving the request from Yuan, after which he just agreed to have a private meeting. Yuan, who is standing on top of the building, looks down that this is the British border where the end of the world is. A long time ago in the future where the Yuan lived. Lancelot was the head of the Round Table. Lancelot had made an order to attack the demon tribe. After that, the giants and demons attacked the Round Table. Therefore, the people of Olympus who were related to Lancelot could not sit and watch the Round Table being destroyed. The peace-loving Asgards could not wait to see their rivals start a war. Thus, everyone fought at various points. As a result, the strength of the tower is drastically reduced. It's better not to fight and kill them. Therefore, Yuan decided to stop Ragnarok. The level of difficulty experienced in the face of all this is very hard, and the rewards are so great. So must be able to offer some points in order to pass the trial alone. Thanks to the robed man who was crazy about trials and granted Zeus's wish. At this time, Yuan told him that he had given many points. The man in the robe told Yuan that if only he had obeyed his words, surely he would have been released to the Thunderbolt. Administrator priority is always first, second is tower and trial, while the third command is from the trial flow. All of that is the reason why Bisa exists, and has an important role that is held. If that's the case, Yuan asked the man in the robe to show him the role. Then there is a notification whether Yuan is willing to accept the trial that has been determined. After that, there was an order from the system that the Yuan should go to the forest in 1 year and make a road. Yuan will also be able to receive help from the pioneers. Later, there will be additional rewards if the trial can be completed quickly. The trial will begin when Yuan comes down from the palace wall. Yuan observed that the long-term trial lasted 1 year. It turned out that Yuan just found out that they really wanted him to suffer in this way. There is a voice heard from above the clouds. He has heard everything that Yuan will pioneer the world. He offers to Yuan whether he needs help now. It turned out that Ogong came and said that he was not willing to help. Indeed, this all seems very interesting because there are many monsters with high levels. Yuan said she was fine and asked Ogong to leave immediately. Yuan would probably receive a penalty and be disqualified if she accepted help. The effect will make Yuan's trial fee go to waste. Ogong really regretted this, even though he wanted to help Yuan even a little. Ogong confirmed whether he would really wait for a year. Yuan said there was no way Ogong would wait that long. Yuan, who started moving, would finish all this in just 1 month. Yuan, who started to go downstairs, when his business was finished, then he would contact Ogong. On the other hand, the final atmosphere was seen on the 2nd floor of the 5 unexplored forest. There are 2 men wearing armor talking about Yuan. As far as he knows, Yuan is in the capital. The other man estimated that it should take 3 days of travel. But Yuan himself was already present at this place. Some say that Yuan had just returned after receiving a trial from an administrator. Yuan had just authorized his identity with his player kit. Thai wondered if that kind of thing could really be done. There is a warlock, namely the Pioneer Troop, vice-captain of the 3rd unit of high-class players. In the warlock's opinion, if a player like Yuan helps him, then the warlock would believe it would be something to be very grateful for. But in the warlock's opinion, Yuan underestimated something like this. Even the warlock and other troops viewed the forest crossing part of this 1-year expedition as something that could be completed in 3 years at the earliest. All of this does take years. Yuan came in and said he would finish it in half a month. But Yuan replied that he could indeed complete it. In Warlock's judgment, a figure like Yuan had taken the front line because he was a potential player. At first, the Warlock thought that Yuan would be more careful in taking actions like this. The Warlock really hopes that nothing major happens in this place. Yuan used his power with a yellow aura burning very brightly. All those around him were so surprised by Yuan's actions. They asked what Yuan was doing so suddenly like this. Yuan was just silent and felt himself quite tired. But Yuan still has a lot of energy. It is likely that this tiredness was caused by the effect of him having increased the stat. Yuan asked Warlock if this was the first time he had been on the Pioneer team. Warlock looked nervous to explain it to Yuan. Seeing this situation, Yuan gave a warning that just one hesitation could put fellow Warlocks in danger. So, a leader in Yuan's point of view should not be easily surprised. The atmosphere in the forest was still enveloped by the power of Yuan. A notification appeared from the system that the Divine Thunderstone had reacted to Kinney. Then the Divine Stone of Darkness reacted to the Divine Thunderstone. Now the Divine Thunderstone skill has been activated. This is due to low proficiency, so it takes 30 seconds to complete. Yuan seemed to have started the action with the power of Divine Thunderstone. The atmosphere in the forest is getting tense because Yuan's power has begun to spread around the forest. The power of this Divine Thunderstone managed to lure the monsters out in a very creepy way. Warlock was also affected by the power of Yuan. Warlock saw that the events in this forest were really very crazy. It turns out that what Yuan said he would finish in half a month was not just showing off, but reality. Yuan asked what happened to the Warlock. Without further ado, the Warlock immediately asked to leave. The atmosphere of the pioneering on the 4th day, the troops felt overwhelmed by the events in this forest. Some troops said the Warlock's actions were too fast. If it happens like this, it will lose to the Yuan. According to the Warlock, the day's pioneering will end as soon as the sun sets. Warlock was sure that everyone was exhausted, but the Warlock asked that under any circumstances, They must all persevere. Warlock had heard of a high ranker with a similar skill, a Zeus god with power from the sky who claimed to be the lord of the tower. Of course, the strength possessed by Yuan at this time was not as strong as a high ranker, but his skills can be said to be almost close to a ranker. But just like the player from the 25th floor, his thinking is really very shallow. With this kind of speed, 15 days will never be enough. Whatever abilities Yuan has, in such a vast place, it seems impossible that Yuan can pioneer in 15 days. There was a monster coming with its mouth open very wide. This monster was right in front of the warlock. Seeing the monster come suddenly, the warlock felt unlucky because he was too late. The atmosphere was getting tense because this monster came to fight fiercely. All troops were so anxious to see Captain Warlock's condition in great danger. The troops made sure that Captain Warlock was okay in this incident. Warlock informed that he was currently fine. There was a man who came to give help to the Warlock to avoid monster attacks. Warlock immediately expressed his gratitude for helping save him. Warlock didn't recognize this man at all and asked about his identity. The man who arrived asked if the Warlock was from the Pioneer Party, but the Warlock hadn't answered anything to the question. The name of the man helping the Warlock was Pung Baeklim, a First Lord of the Heavenly Demonic Sect. Pung came here at the behest of the sect vice-chairman. Pung asked Warlock where the person who was the representative of the sect he was looking for was. Warlock wondered to himself if Heavenly Demonic was the sect he had previously heard of. The First Lord was one of the 4 lords representing the Heavenly Demonic Skeet. Moreover, the sect representative meant the second highest power holder after the chairman. Warlock looked confused as to why Pung was looking for his sect representative all the way here. Pung dared to come here because he heard that his sect representative was in this place. But Warlock explained that there were only his troops in this place. This area can only be entered with the permission of the Pioneer Party. So, the Warlock again questioned who this Pung really was. Warlock felt very suspicious of Pung's arrival. Pung immediately saw that his vice sect was there. It turned out that what Pung meant by his vice sect was Yuan. Yuan said that he would return because he felt that Pung had met the wrong person. Yuan didn't want to hear that only Pung had come to the forest alone. Pung explained that of course he came alone, because this was an order from Yuan himself. Seeing this made Warlock very distrustful that Yuan was a representative of the Heavenly Demonic Sect. When Warlock increasingly realized that he had been short-sighted towards others, this pioneering might indeed be completed within 15 days, according to Yuan's wishes. Several people in the forest collectively took an oath because they would be loyal to the sect representative, Yuan. Hearing that voice, Yuan asked everyone to say enough. This test is something that must be solved by one's own strength. From the beginning, receiving help other than from the Pioneer Party members was not allowed. Yuan himself had asked for help for the 2nd 5th floor party pioneers to bring as many people as possible. Sect vice-chairman like Yuan had absolute control and command over the sect members, but using the power of the Heavenly Demonic Sect vice-chairman also included using his own skills. When everyone had gathered, Yuan, as the sect vice-chairman, would give everyone an order. From now on, they will all provide assistance to the Pioneer Party. In addition, it is their job to pioneer this forest as quickly as possible without taking a long time. All those in the forest immediately understood and would carry out the orders from the Heavenly Demonic Sect representative. Everything in the forest immediately began to move to complete the mission in this place. The monsters were immediately attacked with all their might until they were helpless again. Pung faced a ferocious monster. He gave a hard blow so that it could be conquered, while some others are dealing with creepy monster figures. A few moments later in the forest, there were several round yellow lights. Yuan immediately noticed a round light in his hand. It turned out that there was a new message from Merlin. Previously, Merlin had wondered about Yuan's unknown departure, but Merlin already knew that Yuan was working on his trial mission. In addition, Merlin questioned whether the Pioneer Party had anything to do with the Heavenly Demonic Sect. Yuan replied to Merlin's new message. Yuan would feel better if they were paid for the work done, if indeed such a thing could make the order be completed faster. Yuan also knew that Merlin had already taken action as the king's representative. Yuan asked Merlin for help at this time. After that, Merlin replied to Yuan's message that the kingdom's condition was currently chaotic. So Merlin could not help Yuan much. The troops in the forest reported that this area was almost completed, then proceeded to clear the road properly. In this case, Yuan also acted to complete this mission with the power in his hands. An explosion occurred in the forest area due to Yuan's power. On the 14th day, Pioneering stated that Yuan had passed the World Pioneering exam. Yuan gets his reward, but it is delayed. After this, Yuan can proceed to the 26th floor. It wasn't long before the Spear Heavenly Lord in the area was almost finished. All of them have also finished eliminating the monster and will open the way out. After that, it was the turn of their deputy leader Kim Yuan to fight. He released his lightning magic, which caused a pretty powerful explosion. Finally, Kim Yuan successfully completed the World Pioneering exam in 14 days. Then he will receive additional rewards based on his completion time. But his next additional reward has been postponed by the system. Therefore, he can already enter the 26th floor. He had also earned 50,000 points, and his additional reward based on his completion time was 150,000 points. Then Kim Yuan gave the 50,000 points to Fist Heavenly Lord and Spear Heavenly Lord. Sobek thanked them for giving him that many points. Kim Yuan sighed in his heart because he didn't want to be a stingy boss, because he couldn't have achieved such a high score if it wasn't for the divine cult's help. But he felt that it was time to return to Camelot, because Hephaestus kept asking him to come back and he couldn't wait for the way he would meet him that time. Because Hephaestus was angry that his talk with them took so long, and he would definitely beat him up that time too. Then before he left Bake, Rim called him, because he wanted to receive another reward for the favor. So Bek Rim asked him to duel with him. Sobek yelled that he did something rude to him, but Kim Yuan was okay with it and asked if they could start right away. But he asked Sobek to make sure no one got dragged into the fight. The status window appeared because the battle was about to begin based on his approval, and the penalty effect had been temporarily removed. Then Bek Rim has released his aura, and he is the Fist of the Heavenly Lord, the last member of the Heavenly Lord. So the high ranker known by Kim Yuan is the strongest person of the divine cult. If he uses martial arts techniques, then he is the epitome of punching. However, Kim Yuan will not use his heavenly demon spirit against him, because it will be difficult to bring out 100% of his power, which is not suitable for his opponent. He also hasn't seen his blue-colored lightning for a long time, and he also doesn't know how far he has progressed from that time. Bek Rim said that he felt that he had underestimated him. Then the two of them fought, which made their forces collide with each other to destroy the ground around them. Bek Rim asked if he would not use his holy fire, but Kim Yuan would not use it, because there was something else he was studying. Then Bek Rim raises his fist and says that he will regret his words later. He applied the sky-destroying lightning skill, which resulted in a very strong lightning explosion from his fist. He thought that Kim Yuan would dodge his attack, but Kim Yuan managed to block his attack with his arm. Therefore, he has improved quite a lot from that time. At that time, Kim Yuan managed to block his attack because his body was filled with giant power. Then his constitution changed to strength. Therefore, he will start attacking him with his sword. But Bake Rim managed to block his attack with his arm. Then Kim Yuan gave him a few more punches until he backed away slowly. At that time, Bake Rim continued to hold his punches in his hands until he felt that all his bones were broken. He also didn't know how Kim Yuan could be that strong, but it would be surprising if Bake Rim lost against a player who constantly climbed the tower without forgetting training. But Bake Rim was eager to fight him without being penalized, to see how strong he was. But in the end, his wish had become a reality. Therefore, he could not allow himself to end up getting hit continuously. Therefore, he pulled out the Skill 100 Thunder Fist, and a large amount of blue-colored aura came out from his body. But suddenly, a purple aura appeared that kept calling his name. After that, Mujin's face appeared, asking where he was at that time and whether he could see him. After that, Bake Rim shouted and his body bounced off the energy. He doesn't know what happened before that, and whether it came from that terrible power which has been recognized by holy fire. Kim Yuan was behind him and asked what he saw. Baek-rim replied that he had seen the heavenly demon who was his master. So heavenly demon is the most feared figure by Baek-rim. After that, he knelt before him and admitted that he had lost. He also thanked Kim Yuan for accepting his impolite request. But Kim Yuan was okay with it because it felt good. Midday later, Merlin said that it felt like it was just now that Kim Yuan went to the frontier without saying goodbye to him, and by then he was back. But he must have had some business to do in the next few days. Kim Yuan asked if the high priest gave him a ride, because he felt that he would die on the way to that place. Because he was very fast, even though Kim Yuan had asked him to slow down. But Merlin said that he already owed a big debt to the divinity heavenly demon cult, or what could be called Murim. But Merlin also did not expect that the divine cult would join the Murim. But at that time, Murim was already on par with other big guilds. Kim Yuan asked what about the round table situation. But Merlin asked him not to discuss it, because after he made a mess in Asgard, there were some people who wanted to leave the guild. However, Kim Yuan did not know who had left the guild, but he blamed it all on Lancelot, who was more precisely in Olympus. So, it looks like they were dragged by a big wave, but the wave will subside soon, because Kim Yuan did it. Then Merlin took out his water magic and said that it was his previous request. So Merlin asked him to take it called Riangle and said it should be kept well, but he didn't know what to keep. But Kim Yuan would find out after listening to his explanation. Then, if he made something more than Stone of the Sea, then he would be able to use it on armor and not on weapons. So Merlin wanted to make a decision that he would never regret. Therefore, Merlin thought that he would like something more comfortable than armor, so he made the jacket. When Kim Yuan wore that jacket, it made him body feel light and covered all the large parts of him body. But if Kaini can solidify adamantium, then it can be said that it will multiply the amount. The status window appears explaining that the triangle is an outfit created using pure divine sea stone and adamantium, which contains ocean energy. Then he can control the ocean, convert mana water attributes, summon the ocean. Water resistance will increase by 50%. To use the water attribute skill requires 30% mana. Then sea protection with level S and passive classification, which will make the power of the ocean always protect him from danger. Then Kine panicked as he took out his sword to cut off his own arm. So he asked what he wanted to do. Merlin was surprised to see that he scratched his own hand with his sword. He asked if it was because Kim Yuan was drunk and became insane. Because he suddenly scratched his own hand. However, his hand was not hurt at all, because it was protected by the water surrounding his body. So at that time he just wanted to check the durability and effects of his item skills. But still, he used his own arm to test it. But Kim Yuan was not injured at all. But even though his skin looked ordinary, it was actually made of adamantium. That's why he tried to slash at him before he wouldn't hurt him. Even if he became as thin as paper, then his arm wouldn't be cut off easily either. That's why everyone was protected by someone. Since it was likely to become dangerous, he asked Merlin to step back a little. Then a blue-colored mana energy swirled above him. After that, a shadow of a person formed from purple energy appeared. Then the status window told him that an unknown person was greeting him and showing off his teeth. Therefore, he assumed that it was the same creature he had seen in Kinei. But it was a little different from the items that his ego and consciousness had. So Kim Yuan asked what it was and why it didn't have a name. Moreover, that energy is neither monster nor human. So who exactly is he? But the energy said that it was the second time. After that, the energy disappeared suddenly. Merlin asked if that was just now because he was covered by unstable mana. That's why he was confused about whether to hand it over or not. But Kim Yuan also didn't know and wanted to find out. However, Kim Yuan must have seen a face before, but he couldn't remember it, because it seemed to be erased from his memory. Therefore, it means that he is waiting for the divine thunderstone owned by Zeus. It made him curious why that creature had the power of an outer god, and why he could appear as an item. Moreover, the hatch rate also did not increase much. Then no one knows who owns the egg and what will come out, and how to hatch it. but the hatch rate has reached 95.94%. Kine asked if he was leaving, as he had urgent matters that prevented him from resting. But if there is time, he asked him to visit him, if there is time. Because it is possible that later, his statue has been stranded in that place. Kim Yuan replied that he would visit later and it was time for him to leave. Then the status window appeared because the compensation for world pioneering had been completed. He had also chosen a stat in return. Then his stat will be upgraded and strength increased. Then the 25th floor trial began, and soon he successfully completed the 26th floor trial. So the reward he would get was 20,000 points. Quickly he made it through the trial floors 27 to 29. Then he reached the 30th floor trial and continued on to the 40th floor. It was half a year later. Kim Yuan was in the forest that night, burning fish. At that time, he was on the 41st floor of the trial location. Then there was someone who found him having 50 summoning stones. The man who closed one of his eyes said that he had activated the skill, so he wouldn't listen to anything. Because the most important thing is that they don't get caught. Although Kim Yuan was alone, but he could collect a large number of stones. A status window appears to ask them to summon monsters. Then the score they will get when they successfully eliminate is a crystal stone. With that, creatures will use summoning stones scattered throughout the area. Then the rank of the summoner has changed based on the summoning stone. By defeating a high rank, summons can give it a high score. But if you see Kim Yuan is on the 25th floor list. Moreover, there are rumors that say that they can climb the tower with cheats. So, they assume that Kim Yuan is the son of the hidden official. So, they will all prepare to be on guard because they will attack Kim Yuan together. So, in the first and second counts, they took out their weapons. After that, he took out a mana crystal stone. After that, they all started attacking Kim Yuan from all sides. However, Kim Yuan changed his mana stones from 50 to 817. After that, he released his purple aura, causing an explosion. With just one attack, Kim Yuan could defeat them, who were the last team to survive. Initially, he thought if they could last long, and the summon stone they had was quite a lot. If the summoning stones were separated like that, then the numbers would also change. Therefore, he would trick them that way. So with that, he could collect up to 1,000 easily. But the group trial was indeed very good, even if he didn't wander around looking for stones, because later there would be another team that would come by itself. Therefore, he will start his main trial and he breaks the summoning stone. After that, the system appears because he uses all summoning stones totaling 1,020. Then, at that time, he has successfully summoned the Demon King, named Diablo. Then the red energy is very strong, until it destroys the ground around it. So, Diablo will appear on the 41st floor trial. Then it was a trial where the administrators and demon tribes formed an alliance. So there is a high possibility that remnants of past creatures will appear. However, high rankers from the top 20 demon lord guilds would also be able to appear. But he didn't know what kind of creatures were too difficult for ordinary players to handle, because the balance of the trial itself would collapse because of that, and cause chaos. Then Diablo said that he was sleeping soundly before. But suddenly there was someone who was disturbing him. Diablo did not expect that there would be people who were not in their right mind using 1,000 summoning stones. But did Kim Yuan call him because he knew who he really was? Diablo asked what made him take that risk because he already knew about his identity. Kim Yuan took out his gun. And why did he ask that? Because his goal was to finish him and get points. Diablo laughed because he spoke frankly to him, and moreover, he had dared to challenge him, even though he already knew who he was. Purple status window appears because he has entered the Diablo-tainted sanctuary. Diablo has big horns and eyes that burn like fire, will finish Kim Yuan, and will turn all the bones in his body into dust. The window status appears if his senses have been paralyzed, and he will hold the domination condition status to defeat Diablo. Kim Yuan expended him sword energy, and also, he didn't like the condition, so he had to start attacking him with Sanctuary. But Cinder Eyes rejected Tainted Sanctuary. Then his holy fire will burn Tainted Sanctuary, causing an explosion. Then Kim Yuan wondered if he had succeeded in defeating him, but suddenly, There was a big Diablo hand about to hit him with great force, until the ground shattered. Diablo laughed, because seeing he managed to dodge was very interesting to him. Therefore, he should not fall easily. Then Kim Yuan was in front of his face, and immediately attacked him with his sword. But Diablo was able to parry it and made his body bounce until it fell to the ground. But at that time Kim Yuan was still able to get up and immediately transported quickly to get closer to him. After that, he immediately attacked him until the place was destroyed. But he still couldn't hurt Diablo at all. Suddenly, Diablo opened his mouth to let out a breath of fire to attack him, because he didn't like Kim Yuan's fire. But Kim Yuan managed to dodge his fire breath. He was thinking that his holy fire didn't work on him, because Diablo is the greatest monster and won't be afraid of that kind of fire. Moreover, his mental strength is the same as his body. Even so, his lightning bolt also comes from the power of his kinese that reached a certain limit. Then Diablo spit out his fire breath. But he was confused to see Kim Yuan, who had disappeared. Moreover, he could not find where he was hiding. But Kim Yuan was above him, and at that time he already understood that there was an attack that did not work against him. Therefore, it was time for him to start his first round of lightning strikes. He raised his sword to activate the Sky Steps skill. Then his speed will increase by 100% for 5 seconds. Therefore, he can walk in the sky for 5 seconds. After that, Diablo managed to find him who wanted to attack him from the sky. Then Diablo will also release his fire breath. Then they both collide with each other. But Diablo saw he who could still survive the attack. But Kim Yuan's whole body was imbued with the power of a giant. However, the longer he not only survived, but he continued to advance towards Diablo. Therefore, Kim Yuan managed to cut off one of his arms. Diablo couldn't believe that he had cut off his arm, so he became furious and prepared to release a bigger breath of fire. Then the system amplified the giant power that had spread throughout Kim Yuan's body. Diablo finally released his breath right at Kim Yuan. But he managed to block his attack with his lightning aura. Diablo was surprised at how he could run the test. Therefore, he must be a player. But he didn't like it, and asked him to join the Demon Guild, because then he will be able to become a ranker, and he will allow him to become the next Demon King. But Kim Yuan is a human, and he doesn't know how to get into a guild that only accepts demons, but also a demon, because the demonic energy in his body is proof, because he is very worthy to be the ruler of the demons. Therefore, it turns out that Diablo can realize the demonic energy that is in him, but he did not know that the offer given to him had never happened in the guild. Therefore, he felt that Diablo was very fond of him. Then Kim Yuan will reject it because he is human and he does not want to enter the guild. After that, suddenly Diablo's body exploded very badly. The status window appears because he has successfully eliminated the Demon King Diablo. Then he has earned 1 million summoning points. Then the trial will end automatically when the maximum number of points has been met. Therefore, he has successfully passed the 41st floor trial. He has earned another 100,000 points and also got Diablo's horn. Then a Hermes Steps item he obtained will give him the blessing of Diablo, the Demon King of fire and destruction. So, with that item, he can get the respect of the demons. After that, the proficiency of his demonic body had increased, and his demonic energy reached 40 after increasing by 20. Therefore, he would continue the trial to the next floor. But Kim Yuan really hated that place, which was like a ruin, which made the air around him stuffy. Then there was a man who said that what he was talking about was true, because he didn't understand why his uncle could live in that place. Moreover, the place felt very humid. It turned out that it was Hargan who welcomed him to hell. Then in that place, there was the corpse of a bird flying above the sky. Kim Yuan felt that if he thought about his attitude, it was very ridiculous. But what he said was that hell was not on the 24th floor. So his previous words were only because Hargan was happy to meet him. Kim Yuan teased him so, he was happy to see him, and he thanked him for the warm welcome to hell. Hargan's face turned red with embarrassment, and said that the 42nd floor is called hell. But at that time, Kim Yuan still hadn't regressed, and he already disliked the 42nd floor. But in that place it wasn't just the food and resources. but he couldn't breathe in that barren world, so it made it very difficult for him. Then Kim Yuan had also heard that something happened on the 33rd floor, but Hargan was extraordinary, because there was no one else but he who could cause Olympus such trouble. So it had reached Hargan's ears, and he also heard that there was an increase in the number of Olympus tankers trying to support him, because he had a lot of information. But because of that, maybe he will be able to both go to a higher floor and rank up. However, the rank that Hargan had made Kim Yuan feel, if he was higher than Zeus, when he was still a player. But he was sure that there were many people waiting in line to make connections with him. Not long they walked, finally arrived at a cave that was quite deep and dark. Kim Yuan asked if he was sure about the place, but the place had quite a lot of similar entrances around it. But what Hargan showed was the correct place to be on the Olympus symbol. In addition, he has also gone to that place several times. Therefore, Hargan invited him to go down, and that is the part where hell actually exists. Kim Yuan didn't expect the cave to be deeper than he thought, because it felt like 10 minutes had passed after they went down. However, Kim Yuan was confused by Hargan, who suddenly released his magic to attack the monster below them. Kim Yuan sensed that there were many watchful gazes from somewhere. Therefore, it must be a welcoming ceremony given by the owner of the world. But he didn't know if the skill he was going to use would work. But he will try it first. The window status appeared because he used the giant power that had spread throughout his body. Then the three-headed dog began to roar and attack him. Kim Yuan immediately attacked them with his fists, causing them to bounce. But he will finish it soon, because he doesn't have much time. But the three-headed dog monster saw Kim Yuan, who was the target. Suddenly, Kim Yuan hit all the monsters that were in front of him. After that, he grabbed the mouth of one of the monsters that growled at him. Window status appeared, because the Cerberus had doubted his identity. Therefore, the Cerberus was afraid of the power of his feelings, until his body trembled. Kim Yuan asked if it made them remember the past. It was because Hercules had beaten hundreds of Cerberus by himself for several days. Hence, their memories of that time were completely engraved in their souls to make them react to the power of giants. At that time, Cedar Eyes was reading his nature, but there was nothing that Kim Yuan could read. Therefore, he felt that it was enough for him. Suddenly, the blue aura appeared and made the Cerberus very scared. Kim Yuan defeated the Cerberus that blocked his view to see the man who appeared from the aura. So the man is to Olympus, a reliable person, and the sanest high ranker among the three gods ruling Olympus. He was an important figure to save Kronos, who was imprisoned by Zeus in Olympus. Then Hargan bowed and saluted the Lord of Darkness and Olympus, Hades. Then the two of them were in an underground room. Kim Yuan saw that the water in the glass was black. But the water is very good for health, because it helps in restoring mana and also stabilizes the body and soul. Then he drank Hell's Grass tea. Then his mana recovery speed will increase for 1 hour and his soul will become clearer. Hell's Grass tea is a rare item, and Hades gave the precious item to them. Then Hades said that he couldn't believe it, because his children managed to stop Zeus' lightning. Therefore, Hargan should cooperate with him from then on. But of course Hargan will do it, because he was trustworthy and he was happy to move with him to the end. At that time, Hagen had given the answer to Hades without hesitation. But Hades at that time felt that he had hidden something when fighting Cerberus, and he also didn't know what the reason was. Because Hades will not trust those who hide secrets from him. So it is a person who is not open and cannot be trusted. Kim Yuan had already guessed that it would not be easy to deal with he. Hades said that he had been with a worthy person for 7 years, Hephaestus. So at that time Hades asked about him, and he told him to trust him because he said he wouldn't regret it. So he said that confidently. Kim Yuan panicked because in the end he only talked about personal connections. But why did he release the Cerberus? Hades asked his opinion about the Kaon Mujin moving. However, Kim Yuan doesn't know much about it, because if he sees his movements based on his authority as a cult leader, then all they can emphasize is one word from Heavenly Demon. Therefore, he found it difficult to give him a definite answer. However, if they were not members of the Xianmu Jin, then it was still possible for them to move. But Hades probably meant that the divine heavenly demon cult could not have intervened, because the battle will end when the king is defeated. Kim Yuan wondered if that was true, because it was supposed to end with a war, but it became a fight. Therefore, if the divine cult cooperates with Hades, then it would be a war against Zeus. But if they can get the best result, as long as it will end up being a fight, because the Ragnarok and Gigantomachia that will happen should also end the same. Kim Yuan asked if it would all end when the king was defeated, but Hades said it was because he knew the king's power. Therefore, he is too arrogant, because Kim Yuan will make the result to be like that. So he will only stop the lightning once, and whether Hades is sure to defeat him. But the one who defeated him was not Kim Yuan, but among the three ruling gods, because of the vacant seat of Poseidon that created an imbalance in power. So Kim Yuan knew everything, and everything he said was true. If Zeus realized that Poseidon and Hades were working together, then he threw him into the underworld prison, and it has been half a year. Kim Yuan said that the balance of power in Olympus was not caused by Zeus. However, it was Hercules, and he suggested what if they brought him over to their side. Hargan panicked and asked if he was serious about it and about the 70% chance. Then Kim Yuan asked them to answer him about the possibility of them winning if they managed to bring Hercules to their side. Hades said inwardly, because Kim Yuan was the one who changed some things about Olympus. He also saved Hephaestus and defeated the test administrator sent by Olympus. But that's not all, because he also got the divine sea crystal and stopped the lightning bolt. Moreover, he is a player who has the goal of balancing Zeus. But surely that's just talk of nonsense. But he has abilities possessed by people who can do impossible actions. But Hades said that it didn't sound impossible. Then Hargan was surprised and asked where he was going. Kim Yuan said that there was business to be done on the 40th floor to attract Hercules to their side. Then Hades woke up and asked him to let him tell Kim Yuan first about him going against Cerberus, because it might be enough to face Olympus, but he is still lacking to destroy it. So he will not let that happen because of his ability. So he will invest in his achievements and the history he has made. Because thanks to Kim Yuan's interference, making Zeus's plan to use giants and demons to destabilize Asgard has fallen apart, until making Zeus hassle in his fight against Asgard. Therefore, he will move slowly for a while. Therefore, Hades felt that it was the right time to talk to Odin, and he would go to the Asgard. Then he asked Hargan to go see brother Apollo. But at that time, it was already night, and he asked Hargan to leave when the sun rose along with Kim Yuan. However, Hargan was very innocent and asked if the sun would rise in hell, but Kim Yuan felt that he might be joking with them. Kim Yuan noticed that the room was in hell, but they took good care of the place, so it became cozy. Then he came out of that room, and he always tapped that skill when he saw it with his skill skein. Moreover, it is the same skill name as the name of the world on the 42nd floor. Therefore, he will use the skill to check the area around him. The status window appears because he has been summoned to hell. Suddenly, his body sinks in black water. Even though he is in the water, he can still breathe in the water. The status window appeared again that he had come to hell for the first time, and the king of the dead came to his world. But at that time, he didn't know whether he was drowning in river water or sea water. However, he was actually in the ocean, because everything in that place was unlimited. Then the kine is the container that releases that unlimited power. So it is the source of the divine dark crystal. The status window appeared telling them that those who died would bow to pay their respects, so they had all paid their respects to him. During the day on the 40th floor, Arthur asked if he asked where the dead people went, but if he wasn't busy, then Arthur would enjoy the view on the 40th floor. Kim Yuan asked if he remembered anything. So, after he died, he was surrounded by somewhere between life and death, but he didn't know what happened after he died. But Kim Yuan said that he didn't help at all. Atra apologized, and if he thought about it, he felt like he saw something like the ocean, but he was not sure of himself, because it was just a flash. Kim Yuan already knew the dead people were in the water, but the kind item was more important than he thought. Then Kim Yuan asked if he had ever gone to that place because he had seen it. So in the past, before Baratania was established, he only visited briefly to meet the high ranker of Olympus. But at that time the preparation was finished, and he asked Kim Yuan as his king to give him orders. Then there was fighting and blood everywhere. Then Kim Yuan attacked the green-haired man until his body bounced and hit the wall. All the troops in that place were silent because they saw their defeated colleague. Kim Yuan said that the people of Olympus were really very rich. Because they were able to build such a large building, it was only a man who had just become a high ranker. But are they all from the bloodline of Zeus and Hera? Therefore they are all just like diamonds. But they were all angry and asked he to shut his mouth who had dared to treat he like that. They also asked he to tell his name and rank too. Then Kim Yuan said that their master really didn't like being insulted, so he asked them to convey that Kim Yuan wants to challenge Ares, the god of war who must fight. Then the sound of their fighting reached the ears of Ares, who was in the place. Ares asked what was the commotion outside because he heard something, but they all just fell silent and didn't answer anything. But Ares was angry, and he asked again if they heard the sound of swords clashing and blood spilling. Then suddenly someone bounced from outside and smashed the door. Ares was upset and asked who had done that. After that, someone came again saying that Kim Yuan was in that place and he dared to challenge them. But suddenly Arthur swung a sword at the man who was talking. They all saw the ice and Excalibur sword that Arthur had. Therefore, it was a challenge from the Round Table. But the Round Table was below them, and how could he be in that place? However, Ares did not believe what they said, because he saw someone who came was an undead. So he asked his troops to deal with him separately because Arthur had become undead. Then Kim Yuan came and said that it seemed like it was done on purpose by those brave people. But it will be different with the leader, because the sooner he understands, the better. Ares asked if he was Kim Yuan, and if he was sure it would be okay, because they didn't look like the people outside, so everyone in that place is all rancor. But Kim Yuan invited him to fight without all of them. The black-haired man was annoyed with him, who was an arrogant player, because the purpose of going to that place was to fight, so the winner would take everything that the loser had. However, there was nothing that Ares wanted from him. But he felt that Ares was not that smart, because Ares did not know what he had at that time. Ares was surprised that he had blue mana that came out of the sea stone. Then there was a warrior who was about to go up against him and asked him not to fight. But Ares prevented him because no one else was allowed to join his fight without his permission. Therefore, they should know what he hates the most. So, if the sea stone is at stake, then it means that he is very confident to win, and Ares took out both swords. Kim Yuan replied that what he said was true. Therefore, Ares will accept his challenge, because looting goods from the war is a must. Then he will finish it and take the sea stone. Then Kim Yuan asked Arthur to take care of the people who disturbed him. Suddenly, Kim Yuan ran up brandishing his sword, but Arthur blocked his attack with his sword. Arthur used his strength to get rid of his sword. After that, he swung his sword, but Kim Yuan managed to dodge. Then Ares asked why he didn't use his undead because isn't he a necromancer? But Kim Yuan doesn't need to do that, because herself is enough. Because if Arthur helped him fight then it would be cheating. Therefore, he asked him not to hesitate to fight him with all his strength. Ares asked why he didn't use his undead since he was a necromancer. But Kim Yuan doesn't need to do that, because he himself is enough. Because if Arthur helped him fight then it would be cheating. Ares said that he overestimated his strength and he was very arrogant. Ares swung his sword and Kim Yuan managed to block it. The status window appears because the cinder eyes are reading the path of the sword and the zone sensor has activated. However, when he swung the sword at her, Kim Yuan couldn't hold it until his body bounced. After that, Ares pointed the sword at him face. But suddenly there was a very powerful explosion. Then a green-colored light appeared from the haze. It was Kim Yuan who was using a giant power that flowed through his body. Then his stamina stat would be temporarily changed to strength. However, when he swung a fist at her, he managed to block it with both of his swords. But Kim Yuan continued to deliver the punch, leaving Ares' body injured. At that time, his gigantification attack became stronger, and the lightning he released made him envious of Hargan. Ares was annoyed with him because he dared to say that to him. But can he not shut up? After that, Ares was about to thrust a spear at Kim Yuan, who managed to dodge him attack. Kim Yuan said that maybe he got carried away because he had insulted her. However, he should pay attention to the top. Suddenly, lightning from the Thunderbolt skill came from above and struck him. It caused a serious explosion. Kim Yuan felt that his attack hit her. However, he was surprised to see Ares running towards him and said that what made him jealous was his father's Pertir and not Hargan, although he is a direct descendant of Zeus, but will not lose to that power. Then Ares released a red aura to make everything around him be swept back. However, it was not a battle against players, but rather a battle between fellow high rankers. Kim Yuan said in his heart if Ares would not care about the safety of his subordinates. He also didn't think that someone like that would become a god of war, and he was just a fan of fighting. Ares said inwardly because he had the Stone of the Sea, gigantification, cinder eyes, and even the power of lightning that was the symbol of his father Zeus. But if he finishes him and gets that one power, maybe he will be able to surpass his father. Then, when Kim Yuan was holding back his attack, suddenly Arthur asked how long he wanted to stay. But if he wanted to finish him, then Arthur would immediately cut off his head. At that time, Arthur, who was behind him, released his blue aura, was holding back anger at Ares. He also prioritized the honor of a knight. Therefore, he must have been fed up with Ares' actions. Therefore, he will end it. Then he will release his purple aura, which he flows to his sword. But Ares was confused about what was happening, because he glimpsed his father's shadow. Kim Yuan asked if Ares said before that the lightning belonged to Zeus. Therefore, he will turn it around and release the lightning, which is very strong, until it illuminates the place. The status window appears because Hell salutes the King of the Dead. Golden lightning bursts from the figure's hand, enveloping the room as energy ripples through the ground, crackling with power. Yuan stands firm amidst chaos, his clenched fists glowing with determination. He faces the towering foe's overwhelming strength. The enemy lunges forward with fiery intensity, unleashing dark tendrils aimed to destroy Yuan, yet he counters with precision. A clash of energies sends shockwaves across the battlefield. Yuan's resolve shines brighter as the enemy falters slightly under pressure. With a triumphant roar, Yuan channels his inner strength, his gaze locked onto victory despite the odds stacked against him. The gleaming sword swings, splitting the air with deadly force. Yuan deflects it, sparks flying from their intense battle. The enemy's laughter echoes, dark and menacing, as they declare their pride. Yuan remains undeterred, focusing on the battle's rhythm. A powerful strike descends upon Yuan, who narrowly avoids it. His counterattack disrupts the enemy's stance with unyielding force. Yuan's burning eyes reveal unwavering determination as his strikes grow fiercer, pushing back the foe step by step. The enemy grits their teeth, but Yuan's relentless assault leaves no room for escape. He forces them into desperation. Yuan's swift movements blur as he dodges, then strikes back, landing a critical blow that cracks the enemy's defenses. The battlefield trembles as Yuan summons his ultimate skill, light and energy spiraling into a devastating force aimed forward. The enemy staggers, their shadowy form weakening. Yuan advances, his weapon glinting like hope itself against the darkness. A final surge of power erupts as Yuan channels his willpower, shattering the enemy's resolve and breaking their control. The dust settles. Yuan stands tall amidst the ruins, breathing heavily but victorious, ready to face whatever lies ahead. Yuan grips his glowing weapon, his eyes set on the ominous mana fragment. The room vibrates with his unyielding focus. He lunges forward, the strike releasing a surge of golden energy. Sparks scatter, illuminating his intense effort and fierce determination. Energy collides with blinding force, shaking the chamber. Yuan's attack pierces through layers of barriers, inching closer to his target. A bright explosion consumes the space, pushing back darkness. His allies stand in awe, feeling the shift of power balance. Yuan breathes heavily, victorious but weary. Around him, light fades, revealing a partially destroyed hall and questioning eyes from allies. Alarmed allies shout as a radiant sword pierces the air. Yuan remains poised, his grip unwavering amidst the escalating tension. A defender stands between Yuan and his goal, sword shimmering blue. Their intense gaze speaks of loyalty and unshakable resolve. The clash of swords echoes through the hall, sparks flying as every strike carries both fury and purpose against resistance. Shadows twist violently as Yuan's blade cracks through. He narrows his focus, feeling the weight of betrayal and necessary sacrifice. His final strike lands, splintering the opponent's weapon. Yuan's heart aches, but he presses forward with eyes set on destiny. Yuan's aura darkens, his hand now brimming with unstable energy. This newfound power carries a risk that weighs heavily on him. He channels the chaotic force, feeling it burn as it twists into a lethal weapon. Every fiber of his being trembles. Ares steps into view, his mere presence halting the chaotic storm. Allies watch in silence, their faith trembling at the sight. Determined, Yuan launches his attack, the force shaking the very foundation. The battlefield shifts, and Ares gazes down with confidence. The distant skyline cracks as their powers collide, leaving the field in ruins. Yuan stands steadfast, unbroken against overwhelming odds. Yuan rises from the rubble, his shadow cast long. His piercing gaze cuts through the haze of fading power. The shattered hall now reveals a heavenly light. Yuan's energy aligns with the serene glow, intensifying his determination. As the radiant path unfolds, celestial beings descend. Their arrival shakes the realm, signaling judgment and divine intervention. Athena steps forward, her golden armor shining brilliantly. Her commanding presence demands answers to Yuan's latest actions and decisions. Athena's question pierces the silence. Yuan clenches his fists, his memories swirling as he faces the unyielding goddess's inquiry. Yuan steadies himself, acknowledging the harsh truth. His battle-worn body stands tall amidst the crumbling remains of loyalty and power. The heavens shift as Athena listens closely. Her solemn expression betrays curiosity, her sharp eyes fixated on Yuan's unwavering resolve. Beneath Athena's piercing gaze, Yuan's fiery determination resurfaces. He braces himself, knowing the path forward demands immeasurable sacrifice and clarity. Suddenly, vivid colors explode across the battlefield, energies clashing violently. The chaotic forces reveal the magnitude of Athena's might and authority. Athena's shield gleams against the dark energy swirling around. Her stance radiates strength, commanding the battlefield with wisdom and power. Yuan's allies hesitate, the weight of divine power pressing on them. His calm demeanor steadies their resolve in the tense moment. A single whispered command shifts the tide. Yuan steps forward, his allies retreat slightly, understanding the danger Athena now poses. Chaos eyes swirl, foretelling destruction. Yuan narrows his gaze, the stakes of his mission elevating as time slows around them. A powerful strike crashes into Athena's shield. Sparks fly, illuminating Yuan's unshakable stance against a force many deem insurmountable. Athena smiles faintly, recognizing his potential. The battlefield quakes, the looming question of victory left suspended in the fractured air. Athena's golden armor reflects the light as she questions Yuan's allegiance. The room fills with unease, alliances hanging by threads. A council forms, tension brewing. Athena's firm demeanor clashes with rising doubts as Yuan's motives become the center of scrutiny. Yuan's gaze remains unwavering. Around him, voices of judgment echo, yet his resolve radiates a confidence that silences most dissent. Athena raises her voice, declaring punishment for Olympus's enemies. Her powerful aura overwhelms the chamber, demanding submission from even the boldest. The battlefield quakes as Athena calls for decisive action. Yuan stands his ground, preparing for a clash of divine proportions. A mysterious force radiates from Athena's shield, its glow intensifying. The air crackles with anticipation, every movement carrying a weight. Yuan smirks, his confidence unshaken. He signals his allies, their silent nods conveying trust in his strategy and leadership. Athena, intrigued, observes Yuan's composure. Her interest grows, a rare smile forming as the intensity of their standoff continues to rise. Yuan commands his ally, Arthur, to handle the retreating forces. Arthur bows, his sword gleaming as he readies to lead. Athena's grin widens. "I like you," she murmurs, her curiosity piqued by Yuan's unpredictable defiance and unyielding determination. Yuan lunges forward with ferocious speed, his staff glowing brightly. The ground splits beneath him, scattering foes caught in his path. A green energy storm surrounds the ancient figure, its eyes glowing ominously. The air is thick with impending devastation. Yuan strikes fiercely at the core, his staff piercing the swirling energy. The impact sends shockwaves across the battlefield. The figure speaks ominously, warning Yuan of the consequences. Its form looms larger as energy pulses through its radiant aura. Yuan launches another strike, his movement seamless. His determination burns brighter as the energy figure falters under the relentless assault. Dust settles as the figure dissolves. Yuan stands firm, gripping his staff, the air crackling with echoes of victory. A rapid strike sends shockwaves, the battlefield shimmering with raw power. Athena gracefully evades, her smile hinting at hidden intentions. Athena counters, her golden weapon spinning like light itself. Yuan anticipates, weaving through her strikes with precision and tactical mastery. The clash intensifies, their movements blurring as power collides. Each strike shifts the ground beneath, a testament to their strength. Athena steps back, her expression softening momentarily. Her voice cuts through the chaos, challenging Yuan's resolve with subtle provocation. With a powerful burst of energy, Yuan responds. His attack carves through Athena's defenses, light and shadow entwined in chaos. Yuan leaps high into the air, his figure outlined against the vibrant sky. The ground trembles under his focus. The battlefield glows as Yuan summons a powerful strike. His enemies retreat, their fear palpable as the energy surges. Athena observes from a distance, her gaze sharp. Yuan's resolve remains unshaken, his actions echoing confidence and an unyielding goal. A blinding light erupts, leaving silence. The battlefield stands still as both sides reassess their strengths and prepare for another round. Yuan's allies rally behind him. His strength reignites their morale, their movements synchronized as they brace for the next confrontation. Yuan strategizes calmly amid chaos, prioritizing survival over confrontation. His focused demeanor drives his allies toward a critical escape. He recognizes the importance of retreat, rallying his forces. The battlefield erupts as enemies desperately try to close in. Pursuers shout commands, trying to halt the retreat. Yuan's calculated movements ensure their path forward remains open and secure. As shouts echo, Yuan unveils a hidden power. His aura intensifies, creating a barrier of light to hold them back. The ground cracks beneath Yuan's energy surge, his firm resolve driving his forces toward freedom, despite the overwhelming enemy forces. Yuan's fiery eyes ignite as holy flames swirl around him. The vibrant energy clashes violently with the encroaching darkness. The battlefield glows in shades of purple and gold, the powerful holy fire consuming everything unworthy in its expanding reach. His enemies recoil as the holy fire swallows their front lines. Yuan's relentless determination carves a path through destruction. A glimmer of hope shines as Yuan's forces push forward. His unyielding spirit ignites inspiration in the hearts of allies. Among the chaos, Yuan's quiet resolve fuels his actions. His unbreakable focus sharpens as he prepares for the next phase. Yuan's final words carry a promise of revolution. His defiance echoes through the battlefield, shaking the very foundation of Olympus. A hidden seal awakens beneath his feet. Blue energy surges upward, signifying the beginning of his long-awaited vengeance. Yuan ascends with newfound power, the divine battlefield shifting to accommodate his rising strength. His journey reaches a turning point. His enemies falter as Yuan's transformation completes. He steps forward with confidence, radiating an aura that demands recognition and respect. The sky splits as Yuan claims dominance. Allies and enemies alike stare in awe, sensing the inevitable change sweeping across realms. The battlefield quakes as the purple energy dissipates. Yuan watches closely, acknowledging the immense power that lingers in the air. Athena hovers gracefully, her calm demeanor belying her strength. She admires Yuan's resilience, recognizing his potential amidst the chaos. Yuan pauses briefly, his thoughts aligning with Athena's challenge. Determination burns in his gaze as he calculates his next steps. Athena smirks, her confidence unwavering. The subtle tension builds, foreshadowing a climactic encounter that will decide the balance of power. As their auras clash, Athena remarks on the thrill of the encounter. Yuan's steady resolve shines through despite her taunts. Athena's golden light disperses as she retreats, leaving behind a trail of divine energy. Yuan observes, preparing for the journey ahead. The sky clears, revealing an open path. Yuan ascends, his allies rallying behind him, their spirits bolstered by his leadership. As they traverse new heights, Yuan reflects on his purpose. The weight of responsibility strengthens his resolve for what's ahead. The lush forest welcomes Yuan's arrival. Its serene beauty contrasts with the earlier chaos, signaling a momentary respite from conflict. Yuan steps into the forest, his senses sharp. The quiet whispers of nature hide secrets crucial to his mission. The forest hums with ancient energy as Yuan moves through its depths. He remains alert, attuned to potential threats. A distant light catches Yuan's attention. His pace quickens, drawn toward the unknown beacon that promises answers to his quest. The air thickens as he approaches a hidden glade. Yuan's instincts sharpen, aware that this tranquility hides powerful secrets. He pauses, his hand resting on his weapon. The forest's silence feels both inviting and foreboding, urging him to proceed carefully. A blade gleams in the sunlight as Yuan ventures deeper, ready to face whatever lies ahead in the shadows. Yuan scans the forest, noticing faint footprints. His instincts tell him the target is nearby, hidden among the towering trees. He moves cautiously, his keen senses guiding him. The vibrant greenery masks the subtle sounds of someone moving ahead. Yuan's sharp gaze locks onto a figure in the distance. His calm demeanor hides the excitement of finding his target. The forest grows quiet as Yuan grips his weapon. The figure ahead turns, their presence radiating strength and familiarity. With a deep breath, Yuan steps forward. The tension thickens as he prepares to confront the mysterious individual directly. The figure pauses their task, sensing Yuan's approach. They grip their axe tightly, the forest air charged with silent tension. A burst of energy cuts through the foliage as Yuan advances. Their clash seems inevitable as power fills the clearing. The man speaks calmly, breaking the silence. His relaxed tone contrasts with the growing tension as Yuan narrows his focus. Yuan studies the man, noticing his unassuming nature. His curiosity grows as he wonders about the man's purpose in the forest. The man chuckles, admitting his role as a humble woodcutter. Yuan listens, intrigued by the simple yet peculiar revelation. Hercules stretches his arm, his toned muscles flexing. His casual demeanor masks the immense strength he carries effortlessly within. With a sly smile, Hercules requests a place to rest. His relaxed tone hints at mischief but carries no malice. Yuan observes Hercules, recognizing him instantly. The familiar aura of raw power and confidence rekindles memories of their past encounters. Yuan, eyes locked on his target, thinks about how easily it would be for the others to approach him. A slight smirk. Despite his confidence, there's a slight hesitation in Yuan's expression, wondering if he's being too confident about his next move. With a serious expression, Yuan mentally prepares himself, silently acknowledging the challenges ahead. The atmosphere grows heavier with his thoughts. Yuan begins to question if he's truly prepared for what's coming, feeling the weight of his responsibilities pressing down on him. Determined to push forward, Yuan brushes off his concerns and sets his focus on the task at hand. No more doubts. Yuan, visibly exhausted but persistent, tells himself that even when fatigue sets in, he must stay focused and finish his task. With a quiet sigh, he contemplates whether the goals he set are even realistic anymore, questioning his current state of mind. A faint glimmer of resolve appears in Yuan's eyes as he begins to strategize again, pushing his doubts aside with determination. The stillness of the forest adds weight to Yuan's next move. His hand grips the axe, and his next action feels inevitable. Yuan forces himself to keep moving, knowing that with each swing, he is one step closer to achieving his objective. Yuan's attention snaps to the figure in the distance, wondering if he's made the right choice by continuing this journey alone. His internal conflict deepens as he wonders if he's being reckless or simply committed to his path, despite the risk. Determined not to let distractions derail his progress, Yuan refocuses on his task, letting everything else fade into the background. A quiet resolve fills Yuan as he steps forward, unwilling to be deterred by the momentary uncertainties that creep in. With one last glance at the distant figure, Yuan takes a deep breath, adjusting his posture, and continues with unwavering determination. A bowl of steaming soup is carefully stirred, its aroma filling the air, signaling a rare moment of calm in their lives. Yuan sits by the fire, his expression thoughtful as he observes his companion's meticulous care in preparing the meal. The warmth of the fire reflects in their eyes, a quiet acknowledgement of their shared burdens and fleeting camaraderie. Yuan accepts the offered bowl with a nod of gratitude, savoring the first bite, his mind drifting to simpler memories. Amid the crackling flames, Yuan finally asks the stranger's name, his tone casual but laced with genuine curiosity about this mysterious figure. The stranger introduces himself as Hercules, a name carrying weight and history, sparking a flicker of recognition in Yuan's sharp eyes. Hercules smiles faintly, explaining how he has long lived in solitude, his voice tinged with both pride and hidden sorrow. Yuan suggests the idea of reconnecting with the outside world, his words carefully chosen to not overstep or seem intrusive. Hercules chuckles softly, countering that Yuan himself seems detached, their exchange light but resonating with deeper unspoken truths about their paths. As the soup simmers between them, a quiet bond begins to form, an unspoken agreement to momentarily share each other's solitude. Morning breaks with a golden glow over the forest, illuminating the duo as they prepare to face another day's uncertainties. Yuan gazes at the horizon, his mind wandering to the countless challenges ahead, a quiet determination settling in his heart. Hercules observes Yuan's stoic demeanor and finally breaks the silence, sharing his thoughts on fate and the choices they make. As the sun rises higher, they finish their preparations, the soft rustling of the forest accompanying their renewed resolve to continue. Logs neatly stacked by the river, they set out on their individual journeys, knowing this fleeting connection gave them strength to move on. Hercules carries a heavy log through the serene forest, his strength unwavering, while Yuan observes quietly from a distance. The duo works in tandem, their actions synchronized as Hercules skillfully chops the wood and Yuan organizes it by size. Near the sparkling stream, Hercules takes a moment to refresh himself, splashing cool water over his face to shake off fatigue. Yuan stands amidst the lavender field, gazing into the distance, deep in thought about the next steps in their journey. Skewered fish roast over the crackling fire, the golden light of the flames casting long shadows under the evening sky. Yuan sits by the fire, his expression calm but reflective, the warmth of the flames contrasting his cold thoughts. The crackling of the fire fills the quiet night, as Hercules tends to the flames, his silhouette casting long, shifting shadows. Yuan glances upward, his piercing gaze softened, lost in thought, as if searching for answers hidden among the scattered stars above. The vast expanse of the night sky stretches endlessly, a sea of twinkling lights that mirror the uncharted paths in Yuan's mind. Yuan examines the massive tree before him, calculating its potential for crafting materials, a faint breeze rustling the leaves. Hercules effortlessly lifts the log, showcasing his immense strength, leaving Yuan both impressed and slightly envious of his physical prowess. Watching Hercules work, Yuan reflects on his companion's strength and determination, realizing he still has much to learn from him. Hercules wonders why Yuan hasn't taken a break yet, but Yuan insists he wants to see things through to the end. The canopy above them filters the sunlight, the duo's bond growing stronger as they tackle the arduous tasks side by side. Hercules hoists another log with ease, his movements efficient as the forest echoes with the sound of rustling leaves. Before it gets dark, Hercules mutters under his breath, the weight of urgency clear in his focused, determined expression. Yuan observes Hercules' eyes change, recognizing the intensity that accompanies someone bracing themselves for an unavoidable confrontation. Yuan questions the timing, hinting at the dangers surrounding them, but Hercules waves off the concern, determined to press forward. As they make their way through the dense forest, Hercules leads the charge, his strength and resolve inspiring Yuan to keep going. Yuan notices Hercules' worried expression, realizing he doesn't want Yuan hurt or witness something he's trying to protect him from. Hercules pauses, seemingly burdened by Yuan's question, his demeanor revealing layers of untold stories and unspoken battles from his past. Yuan presses on, asking about Hercules' hatred for giants, genuinely curious about the weight of his words and their meaning. Hercules sighs deeply, dismissing the topic but subtly hinting at painful memories that still haunt him, even in the quiet forest. With their task nearing completion, the air feels heavier as the tension between them remains unresolved, yet their camaraderie stays intact. Green energy crackles through the air as Yuan focuses intensely, his body enveloped by an aura of pure, unrelenting power. The ground trembles beneath Hercules as the energy surges outward, carving through the forest in chaotic bursts of light. Yuan feels the weight of the dense energy settle on him, testing his limits and challenging his endurance to adapt. Hercules observes Yuan with a mixture of caution and admiration, acknowledging the sheer potential radiating from his younger companion's actions. The sun dips lower as Hercules warns Yuan to conserve his strength, his voice heavy with concern for what lies ahead. The sky glows red as Hercules advances, his steps deliberate, his resolve growing with every passing moment under the blazing horizon. Yuan watches Hercules in silence, sensing the gravity of his intentions, the air thick with unspoken determination between the two. Hercules pauses, turning to Yuan with a fierce expression, his words sharp but filled with an undeniable sense of urgency. Shadows stretch long across the forest floor as the firelight flickers, the atmosphere charged with tension and unyielding determination. Yuan steps forward, acknowledging Hercules' resolve, understanding that the time for hesitation has passed, and their journey must continue together. Flames erupt around them, engulfing the battlefield in an inferno as Yuan and Hercules brace themselves for the looming chaos ahead. The shifting realm reveals distorted figures within the flames, their silhouettes both menacing and otherworldly, a dire threat manifesting before them. Hercules shouts a warning to Yuan, his commanding tone unwavering, urging him to hold his ground amidst the erupting battlefield. Yuan watches as Hercules charges forward into the fire, his every move an act of defiance against the overwhelming enemy forces. The battle ignites with explosive energy, the clash of strength and will echoing through the burning sky as the fight begins in earnest. Yuan releases a surge of green energy that bursts forward, colliding with the battlefield's chaotic forces in a vivid display. The energy grows more volatile, swirling around Hercules as he braces himself, each move calculated against the overwhelming destructive power. Reality seems to distort as their combined efforts intensify, pushing the boundaries of what either thought possible in their current state. Hercules charges forward, his strength radiating like an unstoppable force, breaking through obstacles with a determination forged from countless battles. The setting sun paints the battlefield in hues of red and gold, emphasizing the sheer intensity of the ongoing confrontation. Blades of energy flash through the air, colliding with Hercules' unstoppable charge, creating a spectacle of light and sound across the battlefield. Yuan steps in, adding his own precision strikes to the chaos, their combined efforts harmonizing in a perfectly synchronized attack. The ground shakes violently as the clash reaches its peak, with shockwaves spreading outward, reshaping the landscape with sheer force. Hercules pauses momentarily, reflecting on his actions, reminding himself that every move must be purposeful and driven by an unwavering goal. As the dust settles, Yuan and Hercules exchange a look of mutual respect, ready to face whatever comes next. Yuan gazes upwards, his face reflecting a quiet determination as he contemplates the weight of his unfulfilled purpose in silence. Despite witnessing incredible feats, Yuan struggles to accept the truth, realizing that without a clear goal, his actions feel empty. The ancient battlefield crackles with a foreboding energy as Yuan feels a weighty presence threatening to overwhelm his focus. The remnants of a great conflict seem to linger, scars etched into the land as memories of battles long past resurface. Yuan channels his inner strength, a burst of energy igniting around him, his will sharpening into an unbreakable force. Flames roar violently, each crackling ember reflecting the intensity of the moment as Hercules stands firm amidst the chaos. Yuan clenches his fists, feeling the energy flow through him, preparing himself for a trial that could change everything. The ground shatters beneath Hercules' feet as he charges forward, each step shaking the earth with his immense strength. Yuan observes the battle unfolding, the flames casting an ominous glow as shadows dance unpredictably across the battlefield. Hercules shouts a warning, urging caution as he confronts an unrelenting foe that challenges even his unparalleled might. Yuan feels the weight of their predicament but refuses to retreat, knowing their victory depends on their combined effort. As the dust settles momentarily, Hercules glances back, silently urging Yuan to stay determined despite the overwhelming odds they face. The sky burns crimson as Yuan walks beside Hercules, their shared silence heavy with the weight of their unspoken resolve. Hercules reveals his next target, a powerful giant known as Gigantes, and warns Yuan of the danger that lies ahead. Yuan's eyes narrow as he reflects on Gigantes, a name tied to memories that reignite his drive to see this through. The path grows darker as they advance, their determination unyielding, as the fiery horizon marks their journey into the unknown. Yuan tightens his grip, his thoughts firm as he vows to face Gigantes, prepared for whatever challenge awaits him ahead. The fiery landscape stretches endlessly, with molten rivers glowing ominously as Hercules and Yuan stand at the precipice of chaos. Hercules, eyes fixed ahead, asks Yuan if he's ready to follow him, offering guidance through the treacherous terrain ahead. Yuan hesitates, grabbing Hercules' arm instinctively, his expression one of disbelief as a deep realization dawns upon him. Hercules, slightly taken aback, smirks lightly but pulls his arm away, reminding Yuan to maintain composure despite the tension between them. Yuan apologizes, his determination renewed, as he acknowledges Hercules' leadership and the challenge that lies before them. Yuan stares into the molten horizon, realizing the journey isn't just physical. It's a test of their will and resolve. The air grows heavier as the ground trembles, warning them of the volatile dangers that await in the depths of the inferno. Hercules signals for Yuan to keep his distance as he steps forward, his confidence and strength commanding the chaotic environment. Yuan watches as Hercules confronts the fiery challenges head-on, each step embodying his unshakable resolve and experience. The inferno around them intensifies, testing Yuan's patience as he prepares for his own role in the impending confrontation. Hercules unleashes a powerful attack, flames and energy erupting in a cascade of destruction, carving a path through the fiery chaos. The battle escalates, and Yuan witnesses the sheer magnitude of Hercules' abilities, feeling both inspired and awed by his companion's strength. Amid the chaos, Hercules' actions reveal a hidden blessing, a divine strength awakening to counter the overwhelming forces they face. Yuan processes the enormity of the revelation, his thoughts racing as he silently questions his readiness for what lies ahead. Hercules, calm yet stern, advises Yuan on their next steps, emphasizing the importance of perseverance and strength to survive the trials ahead. A surge of energy erupts violently, the clash of green and orange flames creating a dazzling storm of raw, destructive power. The forces collide, shaking the earth and shattering the air, their intensity lighting up the battlefield in bursts of light. Yuan stands amidst the chaos, the energy circling him with a hum of power, fueling his focus and determination. In the heat of battle, Hercules watches Yuan with a mix of respect and caution, his mind processing the unspoken bond. Yuan's expression hardens, his resolve firm as he faces forward, determined to unlock the true strength he holds within. The scenery shifts as Yuan looks out at a sprawling underground cavern, the beauty of its unexpected light leaving him speechless. The air feels lighter, yet the atmosphere carries a mysterious tension as Hercules walks calmly, seemingly unbothered by the scenery. Yuan questions Hercules about this place, curious about how such a hidden sanctuary could exist beneath the chaos they know. Hercules answers cryptically, a smirk forming as he hints at knowledge and power far beyond what Yuan could comprehend. The duo moves deeper into the mysterious expanse, their cautious steps echoing, thoughts racing about what might lie ahead. Hercules pauses briefly, telling Yuan to stop overthinking and trust him, his tone carrying both authority and a rare reassurance. Yuan hesitates, his doubts evident, but he silently follows, realizing the answers he seeks can only be found by moving forward. As they walk through the serene landscape, Yuan contemplates Hercules' motives, wondering if he's being guided toward truth or peril. His mind races with questions, the contrast between the peaceful environment and the dangers they've faced, leaving him conflicted. Yuan resolves to uncover the truth, his internal fire reignited as he silently vows to confront whatever lies ahead, unshaken. Hercules walks confidently ahead, glancing back at Yuan with a grin, teasing him about keeping a suspicious distance behind. Yuan halts abruptly, his expression serious as he observes the landscape, calculating every detail before making his next move. Pointing toward a distant spot, Yuan suggests testing Hercules' strength, his calm demeanor hinting at the need for precise judgment. Hercules raises a clenched fist, ready to follow Yuan's instructions, his trust in the younger man's intuition unshaken by uncertainty. With a single punch, the ground trembles violently, sending shockwaves across the cliffs, the sheer force leaving Yuan momentarily speechless. Hercules feels the vibration deep within the earth, his senses heightened as an ominous energy pulses through the surroundings. Yuan's piercing gaze locks onto the source, his voice steady and resolute as he declares the name of his target, Gigantes. Kim Yuan's sharp gaze locked onto the towering figure before him, stepping forward as the battlefield trembled beneath his presence. The monstrous Gigantes roared, shaking the surroundings. Yuan remained unmoved, his aura flaring as he prepared for an inevitable battle. Legends spoke of Gigantes as chaos incarnate, feared by gods. Yuan, however, saw them only as obstacles to surpass. Unlike others, Yuan sought to break the cycle. The tower's cruel destiny meant nothing if he could forge his own path. Heracles emerged from the ruins, his green hair flowing. His gaze held both challenge and curiosity as he confronted Yuan's unwavering determination. The battlefield crackled with energy as Heracles approached, his divine presence undeniable. Yuan's aura burned brighter, unshaken by the looming confrontation. Every movement carried history, Heracles, a giant slayer, Yuan, a survivor rewriting fate. Two warriors standing at the crossroads of destiny. Gigantes roared once more, its presence suffocating. The gods watched in silence, witnessing a clash destined to alter everything. The crown of chaos loomed overhead, a power neither side could ignore. Yuan's mission was clear, his resolve unbreakable. Heracles lunged forward, divine power erupting from his fists. Yuan stood firm, ready to shatter expectations and carve his own path. A collision of immense force shook the battlefield. Yuan countered Heracles' strength, proving that raw power alone meant nothing. Their battle reshaped the land, each strike a testament to their unyielding conviction. Neither warrior could afford a moment's hesitation. Yuan harnessed golden energy, eyes burning with purpose. Heracles recognized the dangerous potential before him, memories of past trials surfacing. Heracles felt conflicted. Yuan was no ordinary foe. He was something else, someone capable of changing everything in ways unforeseen. A glowing relic rested in Heracles' palm. His expression darkened as he realized the truth. Yuan had taken what shouldn't be his. Heracles stood firm, his grip tightening. The weight of past battles lingered, yet something about Yuan's presence felt disturbingly familiar. A system notification flashed before him. His heart pounded. The relic's energy surged, confirming Yuan's power was beyond ordinary limits. A golden fruit shimmered, its power undeniable. It held knowledge, temptation, and secrets only the strong could claim without hesitation. Legends whispered of the fruit's origin. Power could shift fate, but only those willing to embrace it would truly understand. Alkmene's voice echoed from memories past, a reminder of burdens carried by those destined to challenge gods and rewrite history. Yuan remained silent, eyes scanning the battlefield. He had seen countless warriors fall, but something about Heracles felt unsettlingly different. The cold air carried unspoken truths. Heracles had fought battles others never knew existed, standing at the crossroads of destiny. A single command flashed. The message was sent. Somewhere, forces far greater than them would soon take notice of this moment. Alkmene's presence loomed, her hand trembling. The weight of history crushed her heart, knowing choices made today would shape tomorrow. Heracles' name rang through the ruins, a call not of victory but of hesitation, as fate's threads slowly wove their design. Alkmene's gaze burned with defiance. She knew what awaited Heracles, the path carved for him long before he could resist. The great hall echoed with footsteps. Decisions would be made, forcing the line between duty and love to blur into nothing. Fate demanded sacrifices, but a mother's heart refused submission. A warrior's blood meant nothing when humanity still pulsed within. A silent plea filled the air. Alkmene stood against gods, but even she knew destiny could not be defied forever. The past, present, and future converged. Heracles was never just a warrior. He was a son, caught between gods and mortals. A knowing smile spread across the man's face. He recognized Alkmene's devotion, yet power always held more value than emotions. Alkmene's expression hardened. She refused to see Heracles as a mere tool, but destiny cared little for a mother's wishes. Shadows stretched across the chamber. Their conversation held weight, determining whether Heracles would rise as a warrior or remain untainted. A chilling truth settled. Heracles was different, power unmatched, potential endless. He wasn't just a son, he was a chosen weapon. Alkmene clenched her fists. If destroying the tower meant saving him, she would do whatever it took, consequences be damned. Weapons clashed, sending echoes through the halls. A battle raged beyond their words, each strike carving the tower's uncertain future. Steel met flesh, yet the fight held no glory. The fall of a rancor meant nothing in this grand war. Ares stood amidst the chaos, watching with disdain. Warriors fell, but in his eyes, only gods held true significance. Alkmene knew Ares's intentions. His obedience wavered, his loyalty dictated by power alone. The gods had always played their selfish games. The tower stirred with unrest. This wasn't just another battle, it was the spark of a war that had long been waiting. A silhouette stood before the carnage. The god's will had been spoken, and Alkmene knew her fate was already sealed. Ares stepped forward, his voice heavy with finality. Those who defied the gods would meet their end without hesitation or mercy. Heracles' future was no longer his own. If she failed now, he would be molded into something unrecognizable, a puppet. Desperation clawed at her chest, a single word escaped, a plea, yet mercy was never something the gods freely offered. A hand reached toward her, familiar warmth, fading quickly. Heracles' voice trembled, a final moment between mother and son, slipping away. Heracles clenched his fists, standing amidst crumbling ruins. The weight of expectations, fate, and war loomed over him like shadows. Alkmene's voice trembled with urgency. She refused to let her son be shaped into a weapon, yet choices grew impossibly thin. Zeus's wrath was inevitable. The gods dictated destiny, and Heracles stood at the center, bound by blood yet torn by fate. A plea echoed through the empty halls. Escape was impossible, but Alkmene's heart refused to abandon the only thing she had left. Heracles turned away, knowing the road ahead was merciless. No matter the outcome, the tower's cruel hands would shape his fate. Alkmene stood beneath the vast sky, a single tear tracing her cheek. Her love remained unwavering, even as destiny tightened its grip. Memories of Heracles as a child resurfaced, untouched by war or gods. A time before fate demanded he become something else. Every moment spent with him had been precious, fleeting like autumn leaves. She cherished them, even as the world threatened to steal him away. Explosion in the distance shattered the silence. Flames roared, signaling the inevitable battle that loomed closer with every second. Heracles' silhouette emerged through the smoke. His path was set, but Alcmene saw not a warrior, only the son she loved. Alcmene's body collapsed, blood pooling beneath her. The weight of fate crushed her, yet her final thoughts remained with Heracles. Kim Yuan stood amidst the battlefield, his gaze fixed ahead. The air crackled with power, the fight far from over. A colossal figure loomed before him, radiating overwhelming energy. Yuan remained unshaken, prepared for whatever challenge lay ahead. The ground trembled as the ancient warrior spoke, his words carrying centuries of wisdom and destruction. Yuan listened, but never wavered. With each passing second, the battle's outcome became clear. This was more than strength. It was a test of fate. Yuan clenched his fists, red energy swirling around him. This was his moment to defy expectations and carve his own destiny. The world seemed to slow, time bending to the weight of their confrontation. Yuan understood. This was a fight beyond mortality. Every past battle had led to this moment. The choices he made now would determine the fate of countless others. The giant warrior's movements were precise, refined through centuries. Yuan wasn't intimidated. He had already surpassed the limits of human potential. A single step forward and the entire battlefield responded. Power crackled between them, the air itself trembling at their presence. As the fight intensified, Yuan saw it, the brief hesitation in his opponent's stance. This battle was his to win. Lightning surged as Yuan launched forward, fists glowing with unmatched energy. He wasn't just fighting, he was rewriting the course of history. His opponent countered, each strike heavy with divine strength. Yet, Yuan's movements remained fluid, instincts sharpened beyond human comprehension. The giant's defenses faltered as Yuan's energy flared. Every punch landed with purpose, each movement calculated to shatter all resistance. A final attack, the ground splitting beneath them. Yuan struck with everything he had, pushing past every limit ever imposed. As the dust settled, silence followed. Yuan stood victorious, the battlefield forever changed by his will to defy destiny. A fiery storm erupted, swallowing the battlefield. Power surged wildly, distorting reality as everything within its reach was consumed instantly. Kim Yuan stood unwavering, gripping the golden relic. His gaze burned with determination, knowing this moment would decide everything. The relic pulsed with divine energy, reacting to Yuan's touch. Power unlike anything before coiled around him, demanding its rightful wielder. Heracles charged with relentless fury, his strength shaking the ground. There was no hesitation, only the instinct to destroy Yuan. A collision shattered the air, dust and debris scattering. The battlefield trembled beneath their immense power, marking the fight's true beginning. A powerful punch sent Heracles flying, the impact splitting the earth. The force of Yuan's counterattack exceeded all expectations. Heracles staggered, but his fighting spirit remained unbroken. He wiped the blood from his lips, ready for another round. A distant voice called for restraint, but the battle's fury drowned all reason. This was a fight neither could walk away from. The battlefield lay in ruins, bodies scattered like discarded relics. Yuan's presence alone now dictated the fate of this war. Ari's name was whispered with venom. His manipulations had led to this, and now revenge was all that remained. Darkness loomed as a monstrous figure stepped forward. A silent warning. The power standing before them was unlike any seen before. Yuan's gaze locked onto his opponent. His mind was clear. Hesitation meant death, and survival required more than just raw strength. Heracles, battered yet unyielding, clenched his fists. Every step forward was fueled by years of pain, betrayal, and unrelenting purpose. Lightning crackled, illuminating the battlefield. The gods watched with cold detachment, amused by the struggles of those beneath them. A final moment of silence passed. Then, as if fate had spoken, both warriors surged forward, prepared to settle everything. The wind howled as the battle's intensity surged. A final clash would decide everything, leaving no room for hesitation or regret. Heracles pressed his hand against his face, blood trickling. His mother's honor weighed heavily, but his resolve remained unshaken. The relic shone brightly, its divine energy pulsing. Heracles understood its significance. This was no mere object, but fate in his grasp. A solemn vow was made. He would carve his own path, standing tall amidst gods, warriors, and those who doubted him. Kim Yuan observed carefully, his expression unreadable. The future remained uncertain, but something in Heracles' stance had undeniably changed. Yuan's gaze lingered, a hint of amusement flickering. Strength alone didn't determine everything. Willpower shaped even the weakest into legends. A sudden force erupted, golden light spiraling upward. Whatever was happening, it wasn't merely power. It was something far greater. A presence emerged, unfamiliar yet chillingly familiar. The weight of divine authority hung in the air, demanding respect and acknowledgement. The system's notification rang, announcing an event that shouldn't be possible. Yuan's eyes darkened. This interference wasn't part of his plan. Ares' name echoed, sending a chill through those present. The battlefield had transformed into something far beyond mortal comprehension. A blue glow radiated from the battlefield, unseen forces converging. The world teetered on the edge, waiting for an outcome. Yuan stepped forward, his presence alone shaking those around him. This was no longer a simple battle. It was divine reckoning. Ares observed, unamused yet intrigued. Power alone wasn't enough. The will to control it separated gods from mere warriors. The weight of past conflicts, present choices, and future battles pressed against them. Yuan understood. Victory meant reshaping everything. Their confrontation wasn't about survival anymore. It was about proving who held the right to stand above all. Yuan's piercing gaze locked onto his opponent. His body radiated overwhelming power, the fight nearing its decisive and inevitable conclusion. Blood dripped from clenched fists. His opponent's desperation was clear, yet Yuan had no intention of granting forgiveness or showing mercy. A swift, brutal strike shattered the silence. The sheer force of impact sent shockwaves through the battlefield, leaving destruction behind. The fallen warrior gasped, his body trembling. Defeat was undeniable, but something about Yuan's presence made the moment feel heavier. Green energy pulsed around Yuan's form. Victory was his, but the real battle, the war against fate, had only just begun. A barrage of powerful blows landed, shaking the ground. Yuan's overwhelming strength left no room for his enemy to recover. The battlefield trembled as the relentless onslaught continued. Every attack carried the weight of unbreakable conviction and an unshaken purpose. Screams of agony filled the air. The defeated warrior begged for mercy, but the past had taught Yuan never to hesitate. Desperation turned to despair. A final plea escaped trembling lips, but Yuan's cold, unwavering resolve ensured there would be no mercy. System message confirmed his victory. The punishment had been delivered, and with it, another step toward destiny had been taken. Kim Yuan's breath was ragged, blood trickling down his face. His body ached, but he refused to show any weakness. A system message flashed before him. His body demanded rest, mana nearly depleted, yet stopping now meant losing everything. The battlefield blurred as exhaustion crept in. Every fiber of his being screamed, but his determination burned brighter than ever before. The battlefield was silent for a moment before the ground shook violently. Power erupted, tearing through the land like a storm. Kim Yuan remained steady, his gaze locked on his opponent. The true test of strength was just beginning, and he knew it. Energy pulsed wildly, his opponent staggering under the pressure. The relic in Yuan's grasp glowed, responding to his unwavering determination. With one decisive movement, he advanced. The golden aura around him intensified, signifying a power far beyond normal comprehension. His opponent struggled, breathing heavily. Yuan had changed the battlefield entirely, proving his superiority with nothing but pure skill and willpower. The dust settled, revealing the destruction left behind. Every step forward felt heavier, but Yuan's goal remained crystal clear. A voice challenged him, questioning his motives. But he had no reason to hesitate. He was here to finish what he started. Golden inscriptions appeared, marking the next phase. The system acknowledged him, recognizing his progress and the weight of his actions. Names flickered within the divine script. The past, present, and future all converged in this moment, waiting for Yuan's next move. His opponent clenched their fists, realizing the inevitable. Yuan had surpassed them, standing at the threshold of something even greater. Yuan exhaled, his eyes burning with resolve. His final act here would change everything, leaving no room for mistakes. A swift motion, and the energy around him exploded. He didn't hesitate, knowing hesitation meant falling behind in this battle. His opponent gritted their teeth but didn't resist. They knew they had already lost, and the only choice was acceptance. The sky split open as divine power surged. Yuan stood at the center, controlling forces beyond what others could understand. His mission wasn't over yet. With a last glance at the battlefield, he turned away, prepared for the next challenge. Kim Yuan's figure stood tall as the battle dust settled. His power remained steady, his resolve stronger than ever before. Lightning crackled around his hands, resonating with the energy of the battlefield. The weight of decisions made pressed against him. A defeated warrior knelt before him, eyes filled with uncertainty. Yuan had no intentions of showing unnecessary mercy anymore. The relic pulsed within his grasp, recognizing its rightful wielder. This was no longer a simple battle, it was war. He exhaled, stepping forward. His next move would shape everything, ensuring that the gods themselves would tremble at his will. A cold gust swept across the land. The once thriving battlefield was now a graveyard of those who stood against fate. The system acknowledged his actions, marking the beginning of something far greater. The tower had finally taken notice of him. Yuan remained calm, analyzing the countless possibilities ahead. Every choice mattered, and one wrong step could change everything. He turned away, the weight of destiny pressing heavily upon his shoulders. He knew the true war had yet to start. The gods watched, their whispers growing louder. Yuan's journey had only just begun, but the consequences of his defiance were near. The world trembled as blue light engulfed the battlefield. The power of the tower shifted, signaling an event of great magnitude. Yuan glanced toward the sky. The system's notifications filled the air, confirming the irreversible path he had just taken. The gate to a forgotten realm cracked open. The dead stirred, responding to the presence of someone who defied fate. A city emerged in the distance, its divine presence undeniable. The war against the gods had only just begun. Yuan tightened his grip. He had no choice but to push forward, regardless of what awaited beyond the gates. The towering fortress loomed ahead as figures rushed forward. The battlefield was shifting, and the next move would determine everything. A burst of energy shattered the silence, sending shockwaves through the land. The battle had begun, leaving no room for hesitation. Cries of warriors filled the air as chaos unfolded. The presence of an overwhelming force sent fear rippling through the ranks. A lone figure emerged from the dust, power radiating from his body. The warriors knew instantly, this was no ordinary enemy. Their worst fears were confirmed. The battlefield had changed, and now survival depended on whether they could withstand the coming storm. The ground shattered as a warrior rushed forward, his presence undeniable. The battlefield shifted, marking the arrival of an unstoppable force. A piercing gaze met his opponent's, glowing with power. His words carried weight. There would be no second chances or hesitation. The sky trembled as divine energy erupted. The battlefield had become a war zone, where power alone dictated survival and fate. Kim Yuan's grip tightened as he faced the chaos ahead. The temple stood tall, but destruction loomed over its foundation. A green glow surged forward, splitting the air with immense force. His opponent had no intention of letting him advance easily. The warriors hesitated, knowing their opponent was not ordinary. Hercules stood firm, a presence so overwhelming that even veterans faltered. With one step forward, the true battle began. No words were needed, only strength would determine the outcome of this war. A blur of motion followed as the clash erupted. Hercules' attack tore through the battlefield, leaving destruction in its wake. Yuan dodged narrowly, sensing the sheer weight of each blow. This was different. This wasn't just brute force, but divine might. Blood splattered, warriors collapsing under the onslaught. The battlefield had no mercy, swallowing the weak and rewarding only the strongest. A commanding voice rang out, calling all warriors to assemble. The war had reached a point where no one could retreat. Through the haze of battle, Yuan's gaze sharpened. His mission remained unchanged. He had to end this fight no matter what. The golden inscriptions flickered before him, confirming what he already knew. The battlefield wasn't just a test. It was a divine trial. Yuan exhaled, adjusting his stance. He had come too far to hesitate. His opponent, however, wasn't ready to yield. The weight of countless battles pressed down on him. Yet, unlike before, this time Yuan held the advantage. A sudden message flashed, breaking his focus. The system had confirmed something he had long been waiting for. Preparations were complete. With a final glance at the battlefield, he smirked. This wasn't over yet. The real war had just begun. Kim Yuan stood on the balcony, staring at the message. The long-awaited response had finally arrived, marking a turning point. A cold wind swept through the landscape. The weight of unseen forces pressed against him, reminding him of what lay ahead. The system message flickered, revealing an ominous truth. On another battlefield, a power far greater than his own was stirring. The skies darkened, red light flooding the horizon. The battlefield was shifting, drawing warriors toward an inevitable confrontation. A familiar presence approached, carrying an unspoken tension. Yuan turned, already knowing this meeting would determine his next steps. The stranger's expression remained unreadable. His arrival wasn't by chance. He had come with knowledge only Yuan could truly understand. Their conversation carried weight, their words carefully chosen. Yuan knew the truth about the tower, but something still didn't add up. Rank and strength meant nothing compared to knowledge. The stranger spoke of power beyond combat, of influence, connections, and the gods themselves. Yuan listened intently, the pieces fitting together. The gods didn't just rule through strength. They manipulated, deceived, and controlled. There were only two choices: rise above them, or be crushed beneath their will. Yuan had no intention of submitting. The stranger's words grew heavier. He revealed a shocking truth. There was one child Zeus cherished above all others. The air stilled as Yuan processed the revelation. The one name that held significance in this grand scheme, Hargan. The mere mention sent a ripple through Yuan's thoughts. The implications of Zeus's favoritism changed everything he had assumed. Doubt lingered, but the facts remained undeniable. If Zeus had a successor, then Yuan's battle wasn't just against the gods. The road ahead twisted in unexpected ways, but no matter the opponent, Yuan was ready to carve his own path. Kim Yuan's gaze darkened as the realization struck. The only child Zeus truly cherished had been hidden away from divine conflicts. Golden lightning surged, wrapping around the figure before him. Power crackled in the air, proof of the connection between gods. A smirk formed as the power intensified. He questioned why the heavens favored him when he owed them nothing in return. His words carried no resentment, only recognition. His birth granted strength, yet the gods' control was something he had long rejected. Yuan's expression remained unreadable. He knew the truth. Divine blood meant nothing. Even gods could be challenged, and their fate rewritten. The earth trembled beneath them. Their conversation was more than words. It was a confrontation that determined the future of the tower. The figure before Yuan demanded an answer. Doubt lingered in his voice, but deep down he already understood the truth. Yuan simply nodded. He didn't need to convince anyone. His presence alone proved that history had already begun to change. Golden light flickered as time seemed to slow. A storm of thoughts surged, forcing the realization of what lay ahead. The relic pulsed in Yuan's hand. The time for discussion was over. Destiny had already set its course, and hesitation meant death. Kim Yuan's expression darkened. The air grew heavy as he processed the words, knowing trouble was fast approaching without warning. His eyes sharpened as the realization hit. A war was unfolding, and the stakes had just risen beyond what he expected. The system's message confirmed his fears. Apollon's father had declared war, and Yuan's allies were now caught in the crossfire. Flames roared as a figure shot through the sky, trailing embers. The battlefield trembled beneath the intensity of their descent. Yuan landed gracefully, his cloak fluttering as golden sparks danced around him. The battle wasn't over, he was just getting started. A man smirked, watching him. "Are you finished warming up?" Yuan's gaze sharpened. "Not yet," he replied, stepping forward. The enemy tilted his head. "You're the only one left standing. Do you really think you can change this outcome?" A smirk formed on Yuan's lips. "I don't need numbers. I just need to be stronger than all of you." Yuan clenched his fists, scanning the battlefield. His instincts screamed at him. Something wasn't right, but he couldn't place it. "There's nothing to worry about," he told himself, yet unease settled in his chest. His enemies shouldn't be this confident. Apollo stood with another figure, their presence overwhelming. "Even you can't handle two gods alone," Apollo's ally sneered. Yuan exhaled. He wasn't reckless. He understood the odds. "Do you really think I came here without a plan?" A shadow emerged from behind, stepping into the light. "I was waiting for the right moment," a deep voice echoed. The sky burned as the battle escalated, golden fire clashing against divine energy. The heavens bore witness to their inevitable clash. Below, warriors fought desperately, their weapons clanging against monstrous beasts. The war wasn't just above, it spread across the entire battlefield. A figure cloaked in shadows moved swiftly, eliminating enemies with surgical precision. Yuan smirked. "Now it's a fair fight." The golden-haired god narrowed his eyes. "You think reinforcements will change fate?" Yuan cracked his knuckles. "I don't believe in fate." Dark clouds gathered, energy crackling as everything trembled. The battlefield's final act was about to begin. None of them could retreat now. A towering golden structure loomed as the battlefield stood still. Yuan's presence alone shifted the balance of power completely. A lone warrior observed from above. Zeus tightened his grip, knowing that this moment would determine the battle's ultimate outcome. Dark figures in the shadows planned their move. Yuan had become too powerful, and they couldn't afford to wait anymore. The heavenly demons' movements were unpredictable. Enemies knew they had one chance to act before the battle completely slipped away. Yuan's victories had attracted dangerous enemies. His presence forced even gods to reconsider their plans before making their next move. Golden light flickered in Zeus's eyes as he surveyed the battlefield. The situation was shifting faster than anyone had expected. Hermes observed quietly, understanding that standing idle wasn't an option anymore. The god's interference had already changed too much. Hermes disliked fighting, but war was inevitable. Even the god of messengers couldn't escape the chaos now engulfing everything. A divine aura radiated from Hermes as he prepared to act. He wasn't the strongest, but his speed changed battles. Fire erupted from above as an attack struck without warning. Yuan barely moved, already expecting the battle's sudden escalation. Explosions engulfed the battlefield, shaking everything. Hermes sprinted through the chaos, dodging divine attacks meant to end him instantly. Massive energy waves clashed overhead, shattering the sky. Yuan remained calm, his presence alone shifting the battlefield's balance once more. Hermes maneuvered through the storm of divine energy. The battlefield had turned into a war between gods and those defying fate. A monstrous figure emerged, glowing with overwhelming power. Even the gods hesitated, recognizing the sheer destruction its presence promised. Red energy surged violently. The battlefield trembled as everyone realized the real battle was only beginning, one they might not survive. Shionma stood tall, his aura radiating overwhelming power. His blade burned with crimson energy, promising destruction to all who opposed him. His voice carried authority as warriors gathered around him. The heavenly demon cult wasn't about to fall without a ruthless fight. His command echoed, summoning warriors filled with unwavering loyalty. Each of them knew this was a battle they couldn't afford to lose. Flames and divine energy collided, shaking the heavens. The cult's warriors charged forward, determined to protect everything they had built. A serpent-like force manifested, slithering through the air with immense energy. Those watching trembled, realizing this was beyond ordinary war. Explosions erupted as divine forces descended, crashing into the cult's defenses. The war between gods and mortals had reached its peak. Zeus stood amidst the chaos, eyes burning with power. The gods of Olympus weren't about to be stopped by mortals. Green energy swirled as another force joined the battle. Hermes moved swiftly, ensuring their strategy unfolded as planned. The army of Olympus surged forward, overwhelming their enemies. They weren't here for negotiations. Only complete annihilation would satisfy them. Orders rang out calling for the destruction of the cult. The battlefield turned into a stage where only legends would remain. The battlefield trembled as warriors fell, divine energy crushing everything. The power balance had shifted, favoring neither side completely. Blue energy spiraled through the air, cutting through resistance. The tide of war changed rapidly, forcing new strategies on both sides. Accusations filled the battlefield as the cultists blamed Yuan. Their once unshaken faith had begun to crack under pressure. A storm of divine energy swept across, reducing everything in its path to rubble. The world itself struggled to contain the power. A monstrous figure emerged from the chaos, radiating death. Everyone watching knew this war had only just begun. Energy surged from above, splitting the battlefield. Divine forces collided violently, shaking the ground as shadows darted through the chaos. Hermes watched from below, his expression unreadable. The battle's tide was shifting, but the true threat had yet to appear. Yuan stood alone, his gaze steady. The forces before him were powerful, but he had no intention of backing down. A colossal figure emerged from the darkness. The weight of its presence alone sent tremors through the battlefield, demanding immediate attention. Golden light flickered in Zeus's eyes as he stepped forward. The gods wouldn't allow their control over fate to be broken. Red energy crackled as divine powers clashed. The battlefield became a war zone where even the strongest struggled to hold their ground. An unseen force restrained movement, shifting the balance of battle. Power alone wasn't enough. This war required strategy and precision. The name Zeus echoed through the battlefield, his presence undeniable. Lightning cracked, signaling that divine judgment was about to be delivered. Green energy spiraled through the air, spreading destruction. The battlefield's fate was uncertain as all forces prepared for their final move. Yuan clenched his fists. He knew the truth. No god, no warrior, no prophecy would decide his future. Only he could. Green energy crackled around the sealed sphere. The force inside it stirred, an ancient power waiting for its long-awaited freedom. The sphere trembled violently, cracks spreading across its surface. The trapped entity's voice echoed, pleading for release, demanding an escape. A blinding light burst through the cracks. A shadowy figure emerged from within, its presence warping reality itself instantly.
The battlefield lay in ruins, smoke rising where flames devoured shattered ground. Among the lifeless, a trembling hand reached upward. His body collapsed against the cold stone, blood pooling beneath as his strength drained into silence. Through fading vision, glowing light emerged ahead, its radiant colors piercing shadows, promising salvation amidst ruin. A mysterious relic hovered, brilliance pulsating, gifting the fallen warrior one final chance to rise. The warning lingered heavily, forbidding the box's opening, sealing away forces too dangerous for release. Eyes glowed from the shadows, holding secrets untold, guarding the silence where dreadful truths remained hidden. The container radiated unease, its intricate markings concealing vengeance. A cursed inheritance bound to tragedy. A violent eruption of light shattered calm, scattering radiant fragments, filling the air with volatile energy. The unleashed surge tore through surroundings, sending everything quaking violently. From shattered ground, emerald energy spiraled upward, revealing a radiant entity descending with overwhelming authority. Pandora carried both elegance and strength, introducing herself unmistakably. Observers whispered doubts, questioning sudden appearance. Suspicion thickened as intentions remained cloaked behind radiant, unyielding power. Whispers of disbelief echoed, uncertainty rising. None could recall her existence among the Olympian hierarchy's ranks. Yuan's gaze hardened, confusion flickering briefly, as new truths unfolded before him within the unstable battlefield. Shadows thickened, a vow sealed, determination unshaken, as hostile power rose within suffocating darkness. Crimson energy erupted wildly, consuming air, marking the battlefield with violent desperation and reckless sacrifice. Bodies struck the ground, lifeless weight echoing, battlefield stained, reminding all of the cost demanded here. A piercing gaze emerged through emerald smoke, unwavering and sharp, questions sharpening his mind, bracing as mysterious forces threatened balance of everything. Amid storming skies, opposing presences clashed, tension rising as strategies unfolded over the chaotic battlefield. Far below, countless forces gathered, armies aligned, each movement shifting balance across the war-torn ground. Commands spread quickly, urgency demanding immediate action, as overwhelming pressure forced responses without hesitation. Flames erupted violently, scattering debris, signaling a powerful arrival that turned attention across the battlefield instantly. Horses charged through burning terrain, warriors emerging amidst destruction, their presence intensifying conflict and shifting momentum. A system warning surged repeatedly, urging Yuan to move quickly as the battlefield grew unstable. Determination sharpened, sensing urgency as surrounding chaos pressed closer with relentless force. From above, radiant energy descended violently, drawing attention as Pandora's unstable presence scattered soldiers below. The battlefield cracked under pressure, flames erupted, and movement forced Yuan into harsher conditions without pause. Through rising smoke, a hostile presence emerged, confronting Yuan directly, shifting momentum into an imminent clash. Movement stirred across the battlefield, powerful presences gathering, signaling another shift within the chaotic struggle. Suspicion thickened, energy rising. The ground trembled as greater forces prepared to intervene without hesitation. Weighing the cost of choices, the battlefield pressing him toward unavoidable decisions. A forbidden seed manifested, its appearance igniting tension, the air vibrating with unstable destructive potential. The relic pulsed ominously as Yuan reached forward, steady resolve guiding him toward inevitable confrontation ahead. The mysterious egg pulsed violently, ancient warnings inscribed, its power threatening release upon the battlefield. Yuan intervened swiftly, determination firm, halting reckless movement that could unleash devastation none were prepared for. Accusations lingered bitterly. The truth cutting deep existence itself had become a burden impossible to reconcile. Golden energy erupted outward, surrounding Yuan completely, fragmenting the ground as overwhelming power began to awaken. Light tore through the air, chaos surging. Yuan steadied his stance, determination burning, preparing to unleash strength against overwhelming forces ahead. Shock filled his gaze, tension rising, as the battlefield shifted violently, spilling chaos without restraint. Crimson strikes tore across the ground, scattering debris, shaking the area with brutal through the blood-soaked dust, eyes glimmered faintly, watching events unfold. Yuan clenched his fists tightly, whispering resolve inwardly, unwilling to surrender, determined this battle would not end. Pandora eyes weakened, body collapsing, crimson stains spreading as the battlefield trembled beneath the heavy silence. Fallen warrior struggled, chest heaving, pain overwhelming, yet his spirit clung desperately to fleeting, fading strength. Darkness closed around him, thoughts scattering, vision narrowing. Blinding green radiance burst, illuminating chaos, energy swirling fiercely. Wave of power surged forward, crushing resistance, scattering foes violently. Pandora eyes sharpened, body encased in green energy, the power condensed further, radiating strength. Outward, shockwaves erupted instantly, scattering foes, pulverizing ground, and carving deep scars into earth beneath his relentless advance. From within the shadows, Yuan sensed resistance, yet his momentum continued, overwhelming everything blocking his determined path. Emerging victorious, Yuan steadied his breath, system notifications flashing before him, confirming his successful gain of strength. Yuan advanced forward, green power raging, surrounding energy whipping violently as resistance crumbled beneath unrelenting pressure. The enemy struggled, their defenses shattering, bodies thrown aside by surging waves radiating from Yuan's relentless strike. With overwhelming force, he unleashed devastation, a violent eruption scattering foes, engulfing battlefield in crushing destructive energy. Yuan steadied himself, analyzing battlefield carefully, calculating threats, searching for hidden dangers within still shifting waves of energy. Realization struck deeply, power gained was temporary. Battlefield silence hiding enemies prepared to exploit any hesitation remaining. Yuan's focus sharpened, his eyes locking ahead as hostile energy gathered ominously across the battlefield. The oppressive aura intensified, vibrating through the air. Explosions erupted suddenly, red power colliding violently with Yuan's strength. Fragments of shattered energy scattered wildly, tearing apart space itself. Yuan advanced steadily, his stance unwavering. Green and red energies collided violently. Yuan steadied himself, energy coursing through his body, adjusting stance quickly to counter overwhelming speed before him. Their movements blurred, strikes exchanged with incredible velocity, each blow threatening to tear apart the surrounding battlefield. A violent explosion followed, waves of power expanding outward. The clash escalated further, crimson energy detonating repeatedly. Yuan pressed forward, body tense, his eyes sharpened, determination unwavering, sensing the immense threat but refusing to falter under growing overwhelming force. The heavenly demon's power surged, distorting air itself, creating suffocating waves that clashed violently against Yuan's aura. Yuan adjusted quickly, diverting strength into phantom body, his movements fluid while calculating precise counter to danger. He remained unshaken, scanning battlefield calmly, prepared for sacrifices required, ready to crush opposition with relentless determination. The battlefield quaked as overwhelming purple energy gathered, surrounding Yuan with suffocating pressure that strained his defense. Yuan steadied himself, his aura tightening, countering incoming waves as his focus sharpened under crushing force. Energy erupted violently, purple blasts clashing with green light, tearing the ground apart beneath their destructive collision. Notifications echoed faintly, warning of heightened danger, yet Yuan advanced, refusing hesitation despite overwhelming destructive presence. Purple flames engulfed surroundings, scorching battlefield entirely, but Yuan endured, his will unyielding against the impossible threat. Heat intensified around Yuan, purple flames searing the air, threatening to consume everything caught within reach. He pushed forward through scorching waves, green aura clashing violently against flames, refusing to yield under pressure. The ground fractured as Yuan's energy surged, colliding directly with purple power in devastating explosive bursts. Notifications confirmed proficiency rising, his strength adapting mid-battle, but the overwhelming flames pressed harder against his defense. Yuan unleashed a counterstrike, green light piercing purple fire, tearing battlefield apart in violent explosive clash. Yuan staggered briefly, blood trailing from his mouth. Purple flames surged violently, notifications flashing as the system registered an overwhelming skill activating against Yuan. The clash intensified, energy sphere forming, pulling surroundings inward while radiating waves of destructive purple force. Ground trembled under immense pressure, Yuan's body strained heavily. Amidst chaos, eyes gleamed, system notifications flashed repeatedly, Yuan's surroundings engulfed in purple light as the process continued advance. Percentages climbed rapidly, unstable energy swirling violently while Yuan's gaze remained steady, calculating every possible outcome. Numbers accelerated upward, fragments of destructive aura condensing tighter, threatening collapse yet feeding Yuan's unyielding determination. His focus never wavered, acknowledging imminent danger, yet confidence burned, refusing surrender against overwhelming converging forces. Final message appeared. Egg has started incubation as destructive purple sphere pulsed, shaking battlefield beneath Yuan's stand. The purple sphere pulsed violently, voices echoing, while Yuan braced himself against overwhelming chaotic force. Dark voids surrounded him, unfamiliar and unsettling, yet his eyes remained calm, assessing the strange environment. System notifications appeared, identifying unknown presence, initiating process beyond Yuan's immediate control, demanding his full focus. Determination burned in his gaze, prepared for consequences, understanding this contract could alter everything moving forward. Message confirmed incubation's success, growth rate minimal, entity born at level 1, awaiting Yuan's guidance ahead. Yuan watched silently as the strange being emerged, its small form radiating unstable power unsettlingly strong. Yuan's eyes gleamed with unnatural light as ominous power swirled. Dark smoke rose violently, twisting around Yuan's body. From the abyss, a distorted entity emerged. Its overwhelming presence revealing terrifying truth. An outer head appeared. Its eerie gaze locked onto Yuan, radiating chaotic malice, pressing forward relentlessly. Yuan steadied himself, blade igniting with energy, releasing a violent strike that cleaved directly through oppressive darkness. Yuan's burning eyes reflected the corruption as violet energy seeped deeper. Dark essence pierced his chest, invading violently, embedding itself inside his body. Agonizing screams erupted as the unstable surge exploded outward, shaking ground, rupturing stone, and tearing apart surroundings violently. Silence followed destruction, smoke rising, leaving Yuan collapsed amidst rubble, trembling yet alive after the chaotic onslaught. Spectators gasped, confusion spreading as glowing energy remained, questioning what terrifying force Yuan had unwillingly summoned forth. Hermes trembled as monstrous presence loomed, tendrils twisting violently behind him, suffocating air with overwhelming dread. Confusion consumed him, his divine essence faltered, will stripped away, leaving emptiness where resistance once thrived. Yuan's stance remained calm, energy stabilizing, watching Hermes falter, questioning his reason to abandon the battlefield. Hermes admitted reluctance, tired of endless fighting, unlike his sister, carrying bitterness carved deep within memory. He smirked faintly, pointing toward Yuan's glowing boots, demanding an answer about power revealed moments earlier. Yuan admitted uncertainty, energy within him still unexplained, leaving even himself unable to fully understand origin. Hermes pressed him, suspicion rising, believing Yuan deliberately concealed secrets, his sharp words echoing across battlefield 10. Suddenly, immense force erupted, a powerful warrior intervening, shielding successor with overwhelming strength, breaking battlefield silence violently. The intruder roared accusations, furious at deception, condemning Hermes' attempt against successor, his presence shaking ground fiercely. Hermes cornered, conceded swiftly, surrendering with sly grin, acknowledging damage and futility in continuing hopeless battle. The battlefield shook violently, as explosive force struck. Yuan stood firm amid chaos, opponent glaring furiously, recognizing him as orchestrator behind shifting divine alliances. Accusations flew, demanding answers for Hercules' betrayal, suspecting Yuan's hidden influence turned powerful gods against Olympus. Yuan deflected blame calmly, revealing truth: Zeus's corruption exposed, Hercules merely awakened by undeniable revelations shared. Confusion deepened. Yuan questioned aloud whether his opponent remained unaware of rift forming between Hercules and Zeus. His opponent's thoughts churned heavily, questioning shifting loyalties and unraveling truths hidden within Olympus's fractured order. Speculation grew: how could Hercules, bound by duty, so decisively abandon Zeus and the Olympian throne? Yuan observed silently, analyzing weakness, calculating strategies, noting confusion already spreading across fractured divine opposition forces. Memories weighed heavily: betrayals, orders, and crumbling authority all converging, sealing Olympus's fate beneath internal division's pressure. Acknowledging imminent downfall, warriors regrouped solemnly, declaring intent to withdraw, obeying commands while planning desperate recovery. Hermes staggered, bloodied and weary, admitting defeat, conceding Olympus's loss beneath Yuan's relentless and calculated assault. Defeated soldiers were rounded swiftly, orders barked harshly, survivors dragged together, their fate sealed under control. Desperate cries filled the battlefield, pleading for mercy, voices trembling as fear overwhelmed them in surrender. Focused on Yuan, eyes burning with hatred even through despair. In silence, Yuan advanced toward looming fortress. Apollo and Artemis watched solemnly, questioning Olympus's choices, burdened by failing leadership and collapsing divine order. Verk walked solemnly through white marble halls, his thoughts heavy, whispering a plan stretching millennia into future. He lamented rebuilding would require 3,000 years, an endless cycle of rebirth, strength, and preparation. Confusion spread among listeners, questioning time frame, yet he clarified necessity of restoring Olympus's legacy unbroken. Artemis's gaze hardened, suspicion confirmed Olympus intended to breed successors, ensuring future generations reforge divine dominance again. The truth weighed heavily, he summoned them only to restrain, binding their fates beneath Olympus's suffocating command. Urgency struck, whispers rising among them, recognizing escape as only chance, thoughts fixed upon fleeing quickly. They reasoned securing a sun chariot could grant freedom. Determination hardened within fiery gazes, Apollo and Artemis exchanging looks, silent pact formed in desperate defiance. A command erupted, hands moved swiftly, summoning fire, igniting divine energy, a thunderous explosion erupted, flames engulfing the heavens. Apollo and Artemis stared in shock, voices trembling, recognizing the unmistakable blaze the legendary sun chariot returned. Furious, Zeus's thunderous voice condemned betrayal, his disappointment echoing, branding their desperate rebellion as unforgivable disobedience. His golden eyes narrowed, calm yet seething, warning them gravely, demanding their allegiance one final decisive time. Darkness stirred as lightning tore across sky, Zeus's ominous challenge resounded demanding clarity. Confusion spread as unexpected figure appeared, startling everyone, her presence disrupting tense atmosphere with uncertain. Voices rose angrily, demanding answers, questioning her sudden arrival, struggling to comprehend her interference during chaos. She remained steadfast, refusing to retreat despite warnings, her resolve firm, unsettling allies and enemies alike. Arguments flared, frustration boiled as some demanded her removal, others hesitated, unable to challenge her authority. Annoyance peaked, one lashed out physically, blaming her presence for turmoil, striking recklessly in heated desperation. Arthur stepped forward loyally, answering Yuan's command, his presence radiating unshakable devotion and unwavering strength. Orders rang clearly: guard the barracks entrance, ensuring privacy and preventing outside interference during the tense exchange. Pandora's eyes glimmered faintly, her response subdued yet deliberate, acknowledging command though tension still lingered. Yuan studied her closely, suspicion gnawing, silently questioning her transformation, searching for truth hidden beneath demeanor. A system prompt flickered before him, demanding action: set a name, forging new destiny through choice. Yuan pondered quietly, the system's request lingering, searching for the right name to forge destiny. Memories flashed humorously, recalling playful references. His decision crystallized: he uttered maple, attaching identity, invoking familiar strength from past gaming tales. The system confirmed instantly, name registered, identity established, destiny aligned, leaving Pandora curious and faintly amused. Yuan raised an eyebrow at her judgment, questioning softly why such a harmless choice felt terrifying. Yuan studied the small childlike figure, puzzled, wondering how such tiny soul held unnatural resonance. He realized the child responded instinctively, aura tainted, subtly influenced by lingering power of the out. Energy surged violently, the child glowing as reality warped, tearing open familiar rift within surrounding space. Recognition struck: this was the same distorted dimension he had entered before, echoing with chaotic essence. Confusion deepened as the child cried "Papa," leaving Yuan questioning destiny and connection he never sought. The rift expanded violently, surrounding Yuan and Maple. Amid chaos, Maple's aura sharpened, surprising Yuan, revealing growth as unstable power resonated within darkness. Yuan's gaze hardened, shadows swirling as the monstrous maw loomed, threatening to consume everything within reach. Dragged inward violently, his body twisted, swallowed by darkness, while unbearable pressure crushed against his bones and soul. Inside, endless teeth and chaotic energy scraped his form, shredding flesh, yet his determination blazed stronger than fear. Suddenly, an unfamiliar system message awakened. Predator unlocked, granting him power to absorb and assimilate overwhelming hostile energy. Yuan realized this terrifying skill mirrored devouring itself, consuming enemies entirely, turning their strength into his enduring foundation. Yuan staggered backward, his body trembling as foreign energy pulsed violently, pressing harder against his core. A vision materialized: his younger self smiling, reminding him that strength could emerge by enduring every crushing burden. Realization struck: Predator consumed more than flesh, it absorbed skills and memories, forging unmatched strength through assimilation. The system displayed clear data, showing Predator's limitless growth potential, transforming consumed lives into measurable, undeniable power. Yuan clenched his fists, recognizing this power could alter destiny itself, even challenging divine beings without hesitation. Amidst the chaos, Yuan calculated odds, realizing their chance of victory hovered dangerously close to impossible. Determined, he steadied his breath, focusing on timing, knowing 1% still meant survival was achievable. Yuan's confidence grew as unexpected allies appeared, shifting fate slightly, making the impossible suddenly feel within reach. Surprise spread across their faces as Yuan's strength and strategy inspired unexpected trust from cautious companions. Even skeptics were stunned, realizing his presence wasn't luck. Yuan carried determination strong enough to change everything. Caution spread quickly, tension rising as warnings echoed: approach too closely, and danger might strike without mercy. Yuan's calmness unsettled others, his composure suggesting knowledge deeper than appearances, unnerving allies unsure of his intentions. Despite whispers of doubt, the group gathered, reluctant but bound by necessity, awaiting Yuan's direction beneath moonlight. The campfire flickered, shadows stretching as Yuan sat, prepared to reveal truths hidden beneath layers of secrecy. Eyes sharpened, Yuan listened intently, realizing discussion about his mother hinted at looming divine interference ahead. Yuan halted abruptly, suspicion rising as hidden truths threatened to surface within their tense conversation together. Hints emerged: his lineage tied to Zeus, an unexpected revelation suggesting dormant potential hidden within his bloodline. Though incomplete, possessing half that divine essence meant unrivaled possibilities if harnessed properly through strength and determination. Conflicted, Yuan questioned its importance, yet others insisted his heritage carried the key toward eventual decisive victory. At last, he admitted quietly: his mother, a woman of rare beauty and strength, shaped his destiny. His mother's loyalty was unwavering, devoting her life to a single love, shaping destiny through sacrifice. Memories clashed with violent scenes, fires raging, destruction consuming halls, Uneasy emotions surfaced. Yuan realized clarity never felt comforting when hidden truths threatened his heart and resolve. Through the mystical pond, he discerned fragments of reality, reflections unveiling secrets carefully concealed until now. Faces revealed in water diverged from appearances, exposing lies, deception, and identities masked behind false pretense. Whispers spread. Zeus's power tempted many, yet loyalty remained rare, making devotion an invaluable hidden strength. The pond revealed numerous figures desiring her, yet only one truly captured her unwavering heart completely. Though mocked for foolishness, she chose love over ambition, her bond with Zeus both fragile and genuine. Zeus confessed his vulnerability, admitting her sincerity disarmed him, forcing emotions he never intended to experience again. Their story ended quietly, leaving behind a son who carried fragments of divinity and burdens of truth. Yuan listened carefully, doubts rising as questions about his mother's alliances with gods began surfacing unexpectedly. Confusion deepened when he learned whispers claimed both Nemesis and Themis once stood aligned with Hades. Shaken, Yuan clung to certainty his mother's loyalty never wavered, choosing Zeus despite consequences that followed relentlessly. Others argued love clouded her judgment, branding her foolish, yet Yuan saw resolve guiding every difficult choice. He steadied himself, declaring his path was different, vowing to restore Olympus's order within chaotic tower. Exhaustion weighed heavy, yet they pushed forward, aware the next stage of conflict had already begun. Whispers confirmed troubling news. Hades had mobilized forces, signaling a decisive confrontation against Olympus was imminent. Allies understood Zeus would not remain idle. His inevitable response ensured escalation into an unavoidable divine war. Speculation grew. Was this the final battle for Olympus, a clash sealing destinies across gods and mortals? Yuan recalled promises made long ago, vowing to shatter chains of fate and challenge thrones themselves. A sudden realization struck, words echoing from earlier vows, reminding them of promises bound to thrones. Regret surfaced. Opportunities to unite under shared vision had been missed, dividing potential allies across uncertain paths. Curiosity pressed closer. Yuan's motives questioned, yet he withheld answers, determination shielding truths not ready for revelation. Energy erupted violently, thunderous bursts shattering skies as divine lightning surged, green sparks tore through darkness, overwhelming everything nearby. Explosions thundered across the battlefield, divine lightning clashing violently. A monstrous emerged, radiating raw fury. The beast revealed itself, Phoebus's third son, Koth merciless, wielding his brother's essence as fuel for devastation. Yuan assessed quickly, realizing facing such power required absolute precision, every misstep threatening catastrophic defeat instantly. Determined, he steeled his resolve, vowing to exploit weaknesses swiftly before chaos consumed the battlefield completely. Explosions shook the battlefield, shockwaves tearing apart ground, scattering debris, announcing chaos as the war escalated violently. Armies clashed relentlessly, steel striking flesh, as God's descendants commanded forces in battles fueled by vengeance. Among them, Yuan noticed desperation, enemies driven not by purpose, but blind hatred, seeking destruction alone. Fury surged. He remembered sacrifices made, vowing no enemy would desecrate memories forged through endless struggle. Power ignited within him, surging outward, lightning cracked violently, revealing new combatants as Yuan realized reinforcements had finally arrived amid chaos. Dionysus appeared, radiating divine energy, his presence shifting the battlefield, demanding attention from gods and mortals. He clashed fiercely, strength amplified by lineage, determined to prove himself worthy of Zeus's enduring legacy. Yuan observed carefully, recognizing Dionysus's power was unstable, each strike dangerous but lacking refined control entirely. A grin formed. Destiny's wheels turned. The decisive battle had begun, one that would decide Olympus's fate. Golden sparks descended through the sky, signaling the arrival of a power beyond mortal comprehension. A massive golden hand emerged, radiating divine strength. The warrior's body trembled under pressure, golden energy wrapping tightly, suppressing his movements with crushing intensity. Determined, he endured the weight, blood pounding as divine power tested his limits. Explosions erupted across the battlefield, golden light colliding violently, shaking the earth as Destiny's confrontation finally began. Hercules' golden aura crackled, his body radiating force as the oppressive energy pressed relentlessly outward. The warrior studied Hercules carefully, questioning how his strength evolved after countless years of divine battles. Hercules' eyes burned with intensity, mocking persistence yet acknowledging the enduring flame that refused to die. Dark winds spiraled as another presence emerged, descending with weight that fractured the battlefield's fragile silence. Two brothers faced each other, divine power rising, their clash inevitable as destiny demanded resolution between them. Hercules steadied himself, declaring the battles ahead would be endless, his golden aura blazing with dominance. His piercing gaze hardened, reminding his foe of every failure, victories denied across countless years of conflict. With thunderous force he struck forward, explosions tearing through clouds. The battlefield quaked violently, sparks scattering across the skies, but Hercules admitted something crucial still remained missing. A swirling vortex erupted, revealing another godly presence, the missing piece stepping forward to join battle. A surge of blue energy erupted violently. A glowing trident appeared, forged for supremacy, radiating unmatched authority, wielded by the god of thunder. The battlefield roared with recognition as Zeus revealed himself, his presence shaking gods and mortals alike. Hercules braced himself, fury rising, his opponent's arrival igniting memories of defiance and battles never forgotten. Zeus charged with relentless force, trident piercing forward, lightning and water collided violently, shaking the battlefield, as shadows beyond the clash prepared their schemes. In darkness, gathered, speaking of strategies, their intent not victory but controlling outcomes from shadow. They discussed intervention, weighing risks, knowing each decision carried consequences shaping both gods and mortals alike. Whispers grew louder, plotting Hercules' downfall, preparing traps disguised as justice, ensuring betrayal aligned with destiny. One man stepped forward confidently, tasked to act, eyes steady, accepting responsibility that others avoided with fear. Confidence filled the warrior's expression, his resolve steady as storms of power swirled across collapsing sky. Golden lightning clashed violently, with azure waves. From above, divine tridents spun fiercely, the overwhelming blast surged downward, blue currents hammering earth relentlessly. Shock spread across Hercules' face, rage twisting as he realized Zeus's strength grew beyond previous limit. Golden lightning ripped through darkness, bolts rained downward, tridents of thunder striking mercilessly, overwhelming the land with divine power's unmatched ferocity. Hercules steadied himself beneath the storm, voice echoing, the clash intensified, power swirling uncontrollably, forcing Zeus's focus as Hercules prepared his devastating counterattack. Zeus's eyes narrowed, reminding Hercules of their opposing natures, bodies slammed into the ground, shockwaves spreading outward. Hercules stood tall, golden aura burning stronger, confusion rising as he sensed something unexpected before him. Zeus, battered but unyielding, revealed a faint grin, surprising Hercules with defiance shining despite brutal impacts. The grin unsettled Hercules, his frustration visible, realizing his brother's determination burned fiercer than anticipated before. Suddenly, warning words cut the air, urging Hercules to look upward as danger descended swiftly above. Dark energy radiated as the challenger smirked, questioning their compatibility, taunting Hercules with calculated words. Hercules glared, acknowledging the strategy, yet dismissed it as futile, his golden aura blazing even stronger. Eyes glowing fiercely, Hercules declared resistance, refusing to yield, unwavering even beneath overwhelming divine pressure. Golden energy erupted outward, explosion tearing the battlefield apart. Despite devastation, Hercules admitted difficulty defending alone, questioning how anyone could possibly endure this chaos. Hercules raised his hand, summoning divine light, golden energy concentrating into a devastating sphere of destruction. With steady breath he declared readiness, unleashing the gathered power. The sphere exploded outward, golden torrents cascading violently, mountains crumbled, skies, shockwaves rippled across vast lands. Amid devastation, Zeus endured, rising from ruins, his aura unbroken, eyes sharpened, prepared to continue the battle. Zeus's voice thundered with disappointment, declaring his brother's lack of progress despite countless years of struggle. Hercules snapped back furiously, accusing Zeus of isolation, claiming he had wasted time locked away. Poseidon interjected calmly, dismissing the insult, suggesting appearances deceive those unwilling to see deeper truth. Golden aura blazed as Hercules warned them sharply, demanding respect while the battlefield quaked beneath divine tension. Determined eyes narrowed, Zeus asked if they ever considered ascending higher, beyond even the tower's summit. Zeus declared his ambition to rule the tower completely, his voice echoing with absolute determination. Poseidon reminded him of Olympus, questioning why its throne wasn't enough, his tone carrying restrained disappointment. Zeus countered firmly, declaring a stagnant life worse than death, especially within the endless prison-like tower. Hercules raged at the declaration, accusing Zeus of recklessly causing calamities, turning ambition into dangerous obsession. Unmoved, Zeus insisted there was something higher, something beyond the summit, a realm undiscovered by gods. Amid shattered ruins, a dark-clad warrior approached the battlefield. He recognized the overwhelming presence immediately, his thoughts cold, finally standing before the monster long anticipated. Golden eyes turned toward him, questioning his arrival, acknowledging the confidence radiating from the unexpected challenge. Yuan calmly acknowledged Danpeng's effort, his composed demeanor masking the immense tension building within. He stepped forward through collapsing ruins. An armored warrior recognized him instantly, his piercing gaze fixed, muttering Yuan's name with restrained anticipation. Another, cloaked in darkness, observed intently, declaring that the awaited warrior had finally arrived. Yuan's eyes hardened, his silent presence radiating resolve as destiny's confrontation drew dangerously near. The golden-haired figure questioned sharply, his piercing eyes demanding truth hidden within Yuan's guarded silence. Yuan's firm reply carried weight, echoing across ruins as his challenger dismissed it with disdainful arrogance. Energy surged violently, water and lightning colliding as the golden warrior's power manifested with overwhelming force. Explosions erupted, flames and shockwaves tearing through the battlefield. Amid the devastation, the golden warrior advanced boldly, declaring Yuan unworthy to even glimpse destiny's hidden table. The golden warrior felt the crushing aura, acknowledging Yuan's monstrous presence pressing down without restraint. He steadied himself, curiosity sparking, realizing Yuan had intentionally shaped the battlefield into a proving ground. Yuan's calm gaze revealed certainty, claiming knowledge gained firsthand, unlike Zeus who relied solely upon inherited legends. The golden warrior listened intently, processing Yuan's defiance and truth carved from relentless battles fought alone. Enlightenment struck Zeus, realizing the unshakable reason Yuan, once ordinary, now stood challenging gods themselves. Memories of countless battles echoed, reminding Yuan of sacrifices made and comrades lost to divine wars. Zeus unleashed divine lightning, raw power crashing downward, shaking the battlefield with unstoppable heavenly might. The destructive surge tore through stone and air, a cataclysm blazing where mortals could never endure. Through the chaos, Zeus's fierce eyes glowed. Emerging unbroken, Yuan stood firm, his aura unyielding, challenging Zeus's belief that mortals could never prevail. Zeus and Yuan faced one another, tension sharp, their opposing convictions colliding before battle resumed. The gods observed warily, their gazes filled with both doubt and expectation of Yuan's uncertain strength. Yuan's calm voice dismissed hesitation, his firm resolve radiating unshaken confidence in the face of divine. Standing amidst the chessboard ground, Yuan's aura surged upward, his defiance challenging Zeus's divine supremacy directly. Lightning clashed with unyielding power, explosions tearing the air apart. The ground shattered as their collision erupted, divine lightning. Zeus's overwhelming lightning struck fiercely, but Yuan met it head-on. Each impact thundered violently, blue energy and golden lightning exploding outward. Zeus pressed forward, his golden fist blazing with unmatched strength. Their powers collided again, lightning and energy spiraling skyward. A massive explosion engulfed the battlefield. Flame through the storm, Zeus and Yuan clashed again. Dark energy erupted from Yuan's body, shadows twisting violently. The battlefield trembled as lightning and shadow intertwined, colliding violently. Unyielding, Yuan summoned the sea's fury, manifesting overwhelming torrent. Pandora staggered, but remained determined. Yuan entrusted her with responsibility, his calm tone steady, while his focus shifted toward broader strategy. He resolved his role clearly, enhancing allies' chances of survival, amplifying their strength to face God. Divine energy surged outward, his support empowering Poseidon and Hades as thunderous clashes continued endlessly nearby. A sly smile crossed Yuan's face, daringly questioning if others truly wished to claim his secret. Dark temptation arose, but the shadowed figure questioned Yuan's intentions, wary of hidden divine bargains. Yuan's refusal was firm, his calm answer crushing hopes of an easy ascent through forbidden means. Their allies voiced concerns, calculating chances grimly, knowing defeating Zeus demanded more than blind determination. Zeus radiated golden fury, lightning gathering around him. Blazing thunderbolts rained mercilessly, detonating the battlefield. Yuan expanded his awareness, activating sensory field, unleashing genuine energy to sharpen perception and control. Clashes erupted violently, Zeus's golden power meeting Yuan's sharpened energy, their strikes shaking the battlefield. The eye of gold fixed upon Yuan, divine scrutiny testing his strength against immortal standards. Lightning fragments responded, surging violently. Amid destruction, Yuan faltered slightly, realization settling the effort had failed to break Zeus's overwhelming might. Yuan analyzed Zeus's strength, recognizing the greatest threat was not armor, but his overwhelming essence. Lightning was merely an extension. The true danger lay within Zeus's limitless divine power itself. The golden god advanced, energy radiating violently, daring Yuan to break through defenses impossible for mortals. With blinding speed, Zeus unleashed another strike. Yuan's hand tightened, determination unshaken. He endured Zeus's devastating strike, body trembling yet unyielding. Memories of battles resurfaced, Yuan recalling countless warriors and sacrifices that had carried him here. Through gritted teeth, he confronted Zeus directly. High above, the battlefield crackled with energy, Zeus burning like a sun descending upon mortal soil. The god's voice carried absolute authority, commanding Yuan to prove himself by surpassing impossible divine expectations. A divine truth resounded. Yuan carried Zeus's legacy, chosen to bear half a god's essence. A violent clash erupted, golden energy colliding with shadowy force. Through the chaos, a warrior emerged, recognizing the figure before him, carrying burdens of forgotten battles. A desperate cry filled the air as the younger fighter rushed forward, driven by bloodline and duty. Green energy exploded violently, hurling both bodies through the fractured arena. Amid the devastation, they collided again. The giant warrior's transformation completed, his colossal frame radiating overwhelming strength, shaking the battlefield with unmatched presence. His opponent adjusted instantly, green energy surging around him, preparing strategies to counter the sudden gigantification ability. Yuan observed intently, analyzing every movement, calculating survival and victory, despite facing seemingly insurmountable divine strength. The colossal clash ignited again, lightning and flames colliding, forcing Yuan to rely entirely on relentless adaptability. Even without lightning bolts, Zeus's divine aura surged fiercely, reminding Yuan this battle demanded absolute focus. Despite Zeus's presence, Yuan realized victory wasn't impossible. Determination surged, knowing his chance finally arrived. A blazing descended, roaring Hargon's name, unleashing divine flames that lit the battlefield with destructive intensity. Another voice guided him, reminding Yuan that fragments of power could alter fate if wielded properly. The words echoed. Only Yuan, bearer of destiny's burden, could confront Zeus and challenge overwhelming power. Energy trembling, signaling an imminent strike capable of devastation. The fragment of the lightning god reacted violently, resonating with another fragment, awakening unprecedented energy. Lightning's fragment struggled, resisting transformation. Zeus's aura grew sharper, golden eyes blazing, recognizing the dangerous awakening threatening to destabilize the battlefield. Above the ruins, divine lightning condensed into a Hargon charged forward fiercely, deflecting overwhelming lightning. As allies watched desperately, their faith centered entirely upon him. Multiple warriors unleashed synchronized attacks, their combined powers converging, pressuring Zeus with relentless destructive force. Zeus countered instantly, golden lightning erupting, tearing through assaults. A blinding explosion erupted, golden flames surging outward. Through the inferno, Zeus's lightning carved pathways of destruction. Amid searing chaos, divine energy cascaded violently. Hargon endured searing pain, his body straining under divine lightning, yet refusing to collapse against Zeus. Yuan assessed quickly, realizing Hargon's resistance provided precious time, but sustaining such punishment wouldn't last indefinitely. Hargon's defiance bought opportunity, yet Yuan knew relying on another vessel would eventually prove insufficient. Lightning clashed furiously again, Zeus pressing harder, determined to crush opposition. Amid relentless strikes, Hargon's expression hard. Lightning stormed across the battlefield, Zeus's power striking violently. Hargon lunged forward, fists blazing with divine flames. The clash shook the ground, both warriors refusing to yield, sparks scattering violently with every strike. Zeus's expression hardened, acknowledging resilience, yet reminding them divine power could not easily be suppressed. Golden energy flared brighter, Zeus warning defeat was inevitable. Blue lightning ignited fiercely within Hargon, his expression hardened. He charged forward, his lightning clashing directly against Zeus's golden power. The collision birthed a dazzling explosion, blinding brilliance engulfing everything. Energy waves split violently, golden and blue intertwining. Hargon struck Zeus head-on, blue lightning piercing divine defenses. Zeus advanced relentlessly, golden aura flaring. Hargon countered with ferocity, his blue lightning surging. The impact resounded, shaking heavens and earth alike, as divine energy erupted in devastating, uncontrollable waves. Zeus's eyes blazed with fury, recognizing Hargon's defiance. Golden lightning exploded violently, engulfing Hargon complete. The battlefield trembled as Zeus clashed with relentless resistance. Hargon roared defiantly, lightning coursing through his body, delivering strikes that echoed with divine fury unyielding. Golden lightning coiled violently, Zeus towering over opponents. The ground split apart, warriors scattered. Zeus steadied himself, golden eyes narrowing with certainty. A hand extended forward, reaching decisively. Yuan lunged into action, blade flashing, their eyes locked briefly, lightning and resolve clashing silently. The collision erupted violently, shockwaves tearing through stone. Zeus glared furiously, golden aura bleeding, his voice thunderous as he roared Yuan's name with fury. Yuan confronted the truth, realizing Zeus never concealed his lightning bolts but displayed them deliberately. The battlefield quaked, fragments of power revealing themselves, sparking revelations hidden within Zeus's divine legacy. Yuan grasped the Eye of Gold, its glow resonating fiercely, unveiling meaning behind Zeus's ancient secret. Energy swirled violently, divine lightning condensed unnaturally, creating a sphere carrying overwhelming destructive potential. Zeus steadied himself, declaring the process nearly complete, golden aura surging, eyes locked directly on Yuan. He raised his golden hand, covering his wound. A violent shockwave erupted, golden light bursting outward. Armored strength staggered forward, blood flowing from deep wounds, refusing to collapse despite overwhelming pressure closing in. One glowing eye flared with determination, divine aura gathering even, energy blades cut fiercely through the air, shaking the ground. Observing closely, concern deepened as fading strength became undeniable, body weakening far more rapidly than expected before. Clashing blows thundered across the battlefield. Fists and blades collided repeatedly. A surge of golden force erupted, blasting outward in waves. Flames burned fiercely as divine energy condensed. Witnesses watched in awe, realizing this force was undeniably genuine, proof of unyielding strength rooted deep within. A powerful artifact pulsed violently, divine energy refusing control, threatening to overwhelm everything surrounding its unstable presence. The relic's rejection unleashed surging sparks, divine blessings collapsing, revealing its true allegiance bound solely to Zeus. Yuan steadied his grip, realization sharp only Zeus could command this artifact, leaving him momentarily unprepared. Shock deepened as traces of familiar mana emerged, unmistakable essence belonging to Zeus stirring across the battlefield. Golden lightning storms spread outward, ground trembling. Pandora prepared herself, determination clear, as the plan demanded a direct descent into the storm's heart. Golden clouds churned above, divine energy unstable, making direct flight impossible without extraordinary force propelling her upward. Yuan recognized Pandora's resolve, deciding her launch by raw strength would surpass speed possible through his technique. Power gathered in Yuan's arm, grip tightening as divine aura swirled, preparing to release immense force. Pandora soared skyward, golden light trailing behind, piercing storm clouds while Yuan's strength propelled her beyond limit. Golden light flickered as abilities faltered, leaving Yuan momentarily exposed while Pandora soared toward raging storm. He refocused instantly, aura flaring, activating new techniques to regain momentum and pursue Pandora through turbulent sky. Sky steps activated, green energy surged, doubling speed granting him fleeting seconds to traverse unstable air. Momentum carried him upward, body propelled through violent winds, closing distance as divine flames threatened overwhelming collapse. Amid burning destruction, Yuan steadied Pandora, exhaustion clear, whispering reassurances victory seemed finally within reach. Lightning fragments gathered violently, the relic resonating with surrounding energy forming an uncontrollable storm around Yuan. He steadied himself, forcing control, pushing divine power together, determined to converge unstable energy into singular force. Thunder roared as lightning spiraled downward. Mana mastery resisted divine backlash, lowering strain while increasing tolerance, allowing Yuan to endure surging electrical destruction. Electric arcs crawled across his skin, overwhelming yet empowering, fragments of divine lightning bending reluctantly to his will. Electric energy surged violently, Yuan's hands trembling as divine lightning threatened to tear his body apart. Despite the strain, Yuan forced control, binding fragmented energy together, forging divine lightning into a weapon. Golden sparks condensed, shaping the first true lightning bolt, a force capable of rivaling Zeus's might. Lightning rained downward, Yuan directing catastrophic energy toward Zeus, shaking heavens as ground split beneath impact. Blinding arcs consumed the battlefield, Yuan standing resolute. Golden lightning coursed violently across Zeus, eyes burning with fury. The sky cracked open, thunderous strikes colliding, shaking foundations. A massive crater erupted, molten flames spreading out. From above, Yuan observed destruction below, realizing the terrifying scale unleashed through divine lightning's devastating might. Others watching understood instantly this overwhelming clash mirrored legends, proof of Zeus's dominance even after endless war. Dark energy gathered ominously, surrounding Zeus as divine resilience restored his strength against overwhelming destructive force. The corrupted aura expanded outward, spreading across shattered ruin. Zeus rose steadily, golden armor fractured yet glowing, eyes blazing with renewed divine fury and determination. Observers realized instantly his recovery defied expectation, revealing terrifying endurance, strength returning despite earlier catastrophic injuries sustained. Whispers spread about Pandora's sealed box, its influence awakening, unlocking powers once believed forever unreachable. A furious strike descended, divine weapon tearing through corrupted air as determination radiated from the advancing challenger. Leaping high above, spear raised, divine intent surged, promising a final decisive confrontation against Zeus's resurgence. Recognition struck as the corrupted form emerged. Dark aura spread violently across the battlefield, twisting energy and forcing allies to hesitate in fear. One voice cut through chaos, demanding retreat, claiming the right to face Zeus in solitary battle. Recognition spread across the battlefield as Yuan emerged, his presence undeniable, eyes burning with unshaken resolve. Defiance surged as enemies questioned his strength, dismissing possibilities while underestimating the depth of his hidden power. With unwavering focus, Yuan activated Cinder Eyes, piercing illusions, revealing truths hidden beneath corrupted divine energy. His gaze sharpened, determination hardening as the battlefield's chaotic aura bent beneath his unrelenting willpower. Unleashing command, Yuan roared for everything to be consumed, divine energy twisting violently into devouring force. A sudden force erupted, monstrous presence awakening, its terrifying hunger manifesting as reality trembled in fear. The battlefield darkened, Predator's aura spreading outward. Zeus braced against the corruption, golden armor cracking further. His expression tightened, violet light burning in his eyes. Corrupted energy seized his arm, glowing violently, forcing him backward as divine resistance faltered under unnatural grasp. Zeus faltered briefly, recognizing Yuan's power, questioning its origin while darkness and corruption surrounded them. Yuan denied heavenly ties, channeling energy outward, unleashing predation as Danpeng's presence ignited with overwhelming force. Lightning and shadow collided, Danpeng surged with newfound strength, leveling up repeatedly as power consumed battlefield entirely. A monstrous creature surged forward, claws glowing with corruption. Yuan stood calmly, his eyes narrowing, sensing the beast's power, but showing no trace of hesitation. Dark energy spiraled around him. He analyzed its structure, instantly recognizing the flaws hidden beneath its aggressive force. He released the controlled pulse of counterforce. A brilliant explosion of purple light erupted as the creature collapsed. System notifications flooded in as Yuan's stats soared, his soul tempered by victory over godlike despair. His growth accelerated unnaturally, power consolidating inside him, while divine energy bloomed and reshaped his core foundation. Standing amidst the scorched earth, he surveyed the fallen beast. A dark-armored warrior observed him from afar, expression unreadable. Elsewhere, a blue-haired knight clenched his fists, then leapt. A golden-haired warrior clenched his jaw, eyes locked on the ruins. He dropped to his knees beside a fallen comrade. Yuan stood nearby, gaze calm but resolute, knowing his part in the battle had concluded. He entrusted the future to those remaining, walking away as shadows gathered atop the crumbling stairway. Far off, a pale warrior opened his eyes. The silver-haired man stood high above the broken stairway, thoughts drifting between sky and soil. As winds howled, he questioned the approaching figure's hatred, bracing for judgment only history could deliver. The golden warrior, eyes fierce yet steady, declared his path had no room for regret. He claimed kingship flowed through the other's veins, a twisted gift wrapped in centuries of domination. But defiance burned quietly in the younger man's gaze, ready to challenge the weight of legacy. Fingers curled tightly as rage built, words forming through clenched teeth, aimed straight at the armored tyrant. No right remains, thundered across the battlefield, just before a sword tore through air with righteous violence. Veins glowed gold as fury surged, delivering. Boots slammed the stone repeatedly. Each step, one final clash erupted, strength born of pain versus legacy steeped in control. A mighty guild, once revered for millennia, shattered in mere moments amid power too vast. Centuries of progress vanished, but rebuilding came swiftly, driven by those who refused to yield ground. Divine riders surged forward, Asgard descending from heights to intervene in mortal war. Lightning shattered the sky, Valkyrie and Thor led the charge, wrath wrapped in divine judgment. Screaming Kim Yuan's name, thunder crackled in fury, as vengeance ignited deep within storm-brightened eyes. A voice demanded the divine sea crystal. Unaware it already rested in steady, determined hands. Trapped remnants of Zeus's mana swirled inside the artifact stolen during chaos and sealed without mercy. Dragged in chains, Zeus vanished beneath Asgard's depths, locked far from power, light, and redemption. Asked if regret lingered, the answer came quiet, not denial, but a whisper of fatigue. Vengeance faded from thought, everything Zeus built had fallen, and chasing ruin no longer felt worth continuing. Words hung in the wind, echoing softly, a reflection of choices made without regret or hesitation. Sorrow lingered beneath collapsing skies, pressing like weightless ash over silent shoulders who bore too much already. Footsteps moved slowly past crumbled columns. Those who stayed behind faced what they helped shape, unflinching. Light bled from the palace walls. A fist rose in conviction as golden robes danced. Olympus, once broken, would rise again glorious. Golden eyes held firm conviction, a quiet vow to rebuild not just Olympus, but purpose itself. With steady hands, a quiet figure shaped glowing embers. Nearby, a silent presence observed. Arms. Even broken spirits could craft something lasting. Failure was expected, but persistence shaped greatness from ash. A faint smile appeared. True value wasn't forced. It emerged slowly, through trial, patience, and intention. The hammer struck, sending sparks skyward, not from rage. Memories surfaced as aged words praised a lineage forged through struggle, loss, and the will to endure. A spark of anticipation grew, quiet hope blooming, where grief once anchored itself too deep. Fingers closed gently around the golden relic, warmth pulsing as past and future aligned for sanctuary's sake. A quiet voice offered the gift, not command, but legacy passed on, with Odin's final trust. An invitation was offered, not just passage, but recognition earned through survival, struggle, and silent merit. Fingers accepted the token without hesitation. Vengeance could wait, but rebuilding demanded presence over destruction. Duty shifted directions, no longer to fight alone, but to reach one who still needed saving. Letting tired shoulders exhale beneath a softer sky. Above distant mountains, a new horizon expanded, peaceful for now. Footsteps thundered across fractured boards as chaos erupted, driven by fear rather than coordinated intent. They regrouped quickly, misjudging the threat, thinking numbers could still suppress what power had already eclipsed. A pulse of violet erupted violently, tearing the ground apart and scattering bodies through force alone. Silence followed destruction. Recognition dawned, too late as terror took hold of those still standing. Shadow approached slowly through debris, not to kill, but to extract truth with overwhelming pressure. Eyes scanned the shattered horizon as sleeves rolled up. A search for lost power had begun. A sudden blow crushed the man's jaw. Kim Yuan surged forward, fists flying. Spinning low, he avoided the counterattack, retaliating with precise force. The remaining enemies regrouped midair, surrounding him swiftly, voices echoing commands as they aimed to capture him. Watching their formation tighten, Yuan remained silent, calculating every movement with calm eyes and measured confidence. A thunderous force descended from the sky, shaking the entire compound. Blood pooled beneath the fallen opponent, limbs trembling as pain and failure carved deep lines across his face. Breath shallow, he cursed his ignorance, regretting not locating the hidden treasure before someone else claimed it. Boots stepped calmly past the lifeless body, eyes scanning the aftermath with silent acceptance of the consequence. Lips curved into a faint smirk, curiosity peaked at the reckless attempt made without knowing the risks. Darkness concealed every step as stealth guided movement across the rooftop, avoiding detection from patrolling eyes. Lanterns lit the corridor ahead, chatter echoed, but the mission demanded silence and absolute concentration. Detailed planning replayed mentally locations, traps, possible escape routes, every variable accounted for before infiltration began. Inside the chest, a green artifact glowed faintly, its energy pulsing with dormant power from another age. Fingers closed tightly around the sword. Retrieval succeeded, but the next phase of danger would soon begin. A sudden slap landed across the cheek, jolting attention and breaking the silence inside the room. Tears welled up instantly, but arms wrapped firmly around the sobbing child, steady and without hesitation. Ignoring the wails, a small treat was placed carefully on the floor, followed by clear instructions. Memories surfaced of an old test delayed reward for discipline used to measure patience and self-control. Eyes locked with determination, lips sealed tight, the child nodded silently, fighting the urge to give in. With one hand gripping the sword, resolve firm this mission would require speed, precision, and absolute control. Storm clouds loomed over the fortress ahead. Objects flew outward as intruders scattered across the courtyard. Steel sliced through the air, halting momentum when massive armored crashed down, shaking the ground. Green aura surged through the arm, muscles tightened as divine power granted strength beyond human limits. With a single blow, the ground erupted dust, settled slowly. Blood stained the floor where broken bodies marked the path of unstoppable force. Nearby observers watched in silence, casually commenting while chaos unfolded just meters away from their resting spot. Screams echoed through the hall as survivors scrambled, terrified by the overwhelming strength unleashed moments ago. Amid scattered bodies and splintered floors, steps echoed toward the center, inviting conversation despite the chaos. The reply came calmly, eyes focused. There was no intention to leave or delay what must begin. Thoughts tightened with triumph after patient maneuvering. The intended target had finally stepped into the planned confrontation. A powerful warrior stood ready, ranked 52nd among the strongest, holder of a treasure tied to legends. Intentions clashed midair. One demanded answers, the other sought the same truth buried beneath layers of ancient deception. Questions hung in the air, but intent remained unshaken. There was more to uncover beneath the surface. Recollection followed. Key information about the treasures had been revealed as a reward from deeper tower floors. Doubt stirred briefly. This unexpected knowledge wasn't something ordinary challengers typically acquired on their own. Suspicion sharpened. There was confidence in the voice, as if deeper truths were being deliberately held back. The name was spoken clearly: Amaterasu, bearer of a sacred treasure and guardian of legendary bloodlines. A calm observation cut through the tension. Something was off about the appearance standing before him now. Accusations followed, testing truth behind rumors. Victories and affiliations questioned under the weight of mounting pressure. Solar blaze ignited, resistance attempted. Powers clashed as barriers failed one by one under its overwhelming heat. Status effects breached defenses, flames wrapped tighter. Signs of pain flickered across the opponent's otherwise confident face. A silent command passed through narrowed eyes: this battle was unwinnable, and retreat became the only option. Confidence flared. Protection from divine ownership gave assurance no harm could befall him without consequence. The burning aura intensified. Questions shifted from confrontation to extraction. Knowledge was now the true prize. Demands rose: surrender the information or die. Submission the only path to avoid further destruction. Refusal came calmly, claiming rightful inheritance. A challenge against power assumed to be untouchable by divine right. Fingers pointed toward the treasure. Suspicion flickered as the artifact reacted, responding strangely under unseen influence. Flames parted to reveal an ancient emblem, proof of divine favor rarely bestowed upon unworthy challenger. Acknowledging the artifact's rarity, the opponent's suspicion deepened, realizing this encounter held more weight than expected. Despite concerns, dialogue opened. Assurances offered in exchange for information about the legendary treasure's location and power. A bold request followed: assist in identifying who among tower climbers once controlled the sacred relics. A chilling promise answered: lives would be taken as payment until the true master of blades appeared. Orders were clear: obtain the mirror by any means, even if trust or negotiation became necessary tools. Counter-offer arose: what if lives could be spared instead, without bloodshed staining every outcome? A firm handshake sealed the deal. Two paths aligned temporarily. From afar, doubts stirred. Uncertainty lingered over whether alliance with Amaterasu would strengthen or betray the mission. Assurance faltered, but action was taken. Partnership chosen despite the absence of genuine trust between both sides. With nothing to lose, cooperation felt natural. Both concealed motives behind masks. Neither planned to remove. Silent thoughts questioned the wisdom of blind alliances. Uncertainty whispered warnings. Neither side fully acknowledged aloud. Skepticism grew. Was the plan truly structured, or simply a reckless gamble wrapped in improvisation? Pressure built, prompting the reveal of a key, an artifact believed lost within the tower's floor. From a hidden compartment, the long-sought item emerged, its presence radiating power sealed for centuries. The Yata no Kagami, a sacred treasure, was confirmed to reside on the 44th floor, floating in authority. A guardian observed its opponent with suspicion, detecting divine mimicry. Below, a man clad in black robes stood in a traditional chamber with deliberate calm, he admitted to using the relic's reputation as bait to draw out Amaterasu. The observer scoffed at his manipulation, admiring his cunning but despising the deceit. Hatred formed not for the strategy, but for the man who wielded it without honor. He was accused of perfectionism, someone who refused to fight unless certain of victory. Such logic, the spirit claimed, dulled the edge of true warriors. To fight without certainty, standing at the brink of life and death, was when the blade became sharpest. His methods were considered cowardly, he remained unfazed. The spirit recalled its greatest failure, not death, but letting Amaterasu suffer because of calculated schemes like his. The man's betrayal had been complete. He had convinced others to fight Yamata no Orochi, then vanished mid-battle. That ambush was a trap designed to steal the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Amaterasu had suffered, not by power, but through treachery. Even after acquiring Yasakani no Magatama, he couldn't surpass Susanu. He blamed the system, and sought redemption through all three relics. Shrouded in mist, he sensed the final treasure was close. His steps quickened with purpose, each footfall echoed through the forest. The presence of the artifact pulsed in the air. He paused and spoke calmly, aware of someone trailing behind him in silence. A group of warriors emerged, announcing they were sent by the three precious children to observe. He recognized Amaterasu's involvement. She had deployed more agents under false pretenses. Clenching his fist, he admitted her dishonor. For once, he agreed with his enemies. The warriors questioned his intent, accusing him of defiance against the three precious children. Calmly, he clarified he wasn't their pawn, and warned them not to monitor him again. Without hesitation, he unleashed purple energy that twisted around him violently. He offered them a final choice, one without middle ground. His voice was cold. Live or die, there would be no negotiation. The threat wasn't spoken in anger but delivered with certainty. After the clash, bodies lay motionless. The aftermath of his overwhelming force had left no room for resistance. He reflected on the absence of his usual support tools. Without kind fei and other items, he acknowledged how critical those artifacts truly were. Among the fallen, a voice protested weakly, reminding him of their prior agreement, but the fight had already proven his stance. He dismissed their concerns. To him, they were criminals, not comrades. He had no interest in associating with them. Even knowing who had sent them, he stood firm. He warned Amaterasu not to involve such people in his affairs. Without warning, he ended communication. The divine observer found his interruption amusing and admitted growing respect for him. The spirit laughed for the first time, entertained by his bluntness. Amaterasu, once again, hid behind others. If Amaterasu gathered the three treasures, his strength would rival Olympus. Preventing that was now a clear objective. Determined, he pressed forward through the forest, ignoring the spirit's laughter. He knew the stakes were rising. Suddenly, a new voice shouted. A childlike being caused a ruckus, triggering chaos and confusion in the forest. The spirit asked about his next move. He admitted to having a vague idea where the Yata no Kagami was. He revealed the next step, finding a specific cave. The sacred mirror, Yata no Kagami, awaited within it. Crackling lightning surged from the golden staff in his hand. A voice questioned where he learned such a technique, but he brushed it off with a cryptic reply. With firm control, he stood ready, electricity dancing around his form. The golden weapon radiated energy as he gripped it with confidence. Activating his cinder eyes and sensory field, his vision adjusted. The forest lit up in his mind's eye, revealing a clear path through the shadows. As he walked, the spirit remarked how even the sword's aura alone could cut clean through matter. It was not called a spirit's sword for nothing. He casually used the blade to slice through obstructing branches. The voice criticized him for misusing a sword meant to strike down living foes. Unbothered, he replied that the trees were alive. He was using the blade exactly as the spirit once described against living obstacles. Leaves rustled underfoot as the wind stirred through the dense woods. The terrain changed quickly, signaling a new location. Soon, a jagged cliff face emerged from between the trees. Without hesitation, he leapt to the ledge below. The spirit doubted the ease of discovery, but he remained focused. The real challenge, he said, would be inside the cave. Deep within the passage, his sword began to shake. It was reacting to the presence of the Yata no Kagami. The spirit explained the three sacred treasures were once one. Only when reunited could their true power be revealed. Understanding dawned, Amaterasu's obsession made sense now. The path to divine power lay in reunification. When asked if he'd met Amaterasu again, the spirit answered bitterly. He avoided confrontation to prevent losing the Kusanagi. The relic had been hidden well, out of Amaterasu's reach. Now Kim Yuan carried the burden to guard the remaining two. Yuan's eyes sharpened. He wouldn't let Amaterasu claim them, but he might take all three for himself. As Yuan descended deeper into the rocky cavern, the spirit hovering beside him made an unexpected admission. It was rooting for him now. The spirit made a request: when the chance arises to strike Amaterasu, Yuan must assist. Just once. Nothing more. Yuan remained silent. He understood the limits of his control. Susanu's full potential could only be unlocked through genuine will, not force. The soul of Susanu stirred, sensing the gravity of the request. Only his own decision would activate his strength. He finally agreed just this once. The spirit warned Yuan not to expect more. Yuan accepted the answer. With new confidence, he began condensing his mana. A new form of energy took shape in his palm. A massive mana blast erupted from his hand, launching him skyward through the cavern's opening in a burst of power. Above ground he soared over mountains. His objective was clear: navigate the maze hidden in this vast range. Hovering in the sky, he scanned the terrain. The search for Yata no Kagami had begun. This was day one. A violent force crashes through layers of floating rock, sending debris in all directions. The impact drills into the surface, shaking the cavern walls. From the collapsed opening, a figure pierces through the dust. He darts forward, navigating the unstable ruins with sharp precision. At the center of the destruction, blue energy spirals around him. The system flashes: search for Yata no Kagami. Day 14. Yuan moves cautiously across barren terrain, sword in hand. The wind stirs ash as he descends the quiet valley. The emptiness feels unnatural. No monsters, no signs of life. The silence gnaws at him more than danger would. He grips the sword tighter. If there is no threat, the threat must be hiding. The sword's faint vibration confirms it. His spirit blade, Danpong, suddenly glows. Without warning, it growls, its energy unstable and restless. He halts and activates Cinder Eyes. His irises shift red as he prepares for concealed threats. His sensory field expands, mapping the hidden environment. Reality begins to fracture. The ground beneath him flickers. He channels demonic energy to enhance his senses. A hidden message reveals itself: you have found Yata no Kagami. The illusion breaks apart. He activates the dungeon. The mirror space opens, vast and distorted. Crystalline light surrounds him. A prompt appears: starting mirror trial, win against yourself. From within the fractured mirror, another Yuan emerges, powerful and calm. He steps forward. The challenge isn't a beast, it's his own future self. Kim Yuan examines the figure before him. Though the face is his, the mirror reveals more than surface reflection. It exposes what lies beneath. Doubt sets in. The being in front of him doesn't feel like the future self he expects. The mirror trial forces him to question his own identity. From a distance, he watches his other self. The confrontation means one thing: he must reject who he is now in order to move forward. He considers the possibility of a doppelganger, but his sensory field detects no illusion. This isn't a mimic, it feels real. With a firm stance, Yuan demands the figure reveal its identity. The silence heightens the tension across the frozen terrain. Raising his sword, he warns the imposter: threats won't be repeated. The figure, unbothered, acknowledges the response as predictable. A calculated pause follows. Yuan braces for deception, expecting a psychological ploy. The response arrives: I'm Sun Ogong. Yuan's eyes narrow in disbelief at the sudden reveal. Realization strikes. If the figure claims to be the Monkey King's clone, Yuan must rely on Cinder Eyes to confirm the truth. Despite internal doubts, his instincts scream otherwise. The man looks too accurate to dismiss. He activates Supreme Arcane Sword and Holy Fire, launching a powerful strike toward his opponent. Both blades clash mid-air. Energy explodes around them as they engage in fierce combat. The battle intensifies. Swift counters and high-speed exchanges test both fighters. After pushing back the enemy, Yuan pauses. His opponent doesn't fall, but regenerates instantly. With sharp clarity, Yuan realizes the truth. The man isn't just a clone, he's a necromancer. Two figures, reanimated through necromancy, reveal their borrowed forms. The first, possessing Ares' body, struggles to adjust to unfamiliar physical limits. Beside him stands undead Arthur, equally bound in a vessel not his own. Both are weapons under the necromancer's control. A voice observes them from afar. The spirit, Amaterasu, unbothered, shows no interest in intervening and mocks the soul bound connection. Amaterasu questions what it would take for Yuan to earn his recognition. The answer is clear: power beyond his own. Confidently, Yuan accepts the challenge. He believes surpassing Amaterasu is only a matter of time and progress. He reflects on the mirror's unfairness. The version before him is from before his regression, but the trial's intensity ignores that. Their clash resumes as Yuan's opponent presses forward. The moment to hesitate is gone. Realization flares in Yuan's eyes. The attack isn't random, it's calculated and precise. Their blades collide, sparks erupt from the force of their strikes, marking the true beginning of their duel. Yuan charged in, blade flashing under the faint light. His opponent met him mid-swing, unleashing a barrage of strikes in rapid succession. Steel collided mid-air, ringing across the bamboo forest. Sparks erupted with each deflection as both fighters tested their speed and power. Yuan shifted his stance, driving his sword forward. The impact sent his enemy flying through the trees, forcing a retreat. He closed the distance again, his fist infused with mana. The punch landed cleanly, disrupting the clone's balance. The enemy countered with a sword, but Yuan blocked it with compressed mana, halting the blade's momentum mid-swing. A burst of energy exploded from Yuan's form, blasting the clone away as he stood motionless, eyes sharp with focus. Observing closely, Yuan confirmed the truth: this wasn't a true clone of the monkey, despite the resemblance in the eyes. The figure refused to speak. Dark mana churned around them as Yuan considered extracting answers by force. Judging from the mana loss and damaged aura, this version was weaker. The clone lacked the depth of the original's power. Yuan acknowledged that replicas couldn't mirror true high rankers, no matter how refined the tool used to create them. Feigning surrender, he lowered his sword, only to draw a new weapon bathed in golden light. The blade pulsed with energy. Yuan chose control over brutality. This sword suited his precision. The clone jeered, confident in its edge. Yuan remained composed, eyes tracking every movement. They clashed again, blades tearing through air. Yuan's strikes grew faster, more calculated. Victory wasn't in strength, it was in foresight. Yuan already knew every move the clone would make. Yuan was struck across the chest by a sudden attack, his body reeling from the force. He gritted his teeth and remained standing. The clone stepped forward, mocking his effort. Though Yuan kept calm, his mana gauge revealed the strain. His stamina was dwindling fast. Even with a mana stat exceeding 100, the enemy's relentless pressure began to overwhelm him. Power alone wasn't enough now. Summoning energy from deep within, Yuan activated Giant's power. Strength surged through his body, reinforcing his limbs. The transformation wasn't complete, but enough. His leap cracked the ground, sending him straight into the air like a missile. With focus sharpened, he launched a renewed assault from above. Sword drawn, he prepared to counter the clone's every move. The enemy activated acceleration, blurring into high-speed motion. Yuan struggled to keep up with his rapid strikes. Steel clashed in midair. Despite knowing the attack pattern, Yuan couldn't match the speed to respond effectively. A burst of dark purple aura flared as the clone shifted tactics again. Yuan prepared for another wave. A barrier of sacred fire enveloped the clone. Yuan watched as the flames protected his form and boosted his movement. Determined, Yuan pushed forward. He couldn't allow the gap in power to widen any further. He understood now, the outcome would depend on endurance. The battle would be decided by time and pursuit. Yuan activated Sky Step, doubling his speed momentarily. He closed in with sudden force, surprising the enemy. His sword slashed with a burst of orange light. Simultaneously, Supreme Magic Sword began to awaken. Giantification intensified. Yuan's entire body pulsed with dark energy as he prepared to end the fight in one blow. Their swords clashed violently in midair, creating bursts of light as each strike mirrored the other in perfect rhythm. Yuan narrowed his eyes, analyzing every motion. With each exchange, his doubts gave way to realization: the opponent's skill wasn't random. Every movement was eerily familiar. It wasn't just mimicry, the enemy used the exact techniques Yuan had mastered himself. Blood dripped from a shallow wound on his face, but Yuan didn't flinch. His eyes locked onto the enemy with clarity. The truth settled in his mind. This wasn't a copy, nor a doppelganger. The synchronization was too precise. What stood before him was a reflection of his own strength. The opponent was himself. Yuan faced his copy in a duel of precision and intellect. Despite knowing his opponent's tactics, he found himself falling behind. The realization hit hard. He was being outplayed by his own logic. He activated his sensory zone to its limit. The battlefield slowed, every movement clear. He no longer fought instinctively, but through calculated prediction of his double's intent. Knowing his enemy thought like him, Yuan predicted the next move. He stepped forward decisively, preparing to counter where he would have struck if roles were reversed. Swords clashed again, now engulfed in purple energy. Explosive force shook the area as both fighters unleashed attacks with deadly speed and control. The doppelganger's power erupted violently. Yuan was pushed back as energy flooded the space, forcing him to evade amid waves of destructive mana. A direct hit hurled Yuan through the air. The impact left him disoriented, but he stayed alert, aware his enemy would not pause. Their eyes locked blue against red. They charged again, each aiming to end it in one strike. Their movements mirrored perfectly. Yuan's blade landed first. The slash cut deep, disabling the clone's regeneration. Blood spilled, and the healing failed to activate. The enemy stumbled. For the first time, Yuan saw hesitation. Victory was within reach. A sword floated above, controlled by mana. Yuan recognized it as the Yi Ji sword technique, an ultimate move used only in dire moments. It consumed vast mana and lacked efficiency, but its deadliness and assassination was unmatched. Yuan knew the fight was nearing its final stage. Both remained still, wounded, and exhausted. The levitating sword hovered, waiting to end it. Yuan admitted it. He had lost the mental game. If he was the one losing, he must be the fake. He reached for the floating sword, accepting defeat. The answer was clear. The true Yuan stood firm. The battle was over. The real one remained. Yuan stood still, weakened but composed. Though drained, he reminded himself that victory was mandatory. He gathered his resolve, knowing this moment would determine everything. The snowy arena quieted. A message appeared, declaring that he had passed Yata's trial. The pressure of the test lifted as he stood alone in the hollowed space. Elsewhere, another figure lowered his blade. The fight had ended. The observer reflected on the sword's cost. It drained life indiscriminately, friend or foe. Its price was absolute. Warnings echoed in Yuan's memory. Once he left, there would be no return. The voice advised him to survive and abandon lingering emotions tied to the past. Yuan silently questioned himself. His journey through regression had been long. Though determined to live in the present, old regrets remained rooted inside him. A portal formed, its golden glow pulling him forward. Watching from afar, a figure noted his progress. The object of the trial had finally been found. The Yata mirror appeared in his hand. The goal was achieved, but in the outside world, others had begun to worry about Yuan's prolonged absence. Some feared he had perished, though others remained confident. His strength, they recalled, was far above average and hinted at something greater. Memories of his earlier actions gave hope. He showed potential close to a high ranker and wasn't someone to fall easily. Elsewhere, suspicion grew. One cloaked observer questioned whether Yuan had already found the mirror and betrayed their trust. The figure gritted their teeth. They believed Yuan would not stay idle. He would attempt to climb further, leaving nothing to chance. With sharp intent, they issued a command: block Yuan's advance to the next floor. The pursuit had just begun. Yuan drinks in silence, his eyes briefly shifting toward the seated girl in the distance. The peaceful setting contrasts with the unease in his gaze. He walks closer. Pandora sits still, her back turned, unaware or unwilling to react. Her posture is stiff, disconnected from her surroundings. The man beside her comments on her unchanged state since Yuan left. Though she's improved slightly, she remains emotionally shut off. He urges Yuan to visit more, whether it's him or the creature following him. Something about his presence affects her positively. Pandora sits quietly, holding a cup. The man's voice softens. He says she needs Yuan. No one else can reach her the same way. Yuan, changing the topic, explains he returned because of a brief fight. He downplays the reason for stepping down from the 44th floor. He confirms he'll stay temporarily. The man reacts with mild annoyance, used to Yuan dropping responsibilities on him. The group gathers, jokes surface, but serious questions follow. Wasn't Yuan supposed to aim for the top of the tower? Yuan doesn't respond. Flames flicker from his hand, reflecting the weight of his decisions and the power he's gained. 3 powerful items are laid on the ground, their glow hints at immense value. Yuan calls them sacred treasures he somehow ended up with, raising suspicion. Trouble brews, mention of divine pursuers suggests conflict with high-ranking beings. Yuan declines help. He believes Hercules should stay out of it. He knows it won't be easy, but refuses to drag others in. Watching quietly, Pandora senses something this time. Yuan might actually win. Yuan explains he needs more time before engaging in a real fight. Something he is entrusted to another is not yet complete, so for now, he must wait. He admits he'll be staying around for a while, needing support during this period. Though uninvited, his presence comes with a request. Yuan asks for help with one task during his stay. Meanwhile, Pandora quietly listens in the distance, curious but silent. Yuan states that his gigantification ability is still unstable. To improve it, he needs someone experienced, someone like Hercules. Hercules hesitates, admitting he's not good at teaching. Yuan insists he doesn't need instruction, only a chance to practice. Hercules realizes Yuan wants to train through combat. He asks if Yuan truly means to fight barehanded. Yuan simply asks not to be killed. Hercules repeats Yuan's words with a grin. The challenge is clear, but the danger is real. Both prepare, their fists tighten, and pressure builds between them. Power begins to swirl violently in the clearing. Hercules erupts into motion, unleashing his strength. Yuan braces, his stance firm, but the gap in power is obvious. Yuan takes a direct hit. Blood flies as he struck. His body thrown across the ground in a violent clash. He crashes down, the force splitting the earth. Hercules watches, impressed, but slightly amused. Yuan struggles to stand. Hercules jokes that not killing him might be the hardest part of this request. Bruised and gasping, Yuan lets out a breathless laugh, surprised but not discouraged. He clenches his fist once more, showing resolve despite the damage. Hercules charges again with fierce energy, as the brutal training resumes without mercy. Yuan charges forward with clenched fists, fully aware that every strike from Hercules carries deadly force. His body braces for impact, but he does not hesitate. He lands a clean blow across Hercules' jaw. However, Hercules doesn't react. The hit does nothing to faze him. Despite the attack, Hercules remains calm. He glares with disapproval, his silent composure unnerving. Yuan notes the irritation behind his eyes. Hercules retaliates immediately with a swift punch, sending shockwaves through the air. His force is overwhelming and fast. Yuan struggles to avoid the blows, but the momentum shifts in Hercules' favor. His movements become harder to track. Hercules lifts Yuan and slams him back down, his strength far surpassing what Yuan can currently handle. The force of the blow creates a powerful burst of energy. Hercules' gigantification activates, shaking the ground beneath them. Yuan is thrown across the battlefield from the distance. He stares in disbelief at Hercules' overwhelming strength. Though battered, he questions the strength gap, realizing how far he still has to go. Collapsed, Yuan mumbles incomplete words. His consciousness is fading, but his will resists giving up. Hercules stands over him, puzzled by his muttering. Pandora watches from nearby, equally confused, despite his injuries. Yuan prepares to rise again. The real gigantification training is just beginning. From above the forest canopy, several bodies drop rapidly, their descent controlled and intentional. One clenched fist tightens with purpose as internal energy channels through muscle and skin. A powerful punch is delivered, triggering a system message. Gigantification proficiency has increased and evolved to the next level. Beside a blazing forge, a mentor explains that gigantification relies on muscle strength, not just skill. The student, puzzled, listens as the mentor demonstrates by flexing, causing his arm to swell massively. Nearby, a bird perches calmly on a hand, symbolizing the level of control required to master the ability. A bird flies upward as the warrior readies his body for activation. Green energy swirling around him, his body becomes infused with giant power, especially focused in his right arm. The transformation completes as his right arm solidifies into that of a giant's, glowing with strength. A companion warns that concentrating gigantification in one limb may cause extreme stress. The warrior moves anyway, declaring this attempt will be different. Launching into the air, he rockets toward a massive golem, aiming to strike with full power. Inside a resting space, his hand is bandaged, showing damage from the intense battle. He's told not to exert himself for 3 days due to the strain caused by gigantification. Surprised, he questions the time limit, staring at his injured hand in silence. Yuan rests but nearby, a companion whispers his name while watching silently, concern hidden behind a calm face. The man clutches his head, murmuring that he may have pushed himself too far. His arm shows the marks of strain. Despite the visible damage, he dismisses concern, claiming it will heal. His tone is steady, but the injury remains. He insists he's fine, and begins to walk away. The others accept it, though hesitantly. He quietly examines his wounded hand, noting how the damage is worse than when he battled giants. The woman watching wonders aloud if she is helping create something beyond control, possibly even a monster. She reflects on Yuan's growth, surprised by how quickly he learns despite her lack of teaching skill, compares his progress to a regular player's, noting he's reached a level most would take much longer to achieve. She admits she's a little afraid not of Yuan himself, but of his unknown and unwavering goal. Considers the scale of his ambition. Gods and rivals mean little to him. His goal lies beyond them. Even so, he never reveals what or who he's preparing to face. He isn't after strength for its own sake. She recognizes that his goal is relentless, one that doesn't allow him to rest, even for a moment. As Yuan prepares to leave, someone reminds him to rest. He brushes it off with calm indifference. A message arrives from Hephaestus. It's unexpected, but timely. He decides to head to the first floor. With the sky clear above, he steps into the city, making his way to a door, marked by a familiar symbol. Inside the forge, a loud noise interrupts the silence. Someone questions the commotion as attention shifts to the door. The blacksmith tightens his grip on a tool, clearly irritated by the interruption. Red-haired woman glares silently, while a child happily waves, oblivious to the tension. New arrivals are introduced with titles, glowing above them, each labeled with strange and powerful names. A muscular man scolds them for barging in, asking if they're the infamous tower destroyers. Hephaestus rubs his head, admitting exhaustion and annoyance at their energy. Yet, he continued working, driven by motivation. Yuan is guided to the back of the forge, where something awaits. He prepares to witness what he has long awaited. He reflects on the fused artifact crafted from 3 legendary stones, finally ready to be revealed. They approach a glowing chamber. Blue light surrounds the entrance as energy pulses within. Hephaestus reveals the finished item, explaining that it named itself the moment it was completed. As it activates, lightning bursts outward. The object rejects others, as if already bonded to a master. The energy responds only to Yuan. He is told the item contains Zeus's legacy and divine power from 3 stones. Yuan stands before the artifact, recognizing that he is its true master. As he places his hand upon it, he asks for its name, triggering a sudden reaction. The item responds. It reveals its name, Heart of Aranas. As Yuan is lifted by radiant energy, Yuan floats downward through a radiant space, his body suspended in controlled descent. He lands in a new realm, greeted by a voice acknowledging his arrival. Ahead, a glowing vortex forms. Without hesitation, he approaches the light, pulled by a deeper purpose. A tall figure appears, an elder god with flowing hair, recognizing someone named Zeus through memory and resemblance. He smiles, noting how the younger god mirrors his appearance, accepting it as a sign of legacy. Nearby, a ranking board displays names of powerful beings, showing Yuan unranked now but projected to surpass even gods. Aranos, father of Kronos, ruled with cruelty. He devoured his kin to increase his strength, standing above all as a tyrant. His hunger for power corrupted everything beneath him. Kronos, born into this cycle of destruction, fought to survive. He trained endlessly, preparing for the day he could resist his father's dominance. To challenge Aranos, Kronos gathered ancient rankers, gods and warriors from forgotten eras. Their sole purpose was to destroy the king of the heavens. the war ended in victory, but at great cost half of the rankers who joined the battle died in the effort. Those who remained spoke of Aranos's unmatched power. Even Zeus was nothing in comparison. Aranos was feared not only for his strength, but for his legacy. He was the true sky of Olympus, a ruler above all. In the present, a man meets Aranos for the first time. The room is bright, calm, yet tense. Aranos speaks kindly, noting the resemblance between himself and his grandson. His tone is composed, not aggressive. He invites the visitor to sit. The atmosphere is formal. This meeting is not yet a confrontation. The guest is cautious. Aranos appears relaxed, claiming to be just an old man. The man watches him carefully, sensing no immediate threat. Aranos quietly speaks his name again. As if reminding the world of who he is, he asks about Kronos. The question carries weight. Kronos' existence was erased by the cost of clock movement, but Aranos remembers. A father cannot forget the son who killed him. Kronos had been erased from existence so completely that even his father, Aranos, no longer remembered him. The cost of using clock movement had severed him from all memory. Aranos retrieved a crystal embedded in his chest and handed it over. He confirmed it once pulsed with his own blood while it was inside him. The guest demanded clarity, confused by the vague answer. Aranos admitted the object had once been a part of him, carrying immense significance. Aranos calmly stated it had been his everything. It wasn't just a piece of him. It was what defined him at his peak. Lifting the glowing heart, he recalled how he consumed his brothers in pursuit of it, blinded by desire for more. His greed turned insatiable. Obsessed with power, he became a monster without realizing what he'd lost in the process. The guest asked what point he was trying to make. Aranos gave a warning: anyone, no matter their identity, can become a monster. He offered the heart, inviting the guest to equip it if he truly wanted to understand. As the heart merged with him, notifications confirmed the power he'd gained. The heart and ambition of Aranos. The power felt familiar but flawed. It was raw, unstable, born only to grow uncontrollably, like a child of chaos. He recognized that this must be the monster Aranos warned about. Before he could react, something leapt toward him. An entity emerged, feral and violent. The system called it, Predator reveals itself. Aranos noticed the sudden change and questioned the power protecting his guest. He realized there was something unique hidden within, unexpected and potent. Mocking the guest, he underestimated its size. The guest, surprised, fired back, it may not be as small as it seems. Danpung's presence ignited a surge in divine energy. With each pulse, system messages revealed rapid leveling stat boosts and increased arcane power, as the system confirmed the defeat of ambition of Aranos. The room fell silent. The guest now stood composed, bearing the burden of unexpected victory. He stared at Aranos and challenged his earlier words, asking what this immense power truly looked like from a god's perspective. Aranos, surprised by the shift in power, stood and watched. The atmosphere thickened with tension as the two locked eyes. Aranos spoke cryptically, stating they would meet again. His form flickered, slowly vanishing like fading stardust. The guest, silent and thoughtful, touched his cheek. The encounter left more questions than answers, but the path forward had changed. He awoke surrounded by allies. Concerned voices greeted him, breaking the silence of his return from the divine space. The glowing mark on his hand still pulsed. The system identified it as the heart of Aranos, an artifact formed from consumed rancors. The system's description was vague, hinting that the power within the heart defied easy classification or understanding. He recalled Odin's Gungnir, which held similar mystery. That comparison suggested the heart's value was immense. If it stored power, it might act as an energy core. There was only one way to test its capacity: use it. His transformation began as he examined the heart's effect. Distant observers noticed the shift and grew cautious. Training resumed. A brutal strike cracked against flesh, pushing both combatants to their limits. He assured the enemy that no harm would come to the onlookers. He could endure it all. Though he called it training, it had been one-sided punishment all along, meant to forge his body through relentless pain. Despite his opponent's overwhelming durability, the protagonist activated the heart of Aranos, releasing divine energy across his body. The system confirmed activation as a dark force wrapped around him. Tartarus had been summoned, and corruption spread with it. This Black Sea, once encountered on the 22nd floor, returned in a controlled form. The system declared the corruption had stabilized, and the man's resistance had reached a new stage. As the corrupted energy intensified, he demanded more from his body, pushing past limits bit by bit. In a flash of energy, his transformation completed. The floor cracked beneath him from the sudden power surge. He launched forward, cutting through the air, smashing into the opponent with the full force of unleashed divine might. Witnessing the impact, the observers recognized the immense energy. One of them identified it as power tied to Uranus. The old man who had forged the artifact admitted even he underestimated its strength. Still, the opponent withstood the hit, proving that the world was now filled with monsters at every turn. The protagonist, breathing heavily, realized he had given it his all just to block a single attack. He reflected on the opponent's endurance, and questioned what level of transformation he had triggered. A black sphere of condensed power swirled around his fist, marking the beginning of a new unknown. Hercules noticed Yuan tending to his wound, curious about the warrior's unexpected skill in healing. With careful movements, Yuan wrapped the bandage around Hercules' arm, ensuring no wound was left exposed. After finishing, Hercules tested his arm's strength, giving Yuan a small nod filled with appreciation. Sitting back, Yuan clenched his injured hand, noticing the pain still lingered despite the treatment's effort. He assumed the cause lay within his dark element mana, which interfered with natural healing abilities. Observation revealed Hercules' struggle mirrored Yuan's, both facing pain as their strength continued evolving. Depending on determination, every struggle could become progress, turning suffering itself into a form of training. Rather than avoiding danger, Yuan accepted the risk, treating his cursed mana as a necessary challenge. Quiet resolve filled his eyes. Control, not avoidance, was his path toward mastering unstable power. Watching from afar, the observer admired Yuan's composure, impressed by how calmly he endured chaotic energy. After confirming everyone's condition, Yuan decided there was no need for further rest. A brief silence filled the room before Hercules rose, signaling their departure with determined composure. Golden light from the divine chariot shimmered as they ascended toward the tower's upper floors. Beneath autumn-colored skies, the group discussed travel plans, planning to stop briefly on the 96th floor. Ahead awaited new challenges, and Yuan prepared his mind to climb once more without hesitation. As Hercules prepared to depart, Pagma hesitated, sensing Yuan's quiet resolve to leave soon. A faint smile crossed Yuan's face, though uncertainty flickered beneath his calm expression and words. Thoughts lingered about leaving allies behind, but duty pulled him toward the tower's endless ascent. Pagma accepted his decision, understanding that partings were necessary for growth and the battles ahead. Without further hesitation, the group set off, their steps steady beneath the autumn-hued divine light. During their journey, Yuan inquired about the Apollo siblings, curious about their fate after battle. Hercules explained they'd been freed from Zeus's underground prison, but suffered severe injuries during escape. Memories surfaced of their alliance, how each had fought relentlessly despite divine wounds and exhaustion. Though concerned, Yuan reminded himself they were resilient warriors, capable of enduring far greater hardships. Hercules noticed his worry and advised him gently not to shoulder every burden on his own. Thoughts drifted as Yuan reflected on Hercules' unwavering spirit, realizing how deeply his words resonated. Despite immense strength, Hercules still offered warmth and reassurance, traits Yuan quietly admired but seldom expressed. A faint smile appeared. He recognized the same steady kindness that endured through countless trials before. Gratitude welled up inside him, and with a calm breath he simply whispered, "Thanks." Their journey resumed, the divine chariot ascending toward the 44th floor shrouded in misty clouds. The once peaceful land lay stained with blood, signs of conflict spreading across the battlefield's edge. Above cracked rooftops, crows circled endlessly, their cries echoing the unrest, consuming the entire region. Hidden among the ruins, mercenaries grumbled about their target, blaming one man for this disaster. Greed outweighed fear. They boasted about rewards, imagining glory once their prey was finally captured. Before finishing their words, an unseen strike cut through silence, leaving blood and terror in its wake. The mercenaries mocked their victim, unaware of the silent fury hidden beneath his motionless form. Blood spread across the ground, but within it pulsed energy too ominous for ordinary men. Whispers of an organization surfaced: the 12 Zodiacs, known for raising warriors from abandoned children. They sought perfection through cruelty, forging assassins and soldiers under one shared ambition: absolute strength. As the air thickened, an unseen force awakened, marking Yuan's entrance into their ruthless hunt. A system alert echoed sharply, announcing Yuan's location, and the artifact now in his possession. He glanced at the sacred mirror tied securely, realizing his pursuers had tracked him precisely. Footsteps echoed faintly. Yuan moved through the ruins, calculating every turn with cautious precision and patience. Days of evasion had taught him their tactics, thousands hunting one man without understanding his intent. Though surrounded, he sensed something missing, their leader's presence hidden, watching silently from beyond the battlefield's edge. Resting briefly, Yuan calculated his next move, deciding conserving energy mattered more than reckless action. A sudden shift in air caught his attention, tension rising as distant footsteps echoed faintly closer. Mist coiled through broken walls, obscuring shapes moving within, silent watchers searching for their hidden target. His eyes narrowed. Something felt wrong. The aura wasn't Amaterasu's, it pulsed with unfamiliar, oppressive strength. Hand tightening on his weapon, Yuan faced the fog's silhouette, prepared for whatever stepped forward next. From within the mist, a calm yet commanding voice echoed, cutting through silence with unsettling clarity. A figure emerged, Tsukuyomi, one of the three precious children, radiating divine power beneath her gaze. Recognition struck instantly. Yuan steadied his breath, wondering why a celestial rancor appeared before him. Her attention drifted not toward the mirror he carried but to the blade itself. Realization dawned. She desired the Kusanagi, no Tsurugi, its dormant energy responding faintly to her presence. As Yuan raised his sword, confusion flickered in Tsukuyomi's eyes, softening her usually calm expression. Her gaze lingered on Susanu's weapon, memories stirring from centuries past that Yuan couldn't possibly know. His guarded stance faltered slightly, unsettled by the strange familiarity reflected in her sorrowful blue eyes. Mocking whispers filled the air, twisting his hesitation into teasing accusations about feelings he refused to acknowledge. With frustration tightening his grip, Yuan swung forward, silencing doubt beneath the clash of divine energy. Sparks erupted as Yuan met Tsukuyomi's strike, the air trembling from divine energy colliding violently. A brief silence followed, her calm eyes revealing sadness rather than hostility amid the swirling chaos. Yuan's voice cut through the noise, realizing her target wasn't him but Susanu's lingering power. The battle's meaning shifted. Divine rivalry between siblings Amaterasu and Susanu had drawn Tsukuyomi into the conflict. Facing her, Yuan tightened his grip, knowing he must choose between loyalty, survival, or divine truth. Lightning crackled across the battlefield as Tsukuyomi recalled Amaterasu's betrayal and Susanu's tragic downfall. Amid broken ruins, Yuan stood silently, his expression darkening as he processed the god's unsettling revelation. Tsukuyomi's piercing gaze demanded Yuan's answer, questioning which divine ally he would ultimately stand beside. Conflicted thoughts clouded Yuan's mind, realizing divine politics extended beyond mortal understanding and simple loyalty. Tsukuyomi finally confessed that Amaterasu forced Susanu into battle alone against Yamata no Orochi. Suspicion filled the air as Yuan questioned Tsukuyomi's certainty about Amaterasu's role in betrayal. Calm yet unwavering, the answer came, spoken with confidence, drawn from a source few could challenge. Energy rippled outward. Divine power stirred as an unexpected presence slowly emerged within the violet haze. Shock widened Tsukuyomi's eyes upon recognizing the figure thought long perished among the gods' ranks. A faint smile crossed Yuan's face, meeting the resurrected god's gaze after countless forgotten years. Sudden footsteps echoed through the hall, alerting Yuan and Tsukuyomi that enemies had discovered them. With urgency tightening his expression, Yuan realized their brief exchange would soon be interrupted by pursuit. Tsukuyomi sighed quietly, regretting that time's flow never allowed truth to be spoken at peace. Thoughts flickered through Yuan's mind, his curiosity fixed on Susanu's mysterious resurrection and Amaterasu's shadowed betrayal. The revived god confirmed her involvement, admitting Amaterasu's choices indirectly led him toward death and divine ruin. Under the cold night sky, Yuan listened quietly as Susanu spoke of forgotten divine battles. Ancient memories resurfaced: betrayal, pride, and the haunting regret of gods who once stood united. Shadows of Yamata no Orochi appeared, twisting with rage, echoing vengeance from the depths of time. Susanu's eyes dimmed, his voice steady as he admitted Amaterasu's choices led to his downfall. Resolute once more, Yuan vowed to reveal that truth, ending the gods' endless cycle of betrayal. A soft glow reflected into Tsukuyomi's eyes as unspoken sorrow lingered between gods and mortals. Footsteps echoed nearby, forcing Yuan to decide before the approaching pursuers closed in completely. Calm but resolute, he told Tsukuyomi to leave, knowing their paths would soon cross again. A faint smile formed as divine energy enveloped Tsukuyomi's fading figure, dissolving into shimmering blue light. Left standing alone, Yuan watched the sky clear, his mission far from reaching its end. After Tsukuyomi vanished, Yuan blended into the shadows, analyzing the shifting tension across the battlefield. Whispers echoed through nearby corridors as enemies began realizing his presence had not disappeared entirely. A smirk crossed his face. Overwhelming odds never stopped him from moving forward before. Meanwhile, crimson energy pulsed elsewhere, a familiar presence circling the same area with deliberate intent. Watching the pattern unfold, Yuan wondered quietly what purpose that unseen force truly pursued now. Deep within the forest, a crimson figure observed the chaos spreading like wildfire across realms. Flames danced over his armor as he muttered about Yuan's persistence disrupting divine order again. Suddenly, corrupted energy surged and dozens of warriors appeared, their loyalty bound to Yamata no Orochi. With unyielding resolve, the Red Warrior unleashed his sealed artifact, merging blood and fire into destruction. From afar, Amaterasu's gaze sharpened, realizing Yuan's interference had reignited a war she long thought buried. Blood stained the ground as the Red Warrior cleaved through enemies, his movements cold and precise. Roars of defiance echoed, yet his blade absorbed their essence, feeding on every fallen soul. Each strike grew heavier, power surging as divine blood intertwined with rage from forgotten centuries. Amid the slaughter, his eyes glowed, crimson, declaring vengeance against gods who once forsook him. A twisted smile formed, every corpse strengthened him, and soon his resurrection would be complete. Blood splattered across the ground as the Red Warrior's strength reached heights beyond mortal comprehension. His laughter echoed madly, realizing the slaughter alone wasn't enough to draw Yuan's attention. A golden weapon materialized, its aura divine trembling violently as ancient runes blazed under the crimson sky. With a powerful swing, he shattered the battlefield, screaming Yuan's name through flames and broken stone. Amid roaring chaos, his voice pierced the air, declaring vengeance that no god could silence again. Flames rippled across the battlefield as Yuan faced the enraged warrior demanding Kusanagi's whereabouts. Realizing the danger, he steadied his stance as divine energy surged, triggering a deadly penalty. Explosions tore through the burning sky as Kim Yuan clashed with a monstrous entity, releasing devastation. Amid collapsing debris, he steadied himself, blood dripping slowly while his eyes tracked every hostile movement. Energy surged around him, purple light wrapped his body as he prepared his final counterattack. The creature charged forward, yet Yuan advanced fearlessly, striking through its chaotic defenses with precise, unstoppable force. When silence followed the blast, he knelt down, body trembling, flames reflecting victory and silent exhaustion. Rising from the ashes, Kim Yuan glared forward, remembering countless lives lost to divine arrogance. His palm ignited with fierce crimson energy, a symbol of wrath built from endless struggles endured. Flames spiraled upward as his power condensed, forming a sphere that distorted the surrounding air violently. He hurled the blazing mass ahead, detonation consuming everything while shockwaves shattered the ruined battlefield apart. Emerging from the smoke, a warrior holding a shining mirror appeared, summoning divine power through reflection. Fireballs rained across the battlefield as both warriors unleashed their powers, shaking the ruined landscape violently. Explosions erupted everywhere, each impact throwing debris skyward and painting the air in burning crimson hues. Lightning burst from above, striking through the flames as divine energy surged uncontrollably across the ground. The clash reached its peak when Yuan met the electric strike head, on refusing to retreat again. Raising his fist, rage ignited his aura, molten energy gathered as he prepared a devastating counterattack. Flames engulfed Yuan's body as divine resistance activated, shielding him from the overwhelming infernal heat. Across the battlefield, the armored warrior grinned, realizing Yuan had absorbed power stronger than Surt's flame. The mirror-bearer steadied his stance, preparing another attack while observing Yuan's growing, uncontrollable energy surge. Firestorms erupted between them, shaking the ground as molten debris scattered under the weight of their power. With calm defiance, Yuan clenched his fists, ready to seize the legendary sword Kusanagi from his foe. A colossal serpent erupted from the fiery ground, its scales shimmering with divine corruption and rage. Yuan leapt backward, shielding himself as the creature's roar shattered nearby ruins and ignited blazing shockwaves. Dust and debris swirled violently while his opponent summoned deeper power, awakening forces long thought extinguished. The battlefield darkened as Yamata no Orochi rose, purple mist coiling like venomous serpents of legend. Yuan steadied his breath, realizing he now faced an ancient god whose awakening threatened complete annihilation. Confusion flickered across Yuan's face as the massive serpents suddenly obeyed commands not meant for him. Realization dawned when the serpent spoke, claiming unity with Kusanagi, the divine blade of legends. Its golden eyes glowed fiercely, declaring their bond eternal weapon and beast sharing the same divine essence. Yuan steadied his stance, trying to understand whether Orochi acted as ally, servant, or silent observer. The tension broke briefly when a small companion praised his efforts, lightening the battlefield's grim atmosphere. The small companion's eyes gleamed with determination, sensing the danger surrounding Kim Yuan's next move. Orochi's voice rumbled deeply, offering reluctant aid as shadows of divine power gathered across the ground. Dark mist swirled, revealing the serpent's partially regenerated head, a remnant from a past fierce battle. Flames blazed once more as Yuan faced his armored foe, both powers clashing with relentless ferocity. Their weapons collided, sparks raining violently as Yuan's focus sharpened, determined to end the fight decisively. A curved slash of energy explodes outward, ripping apart stone as Yuan lunges into battle. Susanu counters with brutal speed, blades spinning in arcs, deflecting Yuan's attack without losing ground. He recognizes the god's technique, instantly unmistakable speed and precision from countless battles in past timelines. Susanu's presence overwhelms the area. His aura cracks the ground beneath him with each step. He hesitates, haunted by memory. This god was once an ally before betrayal reshaped everything forever. Amaterasu stood silent as accusations fell. His hesitation branded weakness in Susanu's ruthless judgment. Shadows curled around Amaterasu's face as he removed his mask, revealing long-hidden power beneath restraint. Divine energy erupted violently. Amaterasu's suppressed form vanished, replaced by his true identity, glowing with burning celestial force. Zeus stood motionless in the dark, demanding an explanation for Amaterasu's unexpected betrayal. Amaterasu slowly turned his head, ignoring emotion, silently initiating the divine energy sealed within him. His mask cracked apart as radiant power leaked out, signaling a return to his true form. Flames erupted violently as Amaterasu transformed, his overwhelming divine form igniting the entire surrounding space. Zeus narrowed his eyes, standing firm, while explosions burst forward, preparing for the coming divine clash. Amaterasu strikes first, unleashing a wave of fire and force, scattering divine soldiers into chaos. Flames spiral violently as burning projectiles engulf the battlefield, targeting enemies in every direction without mercy. A colossal knight attempts to block, but Amaterasu's speed overwhelms his defenses with brutal precision. Amaterasu channels violet energy, forming a concentrated divine strike aimed directly at the enemy commander. His aura shifts, growing darker. Divine fury intensifies as he prepares to speak final condemning words. Amaterasu counters a surprise strike, declaring past strategies meaningless against his evolved divine power. His flaming aura expands. He launches a spinning attack, deflecting multiple incoming weapons midair. Flames burst as he dives downward, slamming forcefully toward Yuan's guarded stance below. Amaterasu mocks Yuan's regression, claiming he surpassed limitations while Yuan remained frozen in past failure. Explosions shake the battlefield. Amid the smoke, Yuan staggers but clutches something tightly in his hand. Violet blades suddenly appear midair, rotating into formation, locking Amaterasu within a trap of energy. A sharp gasp escapes as searing pain rips across his back. He's struck before turning. Yuan charges through the barrier, blade drawn, driving it deep with unmatched speed and precision. Cracks spread across the scorched floor, while Amaterasu stumbles, enraged by the dishonorable rear assault.